We are live. We are live. We are live. This is probably my last political live stream. It's going to be heavy. Hopefully, I will be serving as a continuation of these issues. Um, I had to get all my stuff together to figure out all the different people that are in position so I can at least support them. I do know some politicians that I want to keep in office that I've met that have pretty much spoke with me, that even answered the phone. So, you know, I always looked at how things are being ran. Also, the stuff that people are talking about, and it's kind of weird how we look at all the different, um, all the different things that are happening between the different genders in the black community, where I'm hearing a lot of brothers talk about that they have now they're more politically emancipated, and it was kind of weird because I never really got that impression. When I was much younger, I thought that we all just vote in one accord, but looking back, it's like a lot of needs weren't really met as black men, and so the black men that were speaking out on this, it was like, wow, um, how come you're not listening to us? How come you're not hearing us? And women just say, just shut up and rub my toes, or just shut up and buy me dinner, or just shut up and pay the bills. And I'm not sure if the sisters seen that. I mean, I'm quite sure all the sisters didn't say all that, but I think that's kind of sentiment where we're supposed to keep our mouth shut and just be okay with what's going on. You know what I mean? So we got AB Media here. Bam. I saw one of my guests come through, but he kind of disappeared. I think he had either something going on with the, you know. But now it's to the point to where people are starting to say, okay, they already know that brothers have an issue with what's going on with the status quo. At least they know. I mean, now we know they can bleed. Now it's to the point to where are they willing to do something about it? And the reason being that it's becomes much of a dilemma is because, they are liking this whole persona of I'm in charge, I'm strong, I can do anything I want to do. I mean, all the same rhetoric. I don't need a man, and I mean, there's a whole bunch of all this because I didn't realize how much this was taking place in politics. I never thought of that. I always thought it was just mainly just a regular social issue and some community problems, but these are in our politics. The whole I don't need a man is in politics, right? And so I'm just like, wow. Oh, as far as Auntie Maxine, you know, I mean, I always rode with her and everything, but addressing black men alone solely, that is out of line, bro. But at the same time, I don't think it's enough to just sit there and turn on the sister because she did give a lot of brothers jobs out here in Los Angeles. I remember that. Um, but to the other things that's going on also about the two candidates, it's like wow. I mean, I was appreciative of all these different uh, what do you call it? Opinions, takes on things. Even I had the sisters chime in on Sunday or Saturday, was it? Saturday, where I had to really carefully pick some sisters. Like me, I appreciate speaking to a lot of linear sisters, linear answering sisters, and pretty much they all. If you notice, if you listen to that live stream from Saturday, it wasn't too much circular talk. They were very linear. I appreciate them. I really appreciate them. I didn't even bam up the people here. Tampa Supreme, bam. Let's say Commander Gore, bam. This the Sneak, bam. We got Sheila E, bam, and Jay Shine, the Leo brother, bam. Right. Um, yeah, I appreciate that whole conversation. Sam I am, bam, right? And those are kind of sisters I do talk to. I don't talk to too many sisters that play with their hair and look in the sky. We got Rashid D up in here. Bam. I don't really have too much of those conversations with them. And there's no shade on those. 'Cause I'm quite sure they're beautiful and lovely and take care of their looks and all that kind of stuff. But for the most part, I gotta have productive conversation. Even even with building with sisters. We got King Wage, bam, right? So what I'm looking at, for the most part, I think it's going to be neck and neck. I think it's going to be one of those close votes. I always make these jokes about the hillbillies with the missing teeth, men and women, overalls, all that stuff, NASCAR hats. They're going to be in line. And you know what's funny is that, we talk about these different minorities, so-called minorities, right? Talking about voting their interests. I'm really looking at the whole picture where the so-called minorities are going towards the right. They try to go and make it look like they're the left just to hear what you have to say. I bet you can test them out. You can even say, uh, well, if the little coon talk that we talk every now and then, these Negroes, these silly Negroes don't know what they're doing. Trump is the master and he's this blah blah blah. And then all of a sudden the minority looks around and say, I feel the same way, buddy. I caught a few people in that whole conversation, you know. We got six figure days. Bam. I caught a few in that. And I'm like, okay, all right. And what I really appreciate about this whole outcome and this whole election part is how brothers agree that the left ain't serving a purpose and the right is not really serving that much for purpose too. The only thing that the brothers kind of have a tug of war with is if they have a chance to get something from the right. You know what I mean? Let me start reading these chats here. He said, I vacated the top of the ticket. Yeah, me too, man. Well, I gotta go in. I'm gonna go in during my lunch period. Go in and do all my propositions and measures and local office, board members, all that stuff. And so again, when we making these decisions, the hardest part that we get in, the hardest thing that we get into is why. That's why I put in there. Do you know what you're doing? Do you know what you're talking about? The last thing that brothers need to vote on is emotion. That's man, that's the worst. I mean, we already got the left got the sisters on emotions hands down. They got them on lock. You got white dudes saying, "Hey, I love black girl magic," knowing that they don't. They just want to sleep with you. Let's keep it real. We don't talk about the white simps. Let's keep it real, man. So that's the part that I have to really, you know, I mean, my whole thing is I'm gonna always say this. Sisters are gonna always be the most intelligent beings on the planet. The worst. That's why it looks so bad when sisters fall for the banana in the tailpipe because it's not a good look. You got historical information about sisters. running things. You know what I mean? And then ruling and aside with their king and all this. They got all kinds of stories, but all of a sudden you're gonna fall for the banana in the tailpipe in the later days. These are the things that we have to fix. There's no negotiation about it. There's no, well, what if I do this? No, you got to fix it, right? So, what will happen if Biden wins? Okay, you just got to hope that they don't resurrect that bull crap that they put in the past, you know. And you got to navigate your way through the top of his agenda, which is the Alphabet Committee and probably some feminist stuff. You're gonna find a lot of women that are over you making decisions that don't like you. See, when brothers talk about feminist stuff, it ain't about women making decisions. It's putting women in positions that don't like men make decisions. That's the difference. Okay. So when brothers be saying feminist, 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 it's about the women that have the misandry about them. They don't like men, especially black men. Okay. Oh, we got let's see, we got Jackie up in here. Bam. Let's see, let me read the stuff here. She said, my son and I went to vote this morning. Okay. It said, how can black women be the smartest but are easily swayed? You just pretty much repeated what I said, because they're pretty much known as, like, when you find a sister that is on her stuff and on her P's and Q's, can't touch them. Point blank, can't touch them. Matter of fact, they stay away from the dumb ones. Can't touch them. Them sisters that be on their stuff, bruh, it's like, wow. You just move out of the way. Like, okay, you do your thing, right? Yeah, immigrants too is on the top of the list for the left, right? So let's see. Here we go. Da-da-da-da. Let's see. Great jacket, fast process time. Yeah. Either way it goes, this is King Wage. Either way it goes, we need to be ready and dissect the issues that's facing that are facing us, that all face but that face us, right? So I'm just that's the other thing too, is that you got to look at the bigger picture, y'all. Right now, I think these white folks are having the biggest Jeffrey Tubin moment to see black men and black women not voting together, not voting on the same issues. You know what I'm saying? I think that's one of the things that they really hold their hats on. Like I said, I talked to one of my so-called minority friends here, and they were even chiming in. What's the problem with having a black woman in leadership? You guys always have a problem with black. I'm like, you guys, really? I mean, what's it to you? And how come you guys don't have that many Latina leaders? You know what I'm saying? So Latina, not Latino, but Latinas, right? So going back to the other part about black men expressing themselves and letting them know. See, the thing is, it's not rocket science. See, when men get what they need, it's weird, man. Think about it. When men get what they need, all they want is an opportunity to make some money so they can provide for their family and pass down legacy. It's that simple. I mean, why are people scratching their head like, but they will. I mean, I was just saying that one of our needs is to have a nice shiny car and nice shiny things. And no, men just want those simple things. But there's always things that are always in our way. There's always, you know, ain't no, it's not a white man holding us back type thing. It's bigger to where you have a system in place whether it's in the right or the left. The right just say, I ain't giving y'all niggas anything. You can wear our hats and flags or whatever. I mean, I can put you on the stage, but you guys as a whole, hell no. I probably help about 5 of y'all, but the rest of the 5 million, y'all got to suffer. So they being honest. I appreciate it. They're being honest, right? But on the left, they say, "Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, yeah, okay, yeah, okay, yeah, your brothers need. Okay, yeah, I got you. All right." All of a sudden, ain't nothing. I feel your pain. I feel your pain. But thank you for coming by. Close the door on the way out. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sitting there like, huh? And I've been seeing that for years. And don't get me wrong, the whole kumbaya, the whole. I mean, I'm gonna just be real. I see you, chaos. I'll let you up in a few seconds because you do a lot of interrupting. So I got to flow a little bit. Um, Now the whole thing is when Clinton was around, if I can, recollect for those people that were real young back then, you know, he was. Think about the selling job of Clinton. A lot of sisters love soap operas, right? Whether it's the nighttime soap operas, daytime, but Clinton looked like one of those soap opera guys. He looked like somebody that can play in Dallas or Falcon Crest. He had that kind of vibe. Sisters were going for it. Trust me. I saw my own mom. That's a handsome white man. Look at his curly hair. Oh, he got a big old nose. He must have got black in him. I'm hearing all this stuff. You got Toni Morrison calling him the first black president. You have all these different. You have him going right there. On Arsenio Hall playing saxophone. You have him eating barbecue with black people at the cookouts. You know, he's doing all these different things, right? I mean, he was known. Not I had never heard him, but he was known to say he likes big booties. All these different things, man. But sisters were going for that. You know what I'm saying? So he was the heartthrob. He wasn't just a presidential candidate where they say, "Oh, he gonna get things done." He's a heartthrob. And the thing was, he was sold. He's a Rhodes Scholar, all that kind of stuff. I never thought of it that way till I got older. But as I was young, I was young. I just said, I'm just go with my mom go with, and we weren't really paying attention at the time of all those things that he did with the three strikes and these little crime bills he put out. We weren't paying attention because at that time, I mean, we're talking about 93, and that was when hip hop was sort of declining a little bit as far as its I would say its roots. The roots were declining in 93. So think about the whole sequence. You had the Chronic coming out between 93 and 94. You had Snoop Dogg introduced. So you had the whole gangster thing coming out, right? The whole gangster thing. So now the image is spread out, you know. One was it 187 and all this kind of stuff. You have all these different things going on. So when you play hip hop for the most part, there's always some kind of gangster yay yay message out there, right? So you always have that. So that image is spread out. You even have white folks saying, "I like Snoop Doggy Dogg." That became commercial. But since it's been spread out, it was easy to see black people as criminals. It made it very easy because it was a strong selling point. So therefore, when you got all that stuff going on, you put the crime bill out there. That's where it took place. It took place around that same time, right? Now, some people out there, I love when people like try to read my intent, like Art, are you saying we deserve it? Man, go sit in the corner. My whole thing is all this stuff has been orchestrated because think about it. If there wasn't any of that kind of stuff going on, that crime bill and all that kind of stuff. It'd be hard to push because they're like, why are you doing this? Because it ain't that many. They had to go in the images, okay? Because there were some guys that were doing some things, whatever, and that's probably another issue too. Where a lot of people were, you know, wreaking havoc in the community, doing all kinds of crazy stuff or whatever. So we had that, but it wasn't to that much of a magnitude where you had to come up with those kind of bills because basically there was a such thing called rehabilitation, right? So when you're dealing with all of that, we're all asleep. We're not even thinking about that until way later when the effect kicks in. Like, damn, where's all the brothers? Where'd they go? And you look up, oh, they in prison. You know what I'm saying? So other people start coming in and reaping benefits that we didn't get a chance to reap because we either locked up or just not even knowing where we get the stuff. Now, in the meantime, on the Republican side, we're dealing with that Republican side. They were always the villain to black folks. They were always the villain. You know what I mean? And some of the black folks that were in the party at that time weren't really making it even better. You had Clarence Thomas, you had Larry Elder, you had that Blackwell dude. Michael Steele was up and coming. But you had all these different people that were really making it so that every time a black person is in an issue where there's a problem, it's always the black person's fault. So that's nothing new. Candace Owens is not the pioneer of this. We got Green Machine up in here. Bam! I'm gonna bring up Chaos. Oh, he left. Okay. So that's the thing that we're talking about is that you have to really start knowing. You got to start doing your history. You got brothers like BGS, Afro Synergy, Mr. Research. Who's the other one? OGJ Speed, Black Huru Strikes. These brothers were around as they had their own plays. They were living as men during these times. That's why when you hear them with all these different opinions, oh, I'm sorry, Nagone and Beasley as well. They were living as men during these times. They were paying mortgages and rent and all this stuff. Me, I was just now getting out of college, right? So I pretty much, I was looking. What kept me afloat was this show called America's Black Forum. I always keep talking about it. And Tony Brown Journals on PBS, or not PBS, but UHF. And I used to watch this stuff every now and then, and it kept me understanding a little bit what's going on. But it still didn't keep me from falling for the banana in the tailpipe. So fast forwarding to today, some people act like that stuff never happened. The stuff I just mentioned. They act like, they just act like Clinton was this villainous type person. Clinton was the darling of the Democratic Party back then. He could do no wrong. Even when the whole Monica Lewinsky thing, they were like, so what? He just wanted a blowjob. It was nothing that he can do was wrong. The only people that were villainizing him was the right. And you had Newt Gingrich. You had come on, man. You had a lot of people on the right that were just straight up evil. Like out in your face. Trent Lott, Jesse Helms. You know what I'm saying? So those are the guys where you look at it and say, man, I ain't going over there. These dudes are evil. These dudes are racist. You know what I mean? So that's why it makes it kind of hard for a lot of brothers to go over there. But the fact that you have this stuff on the left that keeps men from being men. Now, even on the left, white men are being affected. White men. You have a lot of white men because white men are being somewhat replaced by that whole alphabet thing too, just as much as black men are. So that's why you're seeing more of gaps being bridged between men more than anything else, right? And I'm like, dang. So I could never figure out, oh, not figure out, but I just never thought that you have a lot of, I mean, they said about 30% of black men most likely is going to be voting for in the Republican Party, right? And I'm like, hmm. You know, I talked to a sister, one of my mother's friends, older sister, very intelligent conversation. I was telling her some of the things that we talked about. You know, she said, you met Newt Gingrich? Man, the Newtster. Uh, she said, you sound like my son, all this stuff you talking about. And I think her son is only like maybe late 30s. So if her son is talking like that, we on cold, fellas. The message is getting out. I never met her son. The message is getting out is that black men are letting people know that hey, we got needs and we're holding our vote and our support until we get them. It's just that simple. I mean, why is it rocket science for someone to say, hey, these brothers need something, not need something, but I mean, I think the whole thing is move out of the way. Chaos, when you come up here, you got to cut the
Oh,
noise out, fam.
I just checked my phone. Sorry, let me mute myself.
Yeah, you got to show some respect on the panel, fam. Uh, but when you know, I think the most thing that brothers just want people to do is just move out the way. Move out the way. You know, if they're like if we're all applying for a position or whatever, and I have my, see, people make this assumption that people are fair across the board when they're doing hiring practices. It's not true. Half the time people are on cold because of their race. This is what brothers are trying to say. Take that out of your equation, take that out of your process, take that out of your policies, and we'll be just fine. We're not even going to do anything bad. We'll be okay. I guarantee you, when these jobs, we got Mike V in the building, bam. I guarantee you, when these jobs start popping up and these opportunities start popping up, more crime would go down. I guarantee you when we stop putting all these different people in our schools that don't give a damn about our kids, but start carefully putting people in there that want to teach students, how to be prepared in this world, we ain't gonna have any problems. But again, our misery puts money in people's pocket. It puts money in people's pocket. The fact that we are suffering, the fact that we're not getting things we need, we want, it makes them rich. I don't care if it's entertainment, education, politics, law, labor. What's the other one? Um, I mean, we even got war. They said war, economics, all these things. The fact that we are, I ain't gonna say suffering, but the fact that we're just not doing so well, and the fact that black men and black women are doing too many things separate, that's big money for them. Now think about it. When they're separate, they get paid. When we're together, we get paid. Hmm. I mean, I don't have to go to school to figure that out. But brother Chaos, what did you have to share for us, fam?
Hey, what's up, Art? Damn, what could I say? It is that time of season. I'm not sure what's dealing with the polls and all that. Um, it's ironic. I had an epiphany or revelation that I'm thinking out of the 13 million, what they said is the population of black people. I'm not sure if this is based on people that's descended of slaves or just a mixture of blacks. Regardless what it is, that out of that pool of 13%, is it half and half or it's a ratio of let's say 13, 13? So that's 6 and 7, I believe. So I wonder if it's like 6 million black men or is more black women, like 7 or post approaching 8 million. I always
Uh,
question out of the pot.
I can't be accurate on the numbers, fam. I wouldn't
All
know.
right, so good. So in knowing this, that how the heck when we live in a country that's 87% white, that this little small pie is going to be the determining factor. I heard from some men said that a black man is going to be that determining factor who's going to win. And I'm saying, I was so sway. The numbers don't make sense.
Yeah, yeah, and welcome Rashid
Jay Shine, what's up?
and then we got Jay Shine, the Leo brother up in here.
Bam.
Bam! What's going on, y'all?
What's up,
Yeah.
Chaos? What's up, Sheed? What's up, brother?
What's good? So I don't know if anybody can answer this riddle or this revelation I came across because it doesn't make sense to me. Not saying people should vote for this big house called a president election, but it makes me want to say, I think it will make more better sense in certain districts where you're at. Your numbers will make more effectiveness than this bigger election because you're dealing with a whole white country that's in the 80s and you're in the less than a 15%.
But I have a theory on that. I don't think is that many white folks as they say it is. In my opinion, I think
So
you got to
what you
factor.
think
I
it
got to
could be?
finish, fam. You got to give
Okay.
me, count
Okay.
count to 60 when I talk.
All right, go.
I'm joking. They always say that in conflict resolution. But anyhow, I have a theory on this whole white people being the majority. I don't think they are. I really don't think they are. I think the fact is that you got a population in every nationality in every group that puts white on their census, that beefs up their existence as far as if they are, majority or minority. So when you start counting things and saying this or that, then things start getting kind of skewed and you start really getting confused. Because if you're looking at white folks being, what is it, the 60, for every life there's 60 deaths or something like that, ever since the 1950s. You should be able to like, wait a minute, ain't that many of them here? So why they keep saying that they're the majority? And then the other part too that I think that you were touching on is that, okay, if they're gonna blame the black man for whatever outcome it is, how come you got a lot of Asians, a lot of Arabs, and a large chunk of Latinos that don't vote at all? How come you're not blaming them?
Exactly. I say fuck them. I don't care. Blame who you want to blame. You know what I mean? We need to get like that as black men. You gotta stop caring. All right.
Yeah.
Knowing Jews don't care what you say about them. They do what they want to do. They give money who they want to give money to. That's how they vote too, because they don't have the numbers. So
right.
they vote with their money. Same thing with Asians. They don't care. You know what I mean? Why should we care? So once you start having a who cares conversation, you already lost the argument.
Yeah, right? like I was saying before, the black men really do real bad when they do emotional voting.
And that's the only issue I have with this Trump shit, man. It's like, look, I went on X channel a week ago and I gave a strategy, and there's too many emotional motherfuckers in the chat room. Actually, dudes who have agendas. All right, they want to be on this conservative shit, which is a bunch of wave catching. Stop catching waves. You don't need to join nobody else's movement. You already have your own plight, your own movement. You know what I mean? That's why Democrats and Republicans got to go to AIPAC. You understand? Because the Jews have their own plight and their own movement.
Yeah.
All right. So that's just the way it is. Whether it's a grimy Jewish person that runs a porn studio in San Bernardino Valley versus a Hasidic Jew out in New York, they're all Jews.
Yeah, their own code.
Is that their own code? You know what I mean? That's how it is. We can't, and for some reason we find dumb shit to argue about and disrespect each other about. And I'm a brother in the world. You know what I mean? I work with these, ladies dudes are white ass kisses. I work with powerful white men, generals and executives. My whole career. I got to see how these people operate. And to me, they're just human beings. You might see, not you, I'm just saying, some dudes on how you might see him as these superhuman motherfuckers. To me, they're just a man. I'm like almost some Apollo Creed shit. Just a man, But what I notice about how they operate, I notice how they don't like each other, how they stab each other in the back. I worked at the Pentagon for 3 years straight, man, for the top generals. These motherfuckers go at each other, fam. This shit should be on TV. It should be a TV show. They go at each other. These white boys they play for keeps. But when it comes to anybody else outside of that group, they on code, man. You know what I mean? They on fucking code. You know, so when you talk about liberal, conservative, you're operating in ideologies they created.
Right.
And all you should care about is what benefits you. You know what I mean? That's why you got Cubans down in Florida who vote traditionally Republican because that was beneficial to them. Meanwhile, there's Puerto Ricans right next to them that vote Democrat all the time because that was beneficial to them. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And these are two Latino groups in the same space. So make that make sense. It makes sense because people vote their interests and they come as a block to whatever group for their interests. So if you're gonna go over to Trump, though you can't go over there fucking with the bashing of whiteness. You can't go to where the real white boys are. I'm talking the white boys who do the fucked up pranks in college, the rough motherfuckers, the motherfuckers walking around with shotguns in Texas and Oklahoma. You can't go to them with your ass wide open.
Right.
You got to come to them as a men. You can't come to them as fanboys. So if you don't have a strategy, you shouldn't be over there. You all you're gonna do is go over there and be a rubber stamp vote, just like the black women are rubber stamp vote over in the fucking Democratic Party.
Yeah, they don't go in black. They don't go in white groups, man. I noticed that. They do not. They only come to us and talk this bullshit sometimes.
Exactly, and everybody knows Art the black female split, which is something that's not cool. You know what I mean?
Right.
Everybody knows the issue with us. That's what makes us special in American politics because nobody else is having that issue. Even this issue is on all groups. Every group is dealing with feminism, right? But what they don't have is this underlying issue that we have that stems from slavery. Right. You know what I mean? And that issue we have with our women, if there was no feminism, we still would have this undertone of disrespect from her based on the situation we were in. You know what I mean?
You just made it worse.
That would be there. So our feminism looks different because of who we are and our condition. A lot of brothers, I thought they were thinking black men. They don't see it. You don't think about these other ingredients. You know what I mean? To our problem. You know, so when you're looking at our problem, you got to look at it from your side. The problem is a lot of people on the left and the right, they take on these ideologies and these personas, and they start looking through that lens. So now you got black people looking through a conservative lens, and you got sisters and black men over here looking through a liberal lens. And you know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck are you doing? We got one lens. It's called the black lens.
You know, it's funny too, going in these different, and welcome Mike V. Going through these political sides. I know it sounds extreme, but it's almost like equivalent to wearing a fucking weave. I can't leave a house until my hair is snapped. What? Meaning I can't even go around anywhere unless I wear some kind of political affiliation on there before I can even take care of my people. And it's going to cost me a lot of money to do it. I mean, that's what it looks like to me. It's like, you know, you just can't let go.
It's called voting for clout, right?
Yeah.
You know, I have no problem doing business with the Republican Party, but it's just that business. All right. But you can't go over there with no leverage. I know these people. When I see generals falling away from Trump, and these are men who are traditionally conservative. All right. These are people who voted Republican their whole lives. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about these old white families, these men who come from that.
Mm-hmm.
These are the, you know what I'm saying? So when they're talking a certain way, you hear McChrystal and I'm trying to think of another one that you might know, Petraeus. You know what I mean? When you hear these guys talking a certain way, all right, these are not liberals, man. They far from that shit. Okay, far from that. You know, Mathis and you know what I'm saying, and MacDog. These guys are not liberals, man. So if they telling you there's a fucking issue over there, who are you, some niggas sitting in the goddamn apartment to tell these people who are animals of Washington who've been in this game for a long time? Let me explain how the military works. The military is a business. All right? DOD is a business that gets billions of dollars. One of the biggest budgets in America. All right? And these guys that call generals and these guys who are SESs under them, these government civilians, they are administrators of that money. They're handling business. They're handing out contracts. There's certain things going on. There's an apparatus of politics in itself in the Pentagon. Then that shit filters down to each branch.
Mm-hmm.
Army, they would have their own cultures and their own, own politics. And that shit filters down to, installations and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Same thing in the State Department. These are things that brothers do not understand how that works. And what frustrates me about this space, Art, is that there are brothers like me who've been in this space, who left, and brothers who come back to the space to come back to talk to black men who have this experience in this what's the word I'm looking for? I've been not association. I'm looking for something else. We have this exposure,
Mm-hmm.
you know, to this world, and we can't talk to niggas because niggas come over. You come back to talk to niggas, they think they know every goddamn thing. You know what I mean? They don't understand how the larger world works. So when we talking politics, which is money, that's what politics is, money. You know what I mean? You got to have your business suit on when you go deal with these people. You don't show up as a fanboy. You got a party on one side that's pushing, you know, the most destructive shit, you know, feminism and, you know, the alternative lifestyle stuff. And they pushing it to kids. That's how crazy they are on this side. And they also pushing this matriarchy shit, right?
Right.
Especially to black men. Then the other side, you got motherfuckers putting up Silk and Diamond. They telling you, this is what they telling you they think about you. They putting clowns like Kanye up. This is what they think about you. They putting people like Candace Owens up, who's not even a foundation of Black American. This is what they think about you. And you think there's safety over there? You got to go over there as a businessman. You need leverage when you go over there. So there's 3 things black men should be doing right now beyond this election. If everybody needs to vote in mass, we need to vote. We need to show our numbers, show our force. Then we need to have a strategy every goddamn cycle, 20, 22, 24, that benefits us. And then you know what I mean? And that's how you also neutralize the black female vote. Because in some cases you can accommodate her vote. For instance, she's going to vote Democrat no matter what. It's beneficial for us to vote for Democratic senators right now.
Right.
Trump has put up 240 something federalist judges that are on some straight, you know, tear down civil rights shit. You're cutting your nose and spite your face. We have to stop that. Obama left 140 seats open because he ran into obstruction. All he can do is recess appointments. They're running a fucking Boston right now. We gotta flip that Senate because McConnell and Graham and them are not Trump. They real white supremacists. They real conservatives. Trump is not a real conservative.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So, you know, cats don't know who they getting in bed with. You're gonna vote for Trump, but you're really empowering those senators and those governors who don't have the same politics as Trump. Trump can say what the fuck he wants. He's the president. He can play games with whatever. He can talk about platinum plans. He can do whatever he want to do. Ain't no senators down there fucking with that shit. Ain't no senator from Oklahoma or North Dakota care about your platinum plan, nigga. They got a whole nother agenda. So when they point federal judges, they put federal judges over where? Over where you live at, Art. You live in California.
Yep.
They're appointing district judges all over the country. So it doesn't matter if you live in New York City and that's a liberal city or a liberal state. They are appointing the federal judges. Conservative judges are sitting over top of New York right now. Conservative judges are sitting over top of California right now. So you talking about democracy. This is how they wield power. And if it wasn't important, then why is it so fucking important to the evangelicals? Why is it so important to the goddamn neocons? Why is it so important to white corporate America that these judges is in place? There's a reason for it, because if you're really doing business, black man, you're going to have to sue somebody at some point. You're going to have a discrimination lawsuit at some point. You're going to be cut out of a contract. You're not going to get your piece of the pie, and you're going to have to say something. Byron Allen just went through this. He won one court case with a fucking Obama appointee, and he lost a case to a Bush appointee. And then he went to a conservative court and got it kicked back down. So you cut your nose and spite your face. I'm not saying don't vote Republican. I'm saying go over there as a man with a business suit with a plan so you can get something out of it. This is exchange. This is not about field time. This is not about feeling a certain way. This is about business. And for us, our lives depend on this shit.
That was my issue too, with how we deal with the Republican Party. You know, but let's get Mike V and Rashid to chime in.
Hey, peace to the panel, peace to the chat. Thank you all for having me up here, man. Yeah, Jay Shine has pretty much hit the nail on the head and hit it out the park. We've been talking about this for a while now, that these culture warriors in the manosphere are playing games with politics. You know, they're showing up at the last minute, you know, calling themselves conservatives. In reality, there's nothing conservative about them. We revealed that last week on your panel. You know, pre-Trump, they were liberals, and now they're conservatives today. That's not how conservatism works. Okay, you don't just switch up when it's convenient for you. You're either in that from day one or you're not. And so what's happening here and what's happening now as we speak, other panels are having these culture warrior ideas where they're attacking BWs for the sake of politics. That's another cultural warrior aspect. You know, you're not going to win any sort of strategy by using, the idea of attacking BWs for the sake of it. It doesn't work that way. I know a lot of guys enjoy that type of stuff, but for us, like guys like myself and guys like Jay Shine, we really take this stuff seriously. Our livelihoods depend on this. And so when these brothers go down to the ballot, go down to the electoral office and pull the lever, they impact a lot of people with their votes. They don't realize that. And like Jay Shine said earlier, these brothers are going to the party empty-handed. You didn't have any agenda. You just went over there and gave them your vote. You have no leverage anymore. Your leverage was the vote, but you have no leverage now because you gave it away.
That's what I said earlier. I'm like, when you go, like, it's one thing when you go to the left, and sometimes it's, you say, hey, I got some issues, and then they say, hey, I hear you, I feel you, we'll talk later, blah, and it's more like that, it's very nice, and they say, okay, we'll close the door on the way out. It's good to see you, man. Wow, it's good to see you. But on the right, we ain't got nothing for you, but you can wear the hat, you can come to rallies, you can do whatever you want. I mean, as long as you don't bring no left stuff around here, but we ain't got nothing for you.
It's not even the left stuff. It's as long as you don't criticize our people on the right. Right. So they'll talk all this getting rid of welfare in the black community for black women, but they won't talk about getting rid of welfare in these red states because a lot of these,
Thank you, Mike. I was just about to say that. Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, a lot of these red states are completely dependent upon the yearly
programs.
Programs.
Hey, Mike, can I interject just real quick? Because I'm going to give y'all a real stat. I want y'all to look this up. I live in Stafford County. My house is in Stafford County, Virginia. Mm-hmm. All right. In the last 10 years, Stafford County is one of 7 counties in the country. And it's the number 1 county out of the 7. But one of 7 counties in the country, Mike V, where black people who are in a minority in that county. We're in a mostly white county, but we have them higher medium income earners in that county. And one of 7, only 7 counties where white people are the majority. Follow what I'm saying? White people are the majority of the population in that county. Mm-hmm. But the black people are the higher medium income earners in that county. Mm-hmm. I'm in one of those counties, and I'm in the top 7 of one of the 7 counties. There's only 7 in the whole country, and I'm in number 1. All right. Yeah. Now, in that county, there's a bunch of poor white kids that my daughter went to school with. And I remember driving her past a dirt road one time, and it had 7 rusted mailboxes. And I pointed down that road, and I told her about the plight of those white people living down there. You understand me? And they on public assistance. They're the ones getting free meals at the schools, not the black kids. It's the white kids.
Yeah, and that's the thing that they just had an interview last night about voters in West Virginia. A lot of these voters they were interviewing were white and poor, and they were hoping that Trump would come through. And they said, we don't even trust both sides now. We don't. They're conservative typically, but they don't even trust Trump anymore. They're giving up. They're giving up on Trump, and they're going Biden for because they're hoping that he can bring back jobs or he can actually restore the economy. These are real white conservatives, man. These are not people who just woke up yesterday and decided that they were going to be conservative. No, these are people who lived their whole life like this. And so they've seen deindustrialization firsthand. And what's happening with these black male conservatives is that they think they can just go to the right and then they're going to get something out of it later. No, they already got your vote. You can't say anything about them now. You're not going to be able to talk about their people who are in Kentucky under Mitch McConnell who are suffering during COVID. And so California, New York, Massachusetts, these blue states that put a whole lot into the pot, those red states benefit from that. If it wasn't for the blue states like California with a $2 trillion annual GDP, they would suffer. California is what keeps the majority of the states, the red states, coffers filled. The red states
and New York. Don't be hating, Mike. And New York.
No, I'm just saying the $2 trillion that California generates is a big portion of the budget.
I'm from New York. I'm from New York City. I'm just talking.
Yeah, I understand. You're from Brooklyn. But New York also, same thing. They put more into the pot than they take out. These culture warriors, black male culture warriors, they don't want to live in these red states. Why don't you go live in the red state if you're so conservative? Because you wouldn't be able to get away with those economic opportunities that the blue states offer in those red states. Those red states are suffering. Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, all of these states are suffering. They're like third world countries now.
Hell yeah. And I rode my motorcycle through a lot of them. That shit is crazy. It's fucking hills have eyes out there.
Yeah. And the jobs are not coming back. 22 million jobs after COVID are not coming back. We're looking at something that's no one alive has ever seen what we're about to see. No one alive has ever seen it. Not your grandmother, not your grandfather. No one alive have ever seen anything like this. An economy that has completely shifted in a way that is uncontrollable. Trump cannot control this, right? He ran on the idea of we're going to replace and repeal Obamacare. It's 4 years later and you got nothing. He can't do it. He's not the conservative that they're making him out to be. He's a liberal. He's always been a Dixiecrat. So the idea that, well, if we support this guy, this is a win for us against BWs. And I'm like, is that really the whole motive here? Like, this has got to be bigger, right? Capitalism is the root of a lot of these issues. The economic inequality between black men and other groups of people is more importantly, white people is the issue. Black men are at the bottom of all of these sort of categories of economics, right?
And can I say something real quick, Mike? And also, it's easy to outmaneuver black women. Black women are stuck where they are. They have no play. What are they going to do? They're going to wake up tomorrow and vote what? See what I'm saying? They're stuck. You can outmaneuver them. They're a commandeered vote that's already built into the Democratic platform, and they have an emotional tie to it. So they're good where they are. You have actually all the opportunity right now as a black man to be that real swing vote.
We can be a swing vote in the third party within the party itself.
Exactly.
The Democratic Party is fractured into 5 to 7 pieces.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, the Republican Party is about to be completely fractured after today, because whether he wins or not, and looking at the polls, I just saw a few minutes ago, New Hampshire's already calling it. If Trump survives this, he has to bail out the economy. If he does not, then that hurts the Republican Party. If Biden wins, then they're going to sweep this all the way into 2032, because the Republicans don't have anybody that they can run up against the Democratic Party at this point. I mean, who are you going to call? John James? A lot of these guys who are riding for John James right now, they wasn't talking about John James 6 months ago. They wasn't talking about
John James. I never heard of him.
The Republican Party elevated too many hardcore, right wingers. You know what I mean? So they're stuck right now, and they put themselves in a mold that it's going to be hard for them to get out with their own constituency.
You're never going to be able to get rid of welfare for black women. It's just not. It's not even.
That's a pipe dream.
No, it's built into the economic system. The Farmers Benefit, General Mills, Kellogg's, Heinz, Kraft, all of these sort of food producing entities rely on the budget that allows black women to buy, or poor people of lower class, lower income, to purchase these goods. You think you're going to take it away just for them, to spite them? That's not going to happen, man. That's not a good political strategy at all. And I think that, a lot of these cats are misguided. And like Jay Shines pointed out, man, once they're done with you after the election, man, you won't be worth anything to them.
Exactly. And if you think about it, look at the Republican Party, look at the people they've lost to retirement. They've lost hardcore right wingers who've done nothing but calcify white wealth since they were in the Senate, like Corker and Cornyn. You know what I mean? Sass is about to get the next axe. Who's the guy that's left, that retired, who didn't run again in Arizona? I forgot his name. The only one that voted to extend the hearings when Kavanaugh was in here. Forgot his name. The one that was, the girl was crying to him in the elevator, that Republican. Hey, you show any fucking weakness right now with them, you out of there. So he didn't even, after that Kavanaugh hearing, he didn't even run again. I'm tired. I'm out of here because he can't deal with what's coming on the right. The right is running hardcore right wingers right now. You know what I mean? Hardcore, sass, surf, white people. I'm trying to be respectful on your platform, Art. But these motherfuckers are now. You talking about they coming from an environment that you do not understand. You don't get along with. One thing I would say about military brothers, and I hate to bring the military up in this, but us in the military, we get to see this. Being in the military, we get to meet white people from Iowa and Idaho and Wyoming. People I would never fucking meet in my life if it wasn't for the military. And you talk to these people, and it's like shit. And there's no way you can have a common ground with them. They just got a whole nother frame of reference and the reality that they come from. You know what I mean? And all they know is Old Glory, America. You know what I'm saying? And the Republican Party, the GOP. And that's no matter how poor their states are, no matter how poor their counties are, they vote just like black women do in the Democratic Party. They vote for the Republican Party. That's what you're dealing with over there.
Yeah, so a lot of culture warriors over there, but a lot of these brothers in this space who think that they can be culture warriors here, they won't practice that over there because they won't tolerate that. Okay. You got Trump supporters over there surrounding Biden's bus with guns. Like, where's Department of Homeland Security on this? Where's the State Department on this? Right? If you think that if they won't protect Biden, what makes you think they're going to protect you?
Or what about that white girl that was just boxed in by the Patriot? There's so many cliques over there now. They didn't create so many organizations on the right. These 1976 Patriots, they boxed this white chick in and was cussing at her about to fuck up and threatening her. A white man was threatening her, like, get out the car, to a white girl. And then the white girl go over to the police officers, and the police officer like, hey, no crime was committed. They on cold with this shit. She got this on camera. The cops are just like, yo, what the fuck you talking about? We don't see nothing. I got it on tape. Hey, look, you can make a report. They were on cold with this shit. This is what you're dealing with in the world. In your country, man. You can ignore it all you want. You can ignore it all you want. It's still the truth. It ain't gonna go away. I don't give a fuck how cloudy it is. The sun is still up there.
That's Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon is there to organize all
Steve
of these.
Perry, all the motherfuckers, man.
Oh, yep, to organize all of these wayward WMs out there to to on a global scale. Not just here, even Europe.
Right here in Germany.
Yep.
They're coming over here. I tried to show this on my channel, by the way, Mike V. I did a video where I showed a little bit of it. They were showing this white supremacist who shows his face. He don't care. He's out in America, and he comes over to Germany. Now, the Poles eye over here don't play that shit. Yeah. But they can't fly the swastika over here. So you know what they fly over here? The Confederate flag. All right? If they see tattoos on you, they arrest you. Look, you're not going to legislate the heart, but you can't have laws against for civility. Yep. All right, they're trying to be civil over here, but America's not civil. No, America's a very uncivil place. No, all right, you can get called a nigga. They can wave a Confederate flag in your face. They can do whatever they want. That's very uncivil. You don't know it because you're used to it. That's why I tell niggas to travel. When you get out in the world and travel and see how the world gets down, then you see how other citizens are treated in their country. You'll come back and be like, "Yo, this is bullshit."
No, if you deny the Holocaust in Germany and France, you can go to jail for that.
Matter of fact, no. If somebody called me a nigga. I'm not even a German citizen. If a German citizen called me a nigga, they can get fined 2,000 euros.
Germany just revised their laws after George Floyd was killed in June. They just revised it.
These people are trying. Look, there's no perfect world. Racism is everywhere in the world, but you can make a conscious decision as a government and society to be civil. All right, and say certain things you're just not allowed. All right. Now, if you go over there, and this is a good thing that white girl said on the tape. I got to find it. I might play it tonight on X channel. But the girl was saying that the Trump people were saying that somebody had a gun. Y'all pulled out a gun on some people. I'm telling you, they just attacked me and harassed me, and y'all not doing anything. Y'all saying there's no crime. The cops have a leaning. They leaning towards, they're on code, which is a very dangerous situation to be in as an American society. That's very dangerous. They have cops on code with a certain political movement or party or a group of people where they're not going to do their fucking job. This chick, was literally assaulted in had evidence they didn't want to see it. And this had nothing to do with. Now, the reason I'm bringing her up, Mike, is because she wasn't black.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm just showing you what's going on between them.
Yeah, I mean, they almost tried to kidnap the governor of Michigan. I mean, and start a civil war. What? Well, we don't really know if they were on the right or the left. No, we know they was on the right because Trump was pumping them up. But
come on, man.
But that's what you're getting from these culture warriors. And so, we have to be mindful that after 9 o'clock tonight, man, it could be a lot of unforeseen consequences coming from this election.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Hey, what'd you say, AB? I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying. Yeah, we know they're right wingers, even though they claim they don't like Trump. But
And you know what?
They're white.
AB,
No, they're white wingers. Don't get it twisted.
Yeah, AB. You know what though? That's some real shit you just said though, because this is how strategy works. There are a lot of people who on that right wing shit, Mike, who really don't like Trump neither. He just he's the guy for the job now. They know he's not a real conservative. They know that. They see Kushner and them, buddying up with the Zionists. They don't like that, but they allowing him. He's allowing them to flex, so they'll take it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So they flexing right now.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of splitting of the factions on the right and the left. And I'm just
jump his ass right away, man. Think about all the Republicans. Remember that was that guy Eric? What's his face? He was a rising star in the Republican Party. He was from Virginia. Eric, he had the glasses. God damn, I'm the brain.
I know what you're talking about. I know
you know what I'm talking about. He was a rising star. He was like the minority whip.
Yeah, his name escapes me right now.
He said one fucking thing and they primaried his ass. Got him out of there. And he was going hard body against the Democrats.
Yeah. I mean, now they're hedging their bets on this John James cat.
I gotta look him up. I never heard of him.
Oh yeah, man. He's the quintessential black male conservative. He's married. He's a business owner. He served in the military. He hasn't committed, to my knowledge, any arbitrary crimes or anything like that. And his father, he inherited the business from his father. It's $100 million business. Yeah, he sounds good he's well spoken. Sounds good on paper, but what happened to Michael Steele?
Yep. Yeah, because I'm gonna ask this brother. I mean, I have a brother coming up. He ran for political office as a Republican and everything back in the 80s and 90s. My frat brother, very well astute. I'm gonna ask him some of these questions because one of my
I met Michael Steele too, by the way. I met him before.
Oh yeah,
Michael Steele's a cool cat. I met him. Earlier I told you I met Newt Gingrich. I met him at my job. We was doing the Dog and Pony show. I can't tell you where.
Really? Okay.
We was in Virginia, and I was responsible. I was an AV engineer at the time, so I was responsible for the video wall. And we was doing a Dog and Pony show for the congressional leaders that came in, and he was one of them. And I got to shake his hand and meet him. I met Rumsfeld. I met a lot of these motherfuckers, man. And
damn,
Rumsfeld. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, but I almost got fired over Rumsfeld.
Damn. Oh yeah, you know what? You did mention that before.
Yeah, I almost got fired because of Rumsfeld, man. I didn't shake his hand.
What did Rumsfeld do to you? Oh,
huh?
And go ahead.
No, I said you answered my question.
Oh, yeah. But shout out to Rashid for the Cash App. Appreciate you, fam. Yeah. And shout out to Kaluminati Assassin. Appreciate the Cash App. And he has a question, I think, for Jay Shine.
Yeah. Exactly. I used to think Michael Steele was a sellout, but he proved me wrong.
Nah, when he ran the RNC, he had that shit. It was Niggerville in the RNC, boy. That's why they got rid of him.
So let me say exactly.
I love those black conservatives. I like.
He said, I don't mess with the left at all, but the right got some MF getting away with too much. Yeah. That's from
we're in a trick bag, man. It's black people. You know what I mean? We're in a trick bag. And that's why we got to be more united with each other. Some things, I disagree with a lot of brothers on these spaces, man. But when it comes to this shit, I'll put all that shit aside. I don't care what it is. We got to put it aside, man, because we got to do what's in the best interest of our family. Whether you don't think racism exists or not, well, other groups do. And that's what I'm saying. When I got to work with these other people and I saw how they operated, even inside a white society, like, all right, for instance, I worked for an SCS one time and he was from Slavic. I forgot what Slavic nation he was from. He was from one of the Baltic nations, the Balkan nations. I can't remember. No, it wasn't Serbia. It was another one. And he had one of those ugly last names, right? So then he had the opportunity to hire, his aide left, and he had another opportunity to hire aide. Guess who he hired? Out of all the motherfuckers, that's available to him in the government, he hired another ugly name. You see what I'm saying? And you just see shit like that happen, just little stuff, subtle stuff that they do, and how they operate. And I'm like, these motherfuckers operate like a group.
Yeah, that's one thing that I wonder.
White women do it. I'm like, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? I see how it's working, even with females. And I'm like, the only people who are not working with each other is us.
Yeah, they call it Slavic brotherhood.
There you go. And he, you know what I mean? And he came in, he gave him the red carpet treatment too. And when the general came from that country, they somehow he ended up at our little ass command, which was weird. Because usually they go to the Pentagon or some shit. They came down to our place. So, you know, they have a synergy between them. You know what I mean? And this is a full-blood American. In fact, I'll give you a hint who this guy was. He's a picture of him standing next to what was that president that we were protecting in Haiti? That Clinton sent somebody down to what's that guy's name that was being protected?
Aristide.
He's a picture of him standing right next to Aristide in uniform. He was the colonel that was in charge. That's the guy I used to work for. All right. And he, you know what I mean? He has an ugly name. You know what I mean? These are the people I run into in DC. I've been to DC 20-something years. So when it comes to DOD, I'm that guy, especially Army. But anyway, you get to meet these people and you sit down and talk to them. And you pick their brain. You sit in the office, talk to them, and they give you, they give you game, and they give you how they think, how they see things, and it's like two conversations happening at once. What he's saying was really what he's really saying, and this is what I would do. I would soak up game. I'll get around these motherfuckers and just listen. I'll be in the conference room just listening, see how they operate with each other, see how they shit on each other, see how they disrespect each other. They have another language. It's called sarcasm, and I'm good at that shit too. So I sat and watched these motherfuckers 20-something years, man, run shit, run wars, run operations. And it's weird that I got to come back to this space and hear a lot of dudes that don't know what the fuck they talking about. You know what I mean? At all.
Yeah.
At all. Because I'm telling you, the weirdest thing that I ever had in my life was when General Brooks, a black brother, who was the spokesperson for, I remember when the Iraq war was happening when Bush was in office, and it was the public affairs officer, General Brooks. He had a twin brother. He was two black men. They were giving the briefings every day, if you remember that. They were giving the briefings, on what was going on over in the war. If y'all can remember that, y'all can look it up if you don't remember. But anyway, working with those two brothers, man, and just talking to them and seeing how they operate, how they navigate that world. You know what I mean? And seeing what some of our brothers are going through in these worlds, man. It was an IT or an executive level or being commanders. And it's like, and then I come back to this space and I feel like I'm in fucking bizarro world. I remember being in one of those briefings, hearing what he had to say, seeing the 1800 brief, seeing what's really was happening in real time, and then turn on MSNBC and like, what the fuck are they talking about?
Yeah, that's the blowback of culture warriors, man, in this space, man. A lot of these guys are really just focused on 3 or 4 things, BWs, LGBTQ, liberalism,
feminism,
feminism. They just focus on the cultural aspect. But if you I'm not saying you can't go to the right. I'm saying go to the right with an agenda first, and then have that conversation about what
strategy.
What's so good about
this? This is what we want. Yeah, we empower y'all. Y'all can rock out, but this is what we want.
Because I want to see what it looks like. Oh, go ahead, Sam.
No, you can carve out a space within the Republican Party. You can if you get at least 10,000 signatures, you can carve out a space. The problem is these guys are going over there playing cultural warrior, and it's like they don't play that over there. Like Jay Sean is pointing out, they don't play that.
No, not at all. Matter of fact, if you wanted to be a Republican hardcore, you know who should have been Republicans a long time ago? Blacks in California.
Right.
Blacks in California, y'all should have been Republicans a long time ago. You know what I mean? For real. That should have been a Republican, black Republican stronghold.
Yeah.
But
you got a lot of background noise.
That's Meech driving. That's Meech driving in the mountains.
Yeah, I know.
But I want. Oh, go ahead, y'all.
No, I was saying, you got to come with an agenda, at least 5 items. What are the things that most impact brothers that would actually benefit the collective to actually go over there with, right? And so Trump could throw out a platinum plan, and that's just a dog bone. But you playing with the dog bone, and he got your vote, and that dog bone ain't worth nothing. It ain't worth that platinum plan. Ain't never gonna work.
Yeah, when my frat brother gets here, I definitely, I want to see what it looks like, or I just want to hear the description of what it looks like if you got about 70% of the brothers in the Republican Party, and find out, okay, if they're there, now what? What's next?
Like I said, if you want to vote Republican, that I gave a strategy for it. I gave one out of many if you really want to go there. But you got to have leverage. You got to go with leverage. That's why I was like, you should vacate the top of the ticket, flip the Senate, and now you have something. If Trump wins, now you have something that he needs. He needs the Senate back. All right, he needs your vote, and now you have something that everybody needs. And guess what? Most people don't vote in fucking in off-year elections, so your numbers really matter, especially when the Democrats are on the defense in 2022 and 2024. All right, Democrats are going to be on the defense, so Tammy Duckworth and whoever else, they're going to need you. And even y'all can even piss off Kamala if she loses, because she's still going to be in California. She's up for re-election in 22. Yeah, y'all can go. You're not going to beat her, but y'all can make her spend her a lot of money, which is going to make the Republican Party happy. So, I mean, there's things you can do, man, to do business, but nah, you know what I mean? They don't want to do business. They want to do fanboy shit.
No, they want.
Go ahead.
They want the government to get out of their way, but the reality is it's the Republican government that's in the way. I don't, the Republican have Mitch McConnell said earlier this year, if there's a reparations bill on the table, I'm going to veto it. Okay, it's the Republican. You got Lindsey Graham.
Obama's reparations. Huh?
That's what he said, which is very disrespectful.
Yeah, I hope he loses. I know he won't, but I hope he loses.
Yeah.
You got Lindsey Graham saying you don't deserve reparations. You got Rand Paul filibustering in June the anti-lynching bill that would have protected guys like.
So Lindsey Graham said that.
Huh?
Lindsey Graham said that shit.
Oh yeah.
Lindsey Graham he's from fucking South Carolina, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the main slave nigga. I'm about to throw my phone against the wall. You said that shit?
Yeah, look it up on YouTube. There's a clip of him saying.
Oh my God, man!
Said, black folk are safe going to South Carolina as long as you're a conservative.
Do you know what South Carolina means historically to slavery in America and the wealth of America?
Yeah, wasn't that one of the main slaves?
It's one of them. It was I think about 60% of us at one point at some point in the country in the 1800s. About 60% of us was processed through Charleston, South Carolina.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I was.
That's major paper, man. We talking about selling bodies, man. That's major paper.
It was between like Virginia and South Carolina were like the main slave ports.
Yeah, but when it was a time when South Carolina overtook it. You know what I mean?
Oh, really?
And it was one of the premier slave ports in America. And it was not just one slave port, it was like 4 of them along that coast. You know what I mean? I can't, oh my God, I can't believe he says some shit like that. The wealth of those people, the old families in that fucking state, is directly due to slavery. I mean, there's no argument. You could be a California and maybe say, hey, we ain't got nothing to do with slavery. But yeah, it's still an American problem. You can be in Oregon and probably kick that shit. But South Carolina, fuck no.
No, you got plantations there too.
Yeah, you got Rand Paul and June who filibustered the anti-lynching bill. These people are not your friends, man. They're not your friends like that. You think you're going over it?
Yeah. They want, look, it's like this. It's the same thing on the liberal side. The liberals want they want their policies and they want their freedoms, but for them. You know what I mean? And it's the same thing on, the conservative side. They want those policies to work, but for them. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. They don't really want it to work for you. That's where the group comes in. Dr. Claude Anderson was absolutely right. Mm-hmm. This shit is a team sport, man.
Yep. And we're talking about not just white folks either.
No, exactly. They're all in here now, busting us in the head.
No, wasn't it Trump that recently said that get rid of these cultural the cultural race critical race theory? It was Trump that pushed that out.
Yeah. Amy Barrett told a brother that came right. He did the right thing. A brother had a discrimination situation in his job. It rose to a federal bench that she sat on. It rose to that level, which means he paid the money, he did the time, he did the work. He did all of that to make sure this shit don't happen no more. And you know what she told him? She said being called the N-word at work does not rise to a hostile environment. And she's not even constitutionally sound. This is what they putting on benches, man. Out of that 240, about 30% of them don't have the jurisprudence to be on the bench. So yeah, you can go over there and you might get, some cuts to some of the, the liberal policies and all that shit, but you cut, just by your face. Look, I'm a businessman. I got properties back home. I'm coming home after this assignment. I'm coming home. I'm coming home to do business. And I know that I'm going to run right into these fucking judges if I get into a situation. If I run into a situation, no matter where I live, if I live in California, if I live in New York, it's going to be a conservative, a Federalist ownership society judge sitting over that district. And he's only going to look out for white. That's what the Federal Society is putting out there. They have a long bench of these judges that don't come through you. You have no say in these judges. You don't know them. You don't know their record. Kavanaugh is a fucking mess. We know Kavanaugh's record because he was working for the Bush team. But if you really check out all his other shit that he did, he's a mess.
Yeah.
Gorsuch is probably the only one that's kind of, stable. But again, you know what I mean? Look, Alito, they're going to activate Alito because Alito, Scalia was gone. He was the activator for the right on that court. Now he's gone. They had a sea change. Now they're going to have Amy and Kavanaugh are going to be the activators for that right court.
It used to be 6-3 Supreme Court. Now it's 7-2.
Pretty much.
You think they're going to get rid of feminism because you go to the right?
And
that's the funny thing right there.
Conservative court just gave the LGBT this year 2 decisions. So that goes that. So you voting for that for what? They're not going to change any of the LGBT laws. They can't. Now
they have a new rainbow coalition. I saw a clip last night. They have a new rainbow coalition on the right now, coming out.
Uh-oh.
I mean, by the way, good evening, good afternoon.
Yes, sir. What's up, boss? What's going on?
Uncle Charles.
Yeah, just got tested. Me and my son just got tested for this, that beer virus, whatever the fuck you want to call it. So I got my issues about that, but I'll talk about that later.
I mean, is he good?
We'll find out in 2 days to make sure everything. Well, we
you got a cheap test.
So
he got a Negro test. Yeah, he got a Negro test. Yeah,
he didn't get that 15-minute test.
Well, we got the 15-minute one. Then
that costs money.
Yeah. Hey, it's called insurance. It's called insurance. It's called good damn insurance. Sorry for your damn luck, but it's funny how you have almost 600 LGBTQ members running for office this year.
Yeah, something like that.
Not one mention about black men, and I've talked about the black men political party. Like, you are literally an island among yourself. Think about it. And I've said this, and Jay Sean heard me say it on my channel before. Number one problem with black men, they too cheap and too unorganized. And then it's a third, it's called laziness. You don't want to fight the system because you don't want to upset the women. I had to tell that to a friend of mine. I said, yo, let you openly vote against somebody that your wife doesn't like and watch you get into a heated argument. You can't just leave that shit alone. You just vote just to get along.
That's crazy.
And I have to ask people too. Okay, we I think most of us agree that sisters love simps. The question is, do they respect simps?
No,
do they respect a simp leadership? Do they respect the simp leadership?
Excuse me.
A simp is not a leader.
They respect the simp's leadership because they can overrun him.
That wouldn't be called respect.
He's not being a simp. He's being placated. He's being propped up as a paper tiger. He ain't really leading shit. She's running him.
He's a figurehead.
Yeah. He's being ran by her.
Because I'm the one that they want to vote, for Biden.
Huh. Well, I hate to break this to you, but Auntie Maxine will never forgive me. Oh well.
Oh well. Look,
it is what it is. I do take your point though, Jay Sean. I'm not sucking up to the Republican Party for shit. I honestly hope some of them lose. I have no interest in sucking up to those assholes.
I'll tell you what though, AB, real talk. I mean, I don't mean to sound like I'm double talking, but in the perfect world, what I want to see this election turn out to be is the Democrats flip the Senate slightly, by 2 seats. That's good, and Trump winning. I can't. Biden and Harris being in office right now, to me is impossible. I can't. That we done. We get nothing out of that.
Fundamentally, I can't vote for Biden. Fundamentally.
Yeah, so I personally vacated the top of the ticket. You know what I mean? Because I can't vote for either. But if Trump wins, I'm cool. Because at least if we have the Senate flipped, that ends that judge shit. All right, that puts that to an end for now. And then we have some leverage to work with. Because right now we're not organized as black men, but in 2022 we can be. And I'm telling you right now, those fucking off-year elections, no one votes in them bitches. You see what I'm saying? But we
I do. But go ahead. Yeah.
I'm with you. But most people don't. The numbers are drastically lower in off-year elections. So in 2022, we can really swing our weight around. We can just keep going at Trump because he's going to be alone. He's going to have 2 houses against him. You know what I mean?
I do hear you, but the country's in bad enough shape that Biden and Harris would be stupid to just do the goofy shit they've been doing if they get in.
I just don't think they're trying to win.
I don't think they're trying to win either.
I don't think they're trying to win. I think if they win, it's just like, remember how we were saying that it don't look like Trump was trying to win because he was throwing everything out there that would make a candidate lose, but he still won anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Art, do you think Biden is going to live to the second term?
No,
I didn't even know he was that old, man. I didn't even know Biden was that old.
Yeah, he'll be 78 pretty soon.
Get the fuck out of here! No way. He's definitely not running for a second term. What is the Democrats doing?
Because the objective is to get him into office. He steps down, and then
that can't happen. That can't happen. That can't happen.
Trojan horse.
Yeah, that can't happen. So there's no
and
way
that's the other thing too. That's the other thing too. I don't think people being realistic. We're talking about the white woman's vote. Okay, so you already had Hillary knocked out of the park with this whole thing about we can't really see a woman in office. We rather have male leadership. That's pretty much why they voted for Trump. But you're gonna have a black woman in office before a white woman.
Yeah, that's.
I just don't. I'm just looking at the whole. I don't think they're gonna say it publicly, but I know what they think.
I'm glad you said that because that's what happened last time. A lot of people can say some shit, but what they do in the booth, they won't say shit. Oh, I didn't vote for him. And you look around like, bitch, who did?
Like, somebody voted for this person, yeah. And that's a tragedy. If Kamala ended up being president, you know how tragic that is for our country.
Yeah, but but the Republicans don't have anybody that can run against her. They don't have anybody.
What? I'm leaving. I'll tell you what. I'm pulling the old shape. That should happen. I'm leaving the country. I'm pulling the old shape.
I'm gonna tell you what.
I'm gonna be an expat.
Number one, black man, you might as well just hand over your wallets to every black woman you see. That's all you need to do. Just shut up and take the damn money.
Yeah, I mean, that's the strategy, right? The Republicans, if they lose this, I mean, they have to win this time around, I mean, to secure themselves into 2028. But if they lose this time around, and they have nothing, no firepower to go against the Democrats in 2024, 2028, and 2032. They have nothing, at least not from the foreseeable future. They have nothing.
I disagree. It's going to be Mike V.
Not me. I'm going to run Mike.
They're going to run your ass.
I'm a progressive, man. I don't,
Well, I'll tell you one thing, Jay Sean. It'd be a good time just to use the party. Be like, hey, how the fuck you can become president? Nigga, who else they had?
Man, I'll tell you right now, if that shit happen, man, I'm going to extend as much as I can over here. I'm gonna be like one of these brothers over here who came over here and never came back.
Because if the thing is, they have the momentum right now in terms of numbers, right? In terms of constituency support. Women. If you look at the Democratic Party right now, women who march with Black Lives Matter and stuff like that, they're getting office. Look at Cori Bush.
Yeah.
He came out of nowhere, right? You got some. I think BGS put up a video about how many LGBTs are running, right?
Yeah, I did see that. Man, that was crazy. I didn't know that.
Yeah, they have a lot of momentum.
How many BGS said? How many? It was like 300,
500 plus.
I think it was 700. I think it was 700.
That's crazy, man. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I saw that on his timeline. I was like, what? I didn't even know that. So that's crazy. That's alarming.
And think about it. What has, and this is the question I ask black men. Mm-hmm. What the hell have we been doing with our resources, money, and time?
We haven't been in the game. That's what I'm saying. We have not been in the game. Now, I've been saying this for a year and a half. We are not in the game.
Yeah, but they've been giving super chats to all the women in the manosphere. That's what they've been doing.
Oh, shit.
That's true. Yeah.
I'm trying to start a fight. I'm trying to start a fight. I got cussed out next time for saying that, but
I don't do it, but I know what you're saying. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where we are right now. I mean, you go to these other channels outside of here, Jay Shine, and you don't hear guys really talking about policy, man. They're just talking about, game and stuff like that. It's like things that are not essential to.
It all comes down. It all comes to dick and pussy politics, not real politics. You know, and that's all they care about is dick and pussy politics. And you know, we gotta get off of that. And you know, I'm gonna tell you something. And I know this might offend some niggas out here, but that's a form of simping. All right. All right. Well, vaginas on your brain all day. That's a form of simping, man. As men, we are builders. We are creators. You know what I mean? Like I told y'all before, Art will probably laugh when I say this. My favorite scene in cinematic history was in the beginning of the Gin and Juice video. When the homie was getting, you know, he was getting some, and then he got the phone call and he pushed off of him. That changed my life. All right. At a young age, that changed my life. Because that was business shit. I was like, look, sex is entertaining, but when it's time to go, it's time to go. A lot of dudes can't do that. It's too many tender dick niggas out here. You know what I mean? And that's all they care about is, you know, is what the girls are doing. Real talk. Even the ones that talk down on them. You know what I mean? And it's like, when I'm around other groups of men, they talking about retirement plans and investments and or how it is over here in this country, or this is a spot you need to go to, places they traveled. This is what I'm going. This is what I'm talking to other groups of men. And yeah, they might bring up women every now and then when they, because you know over here in Europe, prostitution is legal. They talk about some spots you can go to, for, you know what I mean. But that's as far as it goes. But the conversations we have, they don't have those conversations.
You know what? You know what Jay Sean, what me and my best friend talked about. We talked about our ultimate team on Madden and talked about our stock portfolios.
Yeah.
And what to get. Like, you should have seen my ass just like, oh, I want stock in this. Even if I put $10 there, $50 there, $20 there, whatever. It's like, where do you put your interest? It shows how adults you really are.
Yeah. Yeah. What's that saying from the Bible? When I was a child, I played as a child. When I became a man, I put away childish things, you know, and you know, and that's why I want brothers to get to. It's not personal for me. Any brother I've ever gotten to it with in this space, it's never personal. I want you to win. I need you strong. When I said that on the debate, when I was debating, I forgot who it was, SKC Simon. I said I was debating MOT, and I said I just named random niggas, but I said I need these brothers, I was just using an example. I need my brothers, man, because I know how it is up here now. I'm good. Financially, Jay Shine is good. I'm good. I'll tell brothers to get to the purple, but I'm trying to get to the gold next year. I'm not even going to be around like that next year. I'm going to be too busy. I'm going to be focused. My head's going to be down. You know what I mean? And you're going to be like, damn, where the fuck Jay Sean been? I'm focused. I ain't got time for no internet shit. I'm going to be focused on getting this paper. You know what I mean? But I digress. The bottom line is that I still need y'all, though. I need every fucking man on this panel because that's how it works. I don't have any real agency in the world without you. That's not a love song. That's just fucking reality. I don't have no agency, no political power without Art, without Mike, without DC, without homie, without Charles, without fucking AB. I don't have nothing without y'all. So we don't have to be best friends.
Jay Shine, 3 years ago, I sat on a panel and I said, we need to put together our own military weapons contractor company, enterprise. Mm-hmm. A lot of opportunities on the table for that, for minority businesses. And I mean, you know this. I mean, you're on the inside. Yeah. When I brought that up, Cats looked at me and just laughed and said, that's a joke.
Yeah, look, man, look, I get it to a certain degree, Mike. I get it to a certain degree. And I'll shut up on this.
Go ahead, Jay Sean.
Now, I was going to say this. I was going to say this real quick. And I get that, what Mike just said. And it's tragic that happens. But I will say this, though. I'm never going to give up on us because I understand the pathology as well. I know where we come from. Mentally, we're not, where we need to be because of our history. So I'm sympathetic. I just walk around with an iron fist because I know at some point, at some generation, we got to get the fuck out of it. You know what I mean? We can't continue this way no more. I got a daughter who's gonna have grandchildren. I got a fucking nephew who's 1 year old. I got a future coming behind me, and I need you, brothers. The sisters are not going to do it. Even with we got a handful of sisters who rock with us, and I love those sisters to death. But a lot of our sisters are lost, and that's part of the game. That's a hurdle we're gonna have to jump. It's not personal. Stop making it personal. Stop internalizing it. There's a long history that put us where we are right now. We're on a timeline, and you can take this point of where we are right now, this very fucking second. You can draw it right back to where we came from, and you can see how we got here. At some point, some generations got to come along and snap us out of it. It's just the way it goes. Or our grandchildren will suffer.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna ask Mike, what idea were you trying to bring up?
We were talking about these MRAPs and things like that, because after the Boston bombing, it was like kind of revealed that where all these vehicles coming from, where all these logistics coming from. Well, there's a company called Renco out in Springfield, Massachusetts, that does 78% of the armored vehicles for the police departments. I said we could be doing the same exact thing that they're doing. All they're doing is they're taking the F-550 chassis from Ford and they're bolting on it.
I mean, you got to look at it, Mike. How many years ago did Cerulli and myself come up with the Great Faulkner Initiative?
Just around the time before Trump came to office.
Been a minute, right?
Yeah, been a minute.
But we still got brothers complaining about shit that we gave them a solution to years ago. Mm-hmm. Like I'm looking at black people. You're state of the art when it comes to fashion, but when it comes to finance, economics, and team building, you're like 100 years behind.
Like we said, it's emotional politics. That's all it is. I feel this way. They're not admitting it, but that's what it is.
They'll admit it because they get emotional. I had to tell one of my best friends that shit. I said, yo, stop being so fucking emotional. He's like, why would you go for this way? You fucking emotional. I said, you think like a goddamn woman. I said, you scared as shit because if you told your wife, we voting this way, you don't want to go through an argument. Grab your balls, my nigga. Grab your fucking balls.
Yeah, I have to agree with Mike. You proved last week that some of these dudes are just flat out emotional. It ain't that deep.
What do you say? Put yourself a man suit on and stop wearing your sister's clothes.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't dispute that. Last week you proved that them dudes it's just about emotion. Because even I was sitting there like, really? Trump ain't worth all that, man. What are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, my whole thing. I want to definitely. I mean, because there is some black Republicans are not as emotional.
Right.
That's what really disappointed me when I can't really have a very tangible engagement of a conversation in politics. It's like, and then the other part too is I'm trying to really narrow it down to where is it possible that brothers that on the right, can they be on code? Because every time we try to narrow it down, they try to run from it, or slither away from it. We get that there's no racism, and racism not bothering me, and that was back in the day, and now it's better, and all this. I'm like,
I'll answer that for you, Art. If you don't cultivate the child, when he grows up to be a man, he'll burn down the village just to feel its warmth. You don't control nor cultivate the coons.
Yeah, I mean, I can answer that simply by, we can use a reference from the Haitian Revolution. After they got rid of the British and the French, they took those down to the beachhead who wasn't on code, and they finished those cats off too. So we have ways of going about this, historically speaking. But I swing the mic to DC from the Outer Rim.
DC, what's going on, DC?
Can you be heard?
Can a brother enter from the Outer Rim?
He need a theme. Everybody need theme music, huh?
What's up, brother?
Oh man, what's up? Art New Style, man. What's up? What's going on, brother? Jay Shine, Mike V, salute. AB Media 83. What up?
What's
and
good?
My B more adversary. What's good with you? 00 Negro.
00 Negro. You got
your shenanigans.
You're people that's coming in. What's it looking like?
Well, hold on. People that's coming in, could y'all hit the like button, please? Hit the like button because we want everybody to hear this. It's probably one of my last political panels. Because I was only doing this until the election. So, I want this to be a nice grand finale, and then we're going to be leading into the Code Breakers panel, and then leading into the Black Brain Trust panel.
Word.
So everybody's doing stuff. So I want whatever they're doing. Whatever they're doing tonight, I want this to be a continuation to what's going on and what they're talking about. So, but go ahead, brother Mike. Brother DC.
No, AB, what were you saying again?
What's your take on what's going on right now?
As far as what? Just the whole climate and everything, or just
the cycle. Well, how the elections going and shit.
Well, I mean, my only concern, and this has been my concern since the beginning. Anybody that's been listening to me, I've been calling this thing since, really since 6 months ago, really pre-pandemic. And I was on Arch channel, actually. Check the archives. Anyway, my contention is the splintering that this is going to cause between Black people and Black folks. I don't need to like I think Jay Shine was reiterating it. We don't all need to be friends, man. We don't all need to agree on everything. Our major things that we need to agree on is that moving Black people forward, we need to focus on Black males in particular. That will be good for the group as a whole.
Agreed.
If you're there with that, then I can get with you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If that is not the case, then I can't rock with you. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's where the divide is. And I don't want to make enemies out of brothers, man. I don't want to get into conflicts about political things and things of that nature. I just see it as something that we can actually move forward with and kind of get some initiatives done, even though we may have slight disagreements. As far as like the election itself, I just say people just need to get comfortable with Biden and Harris being in office, and also a possibility of Harris ascending to the presidency. I know that's not something that a lot of brothers want to see. I don't really know how comfortable I am with it, but yeah, I think that there is a possibility that is the case, that may be actually happening. So we need to really, really be careful with the way we actually look at this thing and actually look at it from a realistic standpoint.
Can somebody put the Code Breakers link in the chat? So, because some people want to chime in, and then Black Brain Trust as well, because I know they got something heavy tonight. Yeah, that's going to be fire. Getting on these panels after 8 o'clock Pacific. You know, as long as people stay indoors and you know, lay low, because there's some crazy people out there.
I'm gonna tell you from my professional opinion, that's bullshit that people are gonna stay indoors.
Hey brothers, I gotta hop off. It's Taco Tuesdays. My daughter made tacos, man. So I'm gonna holler at y'all.
What German tacos?
Nah, American tacos, man. We keep American Black over here, man. All right. Hey, when you coming out to Germany, Art?
I don't know, man. I'm still trying to get past the Hitler stuff, so I don't know.
I'm gonna get you divorced, nigga. All right, so I'm gonna hot chat brothers later, man. A good conversation. I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna hang out in the chat room when I can, man. But good combo, and wish y'all the best. And anything going on nefarious where you at, man, just watch your ass, man. Be safe. And if you got to bust one, make sure you send a mask. I'm out.
Yo, Jay Sean, man, before you leave, man, please, man, when you get in town, man, please, man. No
doubt, man. Matter of fact, you know, my email is jseanrandoms at gmail.com. Hit me up, man.
Drop it in a private chat. I'll drop my my email in the private chat.
I'll email you right now. That way we can hook up, because
cool.
I'm definitely coming in there. I gotta check on my properties next spring, so I might holler at you.
That'll work.
All right.
Peace, man.
Always a pleasure. Thanks for coming through, fam.
All right, though.
Now, someone was in.
Biden's gonna last, DC.
Say what now? Sorry.
How long you think Biden's gonna last?
I don't know, man. I mean, you know, this seems to be, like I said, I've been saying it for the last couple of streams. This is bigger than Nino Brown. I mean, I think that there's something in play. So I don't know how long it's gonna last, to be honest with you. Yeah, I don't know, but we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, I've already cast my ballot and stuff, and I guess Auntie Maxine's gonna never forgive me. It is what it is.
No, Maxine, no.
He's throwing the baby out with the
Why y'all
bathwater.
let these people gaslight y'all like this, man? Maxine Waters is old school, man. That lady's 80-something years old.
Yes.
She's fought the good fight, man. She's just basically, you know how you have a person that's been fighting a war on one side so long, and then the demographics change, and she may not be able to kind of stomach it, to see that there's black men that are showing their agency that want to vote for Donald Trump because it basically supports their interest. And that's all. I mean, she's just the old stalwart, man, and she's not going to change. She's in the twilight.
She ain't gonna change.
Yeah, so you gotta look at that. You gotta look at that.
You're not gonna change that look either.
Oh gosh.
Look, man.
That's so hard.
That's to me. That's
That's
a red herring. She's been a soldier, though. She's been a soldier, bro.
They're not old enough to know. They're not old enough to know what she did in the past. What made it put her in history books.
Yeah, she's a soldier. She's a soldier.
She did a whole bunch of things back then, especially with the job market.
Yeah, there nobody's going to be coming for no black men because they voted for Donald Trump. That's not going to happen.
This is her sloppy way of fitting in. That's all.
Yeah, and like I told a lot of brothers, man, I hope you bring 10 brothers to the poll, man, that's going to vote for Trump. And if that's what you on, then get other brothers that's supporting Trump or that you feel that share the similar ideas that you do to come out and vote and stand up and do that. I got nothing against that, bro, at all.
Nope.
At all.
You can't do that because nigga got the big lip. And he gonna go up there. He gonna slap that. No. Why you can't vote outside there? They ain't for the black. They are not for the black. I'm gonna put that list right there, and I'm gonna tell you, you cannot vote against the black queens.
I know one thing though. It's funny because at most of the polls, right? It's mostly sisters. And they looking. So one was like, I voted yesterday? I think I voted yesterday. And she was just like, well, you want to do it electronically? You want to do it? You want to write in? I'm like, let me write it in, And she looked at me. You're like, you like, hold on, man. I mean, be easy, man.
Yeah, mine's
Be cool, man. It's no need for all of this. There needs to be like November 4th or 5th, man. We probably need to have a real I don't know if we could do it online, a real discussion with
like what now
with voting agency and stuff like that, because I don't this is weird, man. It seems like that there seems to be some kind of worry about who black men are choosing, or that they have to have somebody look over their shoulder, and that's not not necessary. Like I said, black men vote your interests. Do what you feel like you need to do.
I voted for a few Democrats, but when it came to top of the ticket, I
don't care if you voted for Republicans your whole life, man. That is your choice. You feel me? Doesn't matter, man. Don't let nobody.
What you got to do is take your booty to the polls.
Take your booty to the polls and vote Republican. Period. You can do that too.
Well, did that.
I don't know. Did they say you got to vote Democrat in that stripper video? They probably did. I don't know. Did they say vote blue? I think they said take your booty to the poll.
I wasn't seeing a lot of red or blue. I saw a lot of pink.
You wasn't paying attention to that, man. I know what you paying the little hustler joint downtown Bmore. Was it Norma Jeans? Is it Norma Jeans? Is that what's the joint?
Norma Jeans is around.
Yeah.
We know you're regular.
Yeah.
I like big votes, and I can't.
I'm not gonna get into it with you, man. I'm not gonna get into it.
Got votes,
man. The damn DJ stops playing.
The
strippers be spinning in midair. DJ.
Pronounce your vowels, man. Pronounce your vowels first.
Yep, baby got votes.
What's going on?
That's all I gotta say. Oh, we pronounce our vowels. Don't worry.
Yeah, right.
We just went up wearing slouch socks all the time, looking like 80s aerobics partners.
They say, Becky, look at that vote. It's so big.
Get out of here, man.
My man said he
Norma.
completed.
They got a strip club called Norma Jeans. Real talk, downtown Beatmore. Salute, Norma Jeans.
Norma Jeans.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
That's what I'm talking about.
Is it black owned?
The block is literally the block.
Hold
The
on,
block
hold
where
on.
all the strip clubs
That's
are.
like a good old boy bar right there.
You thought I was talking about a soul food joint, didn't you? Thought I was talking about like some down Mississippi, downtown type.
Yeah,
of
you'll get some breast and you'll get some breast and thighs. They just not fried.
Breast and thighs.
So they used to that bring your booty to the poles type of joint down there. You understand?
gotta
That's
understand.
Wash down some strawberry
The
soda.
The block is literally between
Norma
police
Jean.
headquarters.
Yeah.
It's literally between police headquarters and City Hall. So you can imagine how much political speech is being done in between that block.
You get some
Yeah,
Kool-Aid.
I
with it.
know you didn't blew plenty of cigars up in Norma Jeans, homeboy. I already know.
I'm not even a strip club guy.
Mm-hmm. Playing security.
I'm like
security.
I don't even go up in there much. See, I'm like you. I don't like to spend money on those.
Yeah, he's Leroy the Angry Dancer.
I don't like to spend my money on women I can't touch. You know.
Leroy the Angry Dancer.
See, he likes to go up there. You know, but in DC, you know, it's second to Atlanta now. You know what I'm talking about?
Wow, you gonna go there? Okay.
It's true.
I'm gonna let you have it. Yeah, those facts. Those are facts.
Even though the thing that keeps DC tight, though, y'all have very, very beautiful women there.
Yeah. Stay in your own pond. Stay in your own pond, homeboy.
We
Or
got beautiful women.
This is one of them DMV quarrels.
Well, the security once again. I used to stay up and down security, man. Come on, man.
So that's Baltimore County.
Exactly.
Art, I just
Uh,
wanted to respond to a comment in the chat from Sonny's Boxing Talk. It says, so is Biden and you voted against the Second Amendment, making it impossible for you in times of hardship to protect yourself and your family. So see, this is the fear mongering, right? Biden was the vice president for 8 years. I mean, what has happened to the Second Amendment? I mean, if you look at the recent report from the NRA, Black people make up 58% of the gun sales for COVID.
Mm-hmm.
So how can you say, that this guy is going to take it away? There's no reference to anything that you're saying. I don't understand why people, come around here and they say these type of things without any sort of sufficient evidence to reference from that we can actually look to that says that Biden's taking away people's Second Amendments. I mean, he was in office for 8 years as vice president.
Well, it's not necessarily my argument, but some people are going to look at the crime bill and say it, but I don't see him doing it. I still don't see him doing it.
Can we please just dispel?
I'm just saying that's what they're going to.
No. But I'm just saying I understand it. You know what I'm saying? And I thought that it's just me going over the '94 crime bill ad nauseum and who's responsible for it and how many people are complicit in that bill. Like it's Charles was very, very young, but I was a high schooler when that bill got passed. Okay. And I remember very succinctly what it was to be in the inner cities, DC, Baltimore, New York, Memphis.
I know.
Little Rock.
I know firsthand how that shit hit.
You got to understand what it was at that time. Like people, I'm saying, like, I know there's a lot of 30-something-year-olds that's talking about the crime bill, even some that's in my generation. I understand. But dude, if you grew up in the inner city, dude, you can't honestly look me in my face, dude, and tell me that you did not see a lot of Black people saying we need to lock these niggas up and lock them up fast.
Now, just to add on to that, fam, I talked about that early. I talked about that earlier because remember the Chronic came out. Okay, remember the face of hip hop was changing drastically to gangster rap. Okay, so it gave you the whole picture, it gave you that whole image of every time you heard the music, every time you saw somebody wearing stuff, it's some kind of gangster connotation. So when it was time to put those kind of things out, like the crime bill, it kind of made it a lot easier because it gave people a little bit of a brainwash type of message. And so I don't think we're really paying attention to the whole background of when that bill was passed. It was almost like they damn near snuck it in.
I think when y'all talking about firearms, and just being honest, the grade of firearms that the average black household uses versus the kind of grade of firearms that more militarized families use or other households use is very differently. Y'all, I mean, the average black household probably might get an AR if they get one. They might get a sidearm or a pistol. You know, they might get a shotgun. But the areas where I reside in, seeing an M4 or an AK or different kind of stuff, that's kind of like the great. That's honestly when you're talking about the Biden thing, where even I don't like because you're talking about graded weapons that we use. Again, that's literally because these are other. It's more so of other entities of, I would say, forces that don't depend on the police or the government. The black community does. Those kind of entities don't. We don't. It's not needed. It's kind of like, other entities have militias. Other entities have their own thing where the sheriff says, "Okay, guys, mount up." There's a bunch of people showing up. I know. Like, I think the last time I seen one guy broke out from the county jail. That was a bad day for him. Better for him to deal with the police, because every dude grabbed his gun and his wife. We all wanted to take a crack at him. We just didn't get to kill him. He turned himself in. It's just not worth it. But there's towns like that, and in these places. Honestly, I mean, the Biden thing, that's above his pay grade, because that's above his pay grade. He couldn't do shit.
Thank you.
He can't. Well, and I'm talking. I sell firearms. He can't touch us.
Jesus.
This is bigger. This is
You
bigger.
got to think it takes a congressional act.
It would not happen.
He can't.
It would not.
I mean,
It's too much of the culture ingrained.
It's a more so, like I said, it's a bigger thing than him. It's a bigger thing than him. This is from a Republican and a conservative. So, I mean, it's not like I'm trying to take toe to anybody's cause, but this is something that you can't really move. The only thing that can possibly has happened was the slowing down of ammunition, but we've already found a way how to handle that. So honestly, it's not really too much that can be done in certain areas. Will there be some changes? Most likely, but that's everybody's pretty much waiting to see what the next president will get in office. Then we'll see how the public will act, which we're not worried about it. It's all just a scare tactic to see how people are going to really act. It'll be another day. Everybody freaked out when Obama came in. Thought Christ was coming. So Trump might get in. People will ride around with their Trumps. If Biden gets in, the weirdos will come out. But honestly, I don't see too much of anything happening too much. Not in my area. The police already told them, y'all do something stupid, you just getting shot with rocks though. We're just gonna shoot y'all. Some people already got deputized for that happen. So, that's literally 40 people waiting just for people to act stupid. So, this voter suppression shit, that's already been handled. Everybody knows, everybody in the South had at least about 5 days to vote. So that literally, you couldn't say you didn't know not to vote. That means you just chose not to vote. So if anybody complains to say, "Oh man, they kept me out," that's a lie. If you had a fucking driver's license, excuse my language, you had a driver's license, you could have gone vote. If you literally, I think Texas, they're allowing people to do a drive-through and pull up their trucks or their cars, stop right there on the side of the place. Don't even know who the hell these people are. Drop off their ballot. Now that, to me, that was iffy, but hey, it is what it is. But you're gonna showcase this kind of thing happening. Black men, just be ready. I'm just gonna tell you right now, there are gonna be some terraforming changes in society in America for you, and either you're gonna be able to pick a step, whichever devil you gonna get, just take it to the chin. That's honestly that's just a straightforward answer. I'm at peace. Whether I get Trump or Biden, I'm a black man in America. shit's going to be the same for me. I still got to get up and work, fight, and raise a family. So I get one devil, I get the next devil. Ain't none of these, you know what I'm saying? So however it's going to be, you know what I'm saying? Just got to be on my toes. You know, that's honestly for any man. I don't know why we think, well, when we get the Democrats, it's going to be different, or you keep the Republicans. They're going to do what they're going to do. All you can do is vote locally, get the people in that know you or hopefully know you. You know what I'm saying? I think this is why we're trying to push for more black men get into these systems of and charters and stuff in your local government, because that's the stuff that's going to hit you faster. You know what I'm saying? I think we got 4 young brothers into the police academy. You know what I'm saying? I said, y'all want to make a change? Go into the police academy. Nah, man. I said, it's not about what people are going to think. It's what the community thinks. And if we know we got 4 brothers, and literally, you know what I'm saying, you do your little sidecar run with your, your superior or the person who has time on the beat. You know what I'm saying? And after that, as you get better at it, then we already know we're going to actually have 4 new black police officers in our community. See, that's taking charge of your situation, because you're putting people like you to govern and help you. You know what I'm saying? Instead of just having somebody who doesn't know of you ride through, see the issue. You know what I'm saying? So black people, at this point now, regardless of whatever president we get, it's going to be up to us to fix our own shit. I know we wait for some deal, platinum, voice, contract. Man, it's going to be just a Magna Carta that we make on a goddamn, in the back of a goddamn bar or some shit. Say, okay, all right, guys, let's put this money together and try to make it work. I know it sounds crazy, but it's going to have to be micro contracts that we make amongst each other. You know what I'm saying? And then just go from there.
So, gentlemen, so we have one of my special guests here. We have Mark Anthony Isles. That's my frat brother. Welcome. Ran for office back in the day. I mean, he's one of my go-tos for, that's why I do have my views when I hear some of these brothers on the right. I'm like, no, that don't sound like Mark, though. Mark is a little different. So, welcome, Mark Isles. I had to drag him over there because this dude is busy. So, can y'all hear him?
Yeah, he's off mute. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you,
brother.
Go ahead.
Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah,
you're breaking up a little bit at the end of the.
Oh yeah, man, I got bad reception. I'm really out moving about. Sorry for the reception.
No,
I
you
just
good.
kind of chimed in on the last conversation with the gentleman that was talking before, and you make a lot of sense, yeah. And I'm actually kind of pleased to hear, particularly young black men recognizing and understanding that whatever problem that we have is up to us as men to fix that problem. Because sitting around waiting on someone else to do it, to me, just makes no sense at all. I mean, the reality is that half the people, you talk to got their own problems, and the other half don't really care that you have your problems. So, I'm on the phone. Yeah. So I'm pleased. Is there any particular questions that are on the table, or we just have a general discussion? Please? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
We can hear you.
Can you hear me? I got terrible reception.
Hello. Is he? He's probably driving to very bad area.
It's at the end. It's at the end when your voice inflects. That's when the static comes. Just to let you know, Mark. So, well, he dropped off. So he probably gonna probably jump back on when he get better reception.
Yeah. Yeah, but here we are as black men. Man, 2020.
So I've been wanting to get people on record. I think Art, you still 50-50, right?
Oh no, I mean as far as who's gonna win?
Yeah, just not who you want to win, but who you think is going to win the election.
Yeah, I'm going 50-50, but I still think Trump gonna pull it off.
Oh, so you lean, you 50-50, but you lean Trump. So you 51-49. Okay, I got you down.
I think
until later.
I think the hillbilly vote's gonna carry him over.
It will. It's gonna do some damage. AB, where you at with it? What's your perspective?
50-50. I'm kind of leaning towards Trump. I could be wrong, but I've been talking to some other brothers. He has a lot of supporters. His supporters is much deeper than it's being reported. But I still could be wrong.
Talk about the deep state.
Yeah,
that's the real deep state right there. These Trump supporters. So I got you 51-49 Trump.
We just had a giant. I'm in Indiana, so you already know where we going.
Oh yeah. No doubt.
We had a gigantic Trump rally on the highway and stuff. Man, it's kind of crazy here. I got in votes. There weren't many people when I went to vote this morning, though.
Yeah, everybody got their early voting in, man. I think it's going to be. We may see a wave happen a little bit later, but it depends. I think there's a lot of people that voted already, though. I've talked to a lot of people. Most of the people I didn't talk to, they have already voted. So that's what's up.
But I fully expect Indiana to go to Trump. I don't see it swinging.
Oh no. That's a Trump state for sure. Mark, you want to give it another go, sir?
Oh yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good now. Yeah.
Great, man. I was just saying, man, I was very pleased to hear the what little bit I did hear. I was, it was very encouraging. The idea of us solving our own problems, man, really resonates with me. I'm really done with the group thinking. Individuals that have shared values and have interests that align. That's basically where the line is going to break in the future. If you ask me, I don't think it's going to break down Republican or Democrat lines. I really do think it's going to be a matter of shared interest.
Right.
And I mean, I've been saying for 20 years it was time for us to have a two-party approach to the way we govern ourselves. I've been involved in politics for 30 years, and I've been behind the scene. And behind the scene, I'm telling you, you go behind the scene, man, there's nobody back there talking about being Democrat or being Republican. They're all talking about how to get power and how to keep it.
Right.
And the Democrats and the Republicans do business with each other every day behind the scenes, every day. The most successful political relationship in the history of America was a relationship that existed between Ronald Reagan and Tip O'Neill, which did not become public until well after they were both out of government service. But it was that relationship that ultimately won the Cold War. You go back and check these facts. Chip O'Neill brought Irving Brown to President Reagan. Irving Brown at the time was the president of the AFL-CIO. He used his union powers to go across the entire continent of Europe, and they literally blockaded Russia's ability to dock and unload products all across Europe, and it broke them. And that relationship came as President Reagan was able to have that power because of his relationship with Tip O'Neill, who was a Democrat, and they almost agreed on nothing. They rarely agreed on anything, but they both shared a interest and a responsibility to protect our national security, and they did that. And I just for us in 2020 to be concerned about whether or not you're a Democrat or whether or not you are a Republican, that's just dinosaur thinking. And so I was it's kind of very encouraging to hear young men, particularly young men of color, putting aside the woe is me, you owed me because of, the men that rule the world never, ever ask for permission to do it.
Mm-hmm.
So, I've always been of the mindset that, whatever I get in my life, it's going to be because I go out and get it, not because somebody owes it to me or because somebody's going to give me something. So I haven't heard much of the conversation, but what little I did hear, makes me want to hear more, frankly.
I agree. I agree.
I agree too.
Brother Isles, could you let them know what offices you ran for? Because I don't think they understand who's on this panel. I know you're trying to be modest, but
Who, me?
yes, sir.
No, I'm not trying to be modest. I really am not.
Let them know. Let them know. Come on, dog.
Let them know what?
Let them know what you did, man, because you have a lot of political clout around here.
Well, I mean, I've run for office twice. I've served as a delegate at two national Republican conventions. I'm a Republican.
Okay.
I was a delegate to the first international economic summit between the U.S. and Japan, and at that summit, I played a critical role in ultimately laying the foundation to where we are now. I mean, we basically created the road to where we are right now. So I mean, I've managed political campaigns. I served very close in Governor Wilson's campaign when he was governor of.
You're kind of breaking up a little bit. Mark, you're breaking up. Uh-oh.
Of
we can't hear
being on the international circle of the Los Angeles World Affairs Council.
Okay.
And the interesting thing that I find interesting is that all that experience and the people that dismiss me the most are my own. I find that laughable now. It used to make me angry, but now it doesn't make me angry anymore. Now I just laugh. And that's the reason why I have landed where I've landed now. I'm not into thinking as a group. I'm an individual. I vote as an individual, and I vote my interests. Period. And right now, Trump represents my interests. I'm looking for us to going back on the gold standard, and I'm looking for a global currency reset. And when that happens, the next day I wake up a very happy man because of the investments I've made over the last 15 years. So is that what you meant, Cleve?
Yeah, I want them, to see who we got on this panel. Because I was trying to because every time we get and these brothers will tell you, most of the time we get people on these panel, I just don't think they're a good representation of the brothers on the right.
Oh, well, I'm a center-right thinker. I'm in the process right now of writing a book. The title of my book is Beyond Politics, a fresh conservative perspective. I'm pro free markets. I believe in free market solutions. I believe if the government can do it, you and me can do it better. That's my basic and that's where I derive my politics from. I have friends from every corner of the earth, and I mean that care about me, and I got friends of every corner of the earth that hate me. So, I generally don't leave nobody on the fence. You either love me or you hate me, and I'm cool with whatever decision you decide to make. I don't really care, frankly. Just as long as if you hate me, long as you do it from arm's distance, you and me good. I'm good with that. But if you bring some, you got to know you're gonna have to you got to bring something to get some. It ain't like I'm some little milk toast. I don't come from that point of view. I'm not a respecter of nonviolence. I believe violence is sometimes very, very necessary. But I don't come from I don't think that violence should be your first move. It shouldn't be an offensive move. With me, it's generally always a defensive move. I'm defending myself. I am a Christian, but the idea of turning the other cheek, nah, don't sit well with me at all. Me and God just gonna have to have a disagreement on that one.
No. Actually, the Bible backs you up on that. Jesus told his own disciples, if you don't have a sword, go sell your clothes and buy one.
Right. Well,
a lot of people forget about Ecclesiastes, right? There's a time for peace. There's a time for war.
Yep.
The chair is there. Here, I think. Push it. I think that's the
And
chair.
I think DC was going around the table asking as far as who do you see taking this election today? What's your take on that, brother Mike?
You said Mike. Are you saying Mark?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mark. I'm saying because my eyes are bad. But
no,
Mark.
it's okay. Yeah.
Uh-oh. Is he speaking?
Close.
Brother Mark, you got cut off a few seconds.
You froze for about a good 10 to 15 seconds. So just go ahead and repeat what you said.
Well, I think Trump is going to win this in a landslide. Frankly,
a landslide.
Wow.
I like to see your map.
Yeah.
You said it's a landslide. I like to see that map that you got.
I just think that I don't think that the reports have been accurate at all. I don't, okay. And it's not the first time that's happened. It was the drawer was open. Oh, I'm glad we didn't push that. We would have broke it then. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. I don't see it being close. I think that Americans are just kind of fed up with all the crap, and frankly, I voted for Trump 4 years ago. I didn't vote for him because I thought he was a great guy at all. I still don't think he's a great guy, to tell you the truth. I voted for him because I knew he was going to come in and destroy the Republican Party, and it needed to be destroyed. The left has already destroyed the Democrat Party, and quite frankly, I think that right now what we're gonna.
Oh God, man, they keep cutting them off.
We definitely agree that the party has been destroyed by both sides, the left and the extreme right that Trump basically ushered in. That is a fact.
And the extreme right doesn't frighten me at all. Now what we need to do is go get involved and go kick their ass. If we want to sit back on our asses and allow them to take back over, they will. They will. But they no longer have control over the party. Now it's time for individuals like you and me to stand up and say, you know what, we're not our grandfathers and we will kick your ass. We will kick your ass. We're not afraid of you. It's not about fear.
Ooh, Republican boy.
And this is not an anti-black vote. This is not an anti-white vote. America is not. We are not a racist country. We're a country where racism exists. They're a very, very small percentage of our country, and they really don't have no more power and influence than we give them.
No.
Period. That's my. I'm 60 years old. I've been an entrepreneur all my life. I've been a multimillionaire, lost it, on my way to getting it back. And white people ain't never been my biggest problem. Black people have been my biggest problem.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
Black people.
How have black people been your biggest problem, bro?
Black people are the only people in my life that have gone out of their way with nothing to gain to cause me pain and inflict negative shit on me. White people don't do it. Every time I'm in a fight with a white man, I know exactly why he's fighting me. I'm fighting black people all the time, and I'm looking, what the hell are we fighting for?
No, I'm saying, what systematic type of obstacles have another black person put in the way of you progress?
Well, all right. For one, I'll give the Willie Brown political machinery in California. They destroyed my business, and they destroyed my ability to raise money politically when I was running for office. That's one thing. But then
That's
can't really.
politics, though.
That's
politics.
correct. I can't. That's politics. That's right.
That happens off both sides of that. I don't mean to interrupt. I just want to make sure that I say that.
No. I get you, bro. I get you. We're agreeing. But see, what you don't understand is that they are so sophisticated that when they find somebody that they believe that they can work with on the other side of the aisle, they raise money for them and get them elected, rather than stopping them. And we haven't developed that degree of sophistication yet. You know, that's what I mean.
So that degree of sophistication would still be racism, would it not?
No, I don't think that's racism at all. I don't consider that to be racism. I consider that a play in your offensive playbook. It's called competition. How do you determine when is heated competition and is racism? I can't tell the difference.
How do you define racism then?
Well, I don't, because I don't even think about it anymore. I don't even care about racism anymore. I don't.
There's a definition to racism that is completely understood in the general public. So what do you define as racism?
I don't have a definition of racism because I don't care about racism. I got to compete one way or another. I just look at it as all competition. I consider racism to just simply be a form of competition. What form of competition is racism? It is the form of eliminating competition. My attitude is I am not going to be eliminated. Just that simple.
Okay.
I'm not going to be eliminated.
Well, you know they play us on both sides, so just understand that.
Well, the thing about it is that we don't understand is that the black elite is not on our side. The black elite is on their own side.
I agree with that. I agree. There's no disagreement. There's no disagreement with that at all.
Yeah.
But both sides. Listen what I'm saying though. Before you get elevated, what I'm saying to you is very simple. Is that there's a history of playing political games and hiding it with racist tropes.
I agree.
Just like the Southern strategy was used.
Correct.
You do agree that most black people did vote Republican post 1940. I mean, pre 1940.
Pre 1960, actually.
Well, I know. I'm saying the turn started. The turn started with Roosevelt and the New Deal and all
absolutely.
that.
That's absolutely.
This is what I'm trying to say. We were more balanced at that time too.
Correct.
Everybody was not in just all one party.
That's exactly
like
right.
We are now.
That's exactly right.
So what I'm saying to you, brother, is that what has happened to us, the fracture, right, the sophistication of it all. You call it competition. I call competition used through racial lenses. Racism. Well, let me give you an example of what I'm talking about, right? Most of the southern states, right? Most of the southern states vote against their interests. Why do I say that? Everybody's talking about free handouts, this and that. All these programs that are given so-called left-leaning programs, which would help people that are in dire straits. Now, I'm not talking about you being a businessman. Set that aside. You doing well and your entrepreneur spirit. Cool. You're okay. You're over here. I'm talking about people that are struggling, Alabamas of the world. Hear me? Educational wise and economically, right?
Right.
Those Republicans there have not lifted those people up. Mississippi, right? Same thing. Louisiana, same thing. These are red, hard states. And the thing, and here's the thing, though, they have been able to use these talking points and say, well, no, everything that's basically social and that's going to help these people out to bring them up in a better way and have them have better lives is for all these dividends are for black people. And you know that's not the way politics work. Black is not even used in bills like that. You can't even use those words when you submit. You have to submit based off what somebody's economy is, what somebody's basically percentage wise of this particular group is, the reason why you want to get a bill pushed. That's the reason why when you look at bills, you say, well, most of these people are going to hit these areas, and that's why it's good for black people, so to speak. Just like the Affordable Care Act, which everybody calls Obamacare now. Right. As it originally was written up, it was written basically for derivatives of poor people. But poor people just don't encompass black people. You know this. It encompasses those people that are living in these states that are supported by the Republican Party. Now, what I'm trying to show you here is how basically racism is basically initiated into this, and people basically vote against their interests because they think that if they're going to vote for somebody that's a liberal, peer person of color, that's all basically social politics, and that needs to be basically woven out. But both sides play this game. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead.
Well, I don't disagree with what you're saying. That's the reason why if you go back to what I said earlier, I believe the vote today is going to be an anti-elite vote. I think that what's happening, there's two things that I see happening. I think that first of all, there's a generation of Americans that's coming up. They're in their, mid-20s to probably right around 40. And, they came up in a completely different social environment than my generation at 60. I mean, I went to college and I had black friends, I had white friends, but I was his black friend. He was my white friend. These kids now, they just have friends. They don't pay attention to color. Color is becoming less and less a factor, and they are identifying on different levels. They're identifying based on ideas, based on economics. Color is becoming less and less a factor. And more important than that, think about this. This is the real thing to watch. Do you realize in the last decade, the majority of children of color in America have been born of mixed race?
So, I mean, that's separate to the systematic issues that plague Black people, right? I mean,
well, it is separate, but my question is to you is, are you developing your playbook based on what the challenges of the past, or are you developing your playbook based on the unseen challenges of the future? I'm developing mine based on the unseen challenges of the future. That's where the come up is.
Would you agree that they're using the playbook and recycling things, but just have a different name or a different face?
No. I mean, no, I don't. I don't agree with that. I don't think. I mean, I don't think any of that is significant anymore. This is the last cycle where that's going to be significant. You talk about the South. Do you realize that there's no state more redder than Alabama? Alabama 2 years ago elected a Democrat to the United States Senate over a Republican. Now, Republican wasn't worth shit. He was a total, complete disgrace, and that's the reason. But don't know Republican. I mean, don't know Democrat in Alabama get elected to a national, statewide office. Yet still, they sent one to the United States Senate. Doug, is it Doug Smith or Doug Moore? Senator Doug, I think it's Doug Smith or Doug Moore. His last name will come to me probably 10 minutes after.
It's Doug Jones.
Doug Jones. Yeah, thank you, Doug Jones. Thank you for that. Right. And he got elected, and that to me signaled two things.
But here's the thing that else I want to say, just really, really quick. I want everybody to understand that the South is only red in ideology. The voting bloc for the South is basically Democratic and blue. Yep. Most of us stay where? Where do most Black people stay? 85% of us stay from Maryland to Texas. That's a fact. I didn't hear the last part. I heard you say most of us from Maryland, right? Okay. To Texas, the southern block.
Okay.
Most Black people stay within those states.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is Alabama's going to be, all these states are going to be flipped anyway. It's just a matter of time. So go ahead.
When you say flip, they're going to flip to what? From what to what?
Regardless of whether it's red to blue or another party that's out there, is going to go more liberal or more to the interest of the people that stay there.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of just playing these white racist tropes. And I know that you say that they don't exist, but they still exist, brother.
No. I didn't say they don't exist. That's not, you misinterpreted me. I'm not that naive. They do exist. I mean, come on, Richard Nixon.
Well, I just heard you say that racism. Okay, so repeat what you said earlier, because I want to make sure I have you on record, because I'm very clear about what people say. So what did you say about racism earlier?
I'm basically saying racism is not America's biggest problem. Put it in a nutshell. Racism is not America's biggest problem.
That's where we fundamentally disagree. I think that is America's. I'm saying
you might be right.
No. It's not a might. It's not a might. Either I'm wrong or you're right. You know what I'm saying? So or vice versa. So that's a statement.
Well,
that's either true or it's not true.
Well, I don't believe that I'm wrong. That's what I'm saying. I don't believe I'm wrong.
Okay, so that's fine.
And maybe I'm just using my I use my experience, and my personal experience is primarily.
That's where we mess up.
And
That's
the
where we
people
mess up
around
as
me.
successful Black people.
And-
We mess up a lot by using our experiences and then basically trying to color Blackness with it.
I'm not trying to.
Listen,
I'm not trying to color anything.
Larry Elder does this a lot. A lot of
Larry's a good friend of mine. I know Larry personally.
I know. But that's what I'm saying. Black people do this a lot. Candace Owens does this a lot. I do it. I come from so and so. I've been able to do this. I was able to actually raise myself up. Just now under a unique circumstances where it doesn't represent our demographic. It doesn't represent the people that you're trying to speak for.
Well,
if you are a Black person, hold on. If you are a Black person in some kind of capacity that is in a public sphere, you know that you speak for Black people that's outside of you. So
Wrong.
You have to
disagree.
Okay.
Disagree.
So
and I think,
disagree.
And I think I don't think you're hearing me at all. I don't think you're hearing me. I know you're not hearing me. I'm not speaking for anybody else. I'm telling you this. I don't want to speak for Black people. I'm speaking for Mark Anthony Isles. If I ever run for office again, I don't want to speak for white people. I don't want to speak for Black people. I want to speak for the people that identify with my values.
So
with people that identify, and I want them to come from all corners of the earth. I got people. I'm an equal opportunity hater. I hate something about everybody.
So you misunderstood what I just said. I'm not talking about how you feel about it or what you think. I'm saying you represent. Hold on. You are a Black person. Yes or no? Are you a Black person? Are you classified as Black? Okay, cool.
I am.
You are a Black person. Anytime that you speak publicly, collectively, you speak for a demographic that's not out there speaking publicly.
And
that's the reason.
That's what I disagree with.
I'm saying. Understand this.
One at a time, though.
Yeah, let me just complete this because I wanted to be clear on what I'm saying to you. This is not about you in particular. I want to be clear on that. Your individual thought pattern, your viewpoint on what you believe and what you have done is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about what you personally represent. When people look at Candace Owens, they don't just look at Candace Owens. They say, "Oh, she represents Black people." Oh, she does. I mean, it goes on and on and on and on. Even though we know Black people are not monolithic, but that is the bag that we've been put in. That's the racist trope that I'm speaking about.
That's the bag that we put ourselves in, and I'm telling you that that's not the future. I'm telling you that I'm going to be defined by myself. I will define myself. And you will decide whether or not you want to follow, or you agree, or you want to align or not.
So Brother Mark, hold on, you guys. So Brother Mark, are you saying that racism is not your biggest problem, or are you saying that it's not?
No, I said it very clearly.
Problem?
I don't think racism is Black people's biggest problem. Racism is not America's biggest problem. Black people's biggest problem is that Black people go out of their way with nothing to gain to harm one another. Nobody else does that in America. No other group in America does that.
That's not systematic, brother. What you're talking about is a symptom. That is something that's basically done over an amount of time period where people felt like they had no other choice. You think that Black people are basically naturally degenerate? Do you believe that?
No.
Then if you don't believe that, if you don't believe that, then you know that a lot of people are reacting to things.
Okay, but we're not disagreeing on this point. This is where we agree. What we ultimately disagree is the impact, because of the symptom, as you said, it's symptomatic. Ultimately, those symptoms have gotten in the way of developing a systematic approach to our collective good.
So the fight between, say, like somebody like that have a different ideology, like me and you, and Mike, I'm gonna let you jump in. I'm sorry about this.
I don't think you and I have a different ideology. We ain't that far apart.
No, we're not. As far as like different things, we could chop it up and have a good time together. But I'm saying the things that would separate us ideology wise, and we would go our different ways, is that particular point right there. I know that you represent things outside of yourself. You're saying that you don't. You're saying that you're only responsible for you and those that have like mind as you. And I'm saying that racism has basically painted us into a group dynamic that we're forced in. That's all.
And I know that. I got that message. And what I'm saying to you is let's change the paint. It's up to us to change the paint. As long as you continue to hold on to that, you actually believe that they still have the power to keep you in that group. I don't believe that. I don't
So it's
believe
more
that.
of mind over matter. Is that what you're getting at?
I'm not even getting that mind over matter, bro. I'm just saying I've gone into a room full of people, most of them not white people. I mean, not black people, and I've been able to convince them to follow me.
Do you remember the real popular saying by Dr. Carter G. Woodson when it came down to the miseducation of the Negro? I'm pretty sure that you're learned, man. I'm pretty positive that you have read that book before, right? The Dr. Carter G. Woodson book.
Well,
about not having to have shackles on black people anymore. That if there is a way to carve out a way out the back door, a black person would basically find a way to do it. Correct. And what I'm saying is that to understand our thought pattern, not just for me and you particularly, because of course we have reached some level of substance where we can take care of ourselves and our family. I'm not talking to me and you.
Right.
I'm saying for those that are basically not meeting that standard. And I know that you still care for black people. You just don't want to put it out there like that. I know it's a talking point. I mean,
I don't care for black people. I care for decent people, brother. And some of the decent people that I care for are black. Many of the decent people that I care for are black. I'm surrounded by. I got good Jews in my life. I got good white people in my life. But
I'm gonna meet up.
Am I supposed to just forget that all the good white people exist?
No, brother. No. You good? You good? Yeah. I got you.
Yeah, and when we talk about racism, and we're talking what DC is saying, systematic racism exists, and when we deny it by saying, "Well, that's not the biggest issue that black people have," you do it.
I don't think it is. I'm not denying it. I didn't say it didn't exist. I said I don't believe it's the biggest issue. And
well, I mean, the federal government disagrees with you. The federal government.
Okay, but the federal government might be right. Then I'm perfectly willing to admit that I might be wrong. Right. I'm just telling you what I'm simply saying what I believe. I'm not trying to convince nobody to follow me. I'm done with all that.
No, I'm not saying you are trying to convince anybody. I'm just saying on a public broadcast, when you say that, there's going to be some pushback and some edification on it, right? I mean, we know that
I'm 60 years old. I've been saying this shit for 30 years and ain't been nothing but pushback.
I've seen it.
Yeah, I understand.
I've been saying this same shit for 30 years, man. This ain't nothing new for me. I've built my career on what I believe. My grandmother was born in 1890 in the Deep South. And you know what my grandmother taught me? This is a woman who had 13 children. 11 of them lived to be adults. And majority of them were males. And she raised all of her children in the Deep South. She taught me one thing. And she would have said it. I might paraphrase a little bit, but she always would say, "Son, always remember that white folks and black folks got a heap of things in common, and there's a whole patch of good white folks out there." And that's a woman born in 1891. And I built my career off that. So no, I'm not going for this racism is our biggest problem. I ain't buying into that. Hell no. I ain't buying into that. I'll tell you what you need to buy into. Black men all around the world are the coldest fucking group of men in the world. And whenever we decide to put our heads out of our asses and take on the mindset of the Vikings, we'll take over the whole goddamn world within 15 minutes.
Mindset of the Vikings.
In other words, no, because the damn Vikings showed up in their boats and the captain set their boats on fire. Well, how are we going to get home, Captain? We going home in their boats.
Lord have mercy.
We're going home in their boat. So that's where I come from.
Well, I'm just trying to identify here that the federal government says that white supremacy, white supremacists, white nationalists are the biggest threat to this country. Black people systematically have been undermined through policies and strategies of the elite. Okay, the capitalist class. Countrywide Financial settled out for millions of dollars of discrimination against black people during the economic crash of 2008.
Yeah, well, I agree with all that. And the only thing that I want you to not leave out is that those elite people are called the Black Congressional Caucus as well. They are nothing more than a lobbyist group for wealthy black people. They don't give a shit about poor black people either.
Yeah, well, I'm referring to the white institutions who have already been caught under the Obama administration for discriminating against black people systematically. Okay, it's written in their policies. Wells Fargo, Honda Financial.
I get it. But see, the thing about it is what I want you to understand is They weren't the only ones that were caught. They were just the only ones that were exposed. You think they don't know the Black Congressional Caucus ain't nothing but a bunch of rich Black people going to Congress every year, using the plight of poor Black people to get appropriations, and nothing's changing? It's just that we don't want to see that.
I would argue that Republicans have played a significant role in a lot of this, and that's all coming out now this week.
I would say that both the parties have done that. I think they both have. I think that's why I said this is an anti-elite vote. This ain't pro-Republican. This ain't this anti-elite. We're pissed off at all of them because ain't none of them did shit but take. Harbor. Ain't been no.
I'm kind of curious though. What you said earlier.
What did I say earlier?
You said earlier about how Trump ruined the Republican Party. Was it how good was it?
I don't think he did that intentionally. I just think it's a byproduct of his lack of political savvy, his lack of high moral standards. He just was a street fighter. He came in and he was, if you go back over his lifetime in New York, I mean, he spent his entire lifetime battling the cultural elite in America, the white cultural elite. They always disliked him. I don't know why. Maybe it was because he was, an arrogant, loudmouth piece of shit with a lot of money. And he let everybody know that he was an arrogant, loudmouth piece of shit with a lot of money. So the Republican elite didn't support him. They hate him. They hate him now. They hate him.
Well, because he's not a conservative. He's not a conservative.
Well, you know what? I don't know what he is. Frankly, I think he's an opportunist.
Come on, man. Mark.
He's an opportunist.
There's nothing conservative about Donald J. Trump. Jeez. I mean, kids out of wedlock, sexual harassment, things of that nature.
Well, okay, I don't really care what he is, conservative or not. Right now, what he is he's a tool, and he's a tool that ultimately is going to give you and I an opening to become very vertical.
You think so?
I do, absolutely. All we got to do is have the courage to do it. I'm telling you, the Republican Party is already destroyed. So
how does that look like? What does that look like, though?
Well, I'll tell you what it looks like. What state are you in?
I'm in Massachusetts.
Okay, well, in Massachusetts, it should be very, very easy for you to do as a Republican because Massachusetts is overwhelmingly a Democratic state. So what you need to do is you need to go out and identify a half dozen to 2 dozen people of color or individuals that think like you, and you need to go and become a part of your central committees in the Republican Party. When you become a member of that central committee, you will rise up in the state party, and you will ultimately be a state delegate at the state party. And some of you are going to be selected to become a delegate at the national party. And that's where the fight's going to be, on that floor.
I've been there and done that, bro.
Yeah, so have I. But you've never been there during a time like this. I've been, except for the let me see, not this one. There hasn't been a brokered convention in the Republican Party since Ronald Reagan lost to who did he lose to in '76? Was it Gerald Ford? Yeah, Gerald Ford. There hasn't been a brokered convention. I'm telling you, at the next Republican convention, if not the next one, the one after that, it's going to be a brokered convention. It's going to be a massive floor fight, and it's going to be It's going to be a floor fight between the far right and the middle.
I agree with that.
And the question is, are you and I going to be there? And if we're not, then we need to shut up. Either get in the game or shut up. Really. And that's my attitude. And I'm in the game. And I ain't got no problem going toe to toe with any of these guys. When I walked into both of them conventions, they handed me a script. These are our talking points. I handed it back to them and said, you know what? I don't need nobody giving me talking points. I know how to talk. That's the one damn thing I'm good at. For sure. I handed it back to them. So what did they do? They took me off the speakers list. And it was the best thing that could have happened. You know why? Because as soon as the media found out that the party leadership were hiding me, they came out on the floor and found me. I ended up getting more press than I would have gotten otherwise.
All right. We got our good brother, Information Man, on the show, on the panel.
Information Man, salute to you.
What's going on? What's going on with everybody? I was hearing all the all the talk, so I said I'll come on upstairs. What's going on, Art? Thanks for putting the link in the chat, man.
Oh, not a problem, man. So you got
now
you got two Qs in the building.
Okay, then this is great. let me just say this, brother. Those of us that are members of the Divine Nine, I'm an alpha man. We already strive for excellence. We go through it in our pledge process. We go through it when we mentor young men in this society. Collectively, as black men, we support organizations that are about the betterment of our people, and we are about it. Okay. So all this talk about, well, this is my thing. We can chew gum, ride a bike, all these things at the same time. Other groups, I use Jewish people, for example. They're able to still maintain understanding their history, whether good or bad history, what took place to them during the Holocaust, and they have a saying, never again, never again. So they're at the same time that they're winning in business, winning in politics in this society, they still maintain their ability to never forget their history. The problem that I find funny is that sometimes some black people think that if a black person still is able to recognize that racism exists in this society or recognize parts of our history, whether good or bad, that somehow you're using it as a crutch or you can't move forward. You can still move forward recognizing your past, because you won't move forward in your future if you don't understand what's happening all around you today. But you have to understand what happened in the past to understand what's happening today. So I, as a black man, I recognize my history, good or bad. And I also recognize that racism still exists. But those of us who have gone to college or done skilled trades or done forward, we know as black men that there's obstacles that are put in front of us. You simply have to take the ball and move that shit out of the way. So I agree with that, but I'm not going to be in denial. And I'm not saying anybody here is, that racism or white supremacy, racism, institutionalized racism, whatever we're calling it today, it does not exist, because we know that there are brothers who are well qualified. I seen this for myself in college, where I seen brothers get grades that were questionable by certain professors who had a certain view. Okay, so black people, there's a book by Kwame Sura saying striving while black. Are you going to be the Doberman or are you going to be the lapdog? Okay, so as black men, we have to always be the Doberman and not allow ourselves to crumble under the system that we're in, but still recognize the history and what have you. Another thing that I heard the brother on here, and in all due respect to him, he says, well, I'm not focusing on black people. I'm focusing on all people, because there's some good white people out here. And I've heard that type of talk before. That's fantastic and all that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, when it comes to sharing power, one thing that white people and other groups recognize is that there's power in the unity, in the collectivism of taking care your culture. You wouldn't hear an Asian person, even though Asian people, they got their community, they got their money. Some of them will dabble in politics here and there. I lived in San Francisco, most international city that you can have in California and in this country. But even those other racial groups, they still do what is in the best interest of their racial group, even if they call themselves American. You go into Chinatown, you don't see no black folks and no other groups of people running businesses there. They're running it and they're hiring their own people. Why can't we as black people have the same mentality where we help one another while at the same time taking advantages of the benefits of American society? Because other groups do it. They do what's best in their interest too. I don't hear other racial groups talking about, I love everybody and we all, no, if you really get down to their culture. And I lived in San Francisco. I've been around Russian people, Chinese, Japanese, the gamut. Okay. Let me finish, brother. You've been running your mouth on here for quite some time, and I'm going to say what I got to say. That's how it's going to be. This is information, man.
Well, I was
Listen, nothing. Let me finish what I'm saying. I've been around a lot of different racial groups growing up. I'm 50 years old. I got a little bit of skin in the game too. And at the end of the day, all racial groups still adhere to the code of adhering to their own people. Even though they may say they're American and they believe in the American dream, they do. Now you said, now I'm going to make my last statement and let the brother respectively say what he has to say, and everybody.
I just want to ask you a
question. I heard the brother say earlier that black people have the worst when it comes to killing each other and harming each other and what have you. Yes, we do have a problem with the hate, self, and kind mentality where we do harm to each other. But however, that's not deny the fact that all racial groups, depending on where they live in close proximity to each other, do harm on each other. You know why I know this? Because I work as a therapist within the prison system in California, where we incarcerate more people than a little bit. And I see the numbers, and the majority of the white guys that are in prison are in there because they either did domestic violence against their family, they did murder against another white person, and of course, disproportionately, we have black people killing other black people as well. But then when I look at the Chinese gangs, we have a Chinese gang task force in the area that I live in, where most of the Chinese are Asian people. When they commit crime on other Asian people, particularly elderly Asian people in California, because they know that the elderly Asian people keep a lot of money in the house. They have a cultural understanding of that. So every group, most of the Hispanic guys that I deal with, the gangbangers, Bloods, Crips, I deal with them all. I know too much to explain here. Most of them, when you look at their crime records, they committed crime upon other Hispanic people. It's just that when black people commit crime, it's magnified because there's a cultural conditioning in America. We marginalize black people are marginalized, underestimated, and undervalued in this culture. So therefore, anything we do gets extra magnified, even though there's other groups who commit crime on each other, but yet black people are labeled the demonstrative.
Response?
I got a question. I don't have a response. I mean, I listened to what he had to say, and most of it it doesn't align up with my thinking. My question is this: What do you do with moving forward? Again, your whole presentation, in my opinion, is a strategy based on what happened in the past.
No, okay. Brother, you missed. What did I say in the beginning? I said that we got men up here that are members of organizations. Go ahead. I'll let you finish, and then I'm going to rebut what you said because you didn't hear what I said. You know, listening is an art, brother. You didn't get that art right.
Okay. Well, look,
because you misquoted me because in the beginning, what did I say?
I didn't quote you. I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you for clarity. If you will let me finish asking.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I mean, you keep.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. I'm not. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay. So in the last 10 years, the majority of babies born in America are born of mixed race. That's not my opinion. That is a numerical fact.
Mm-hmm.
So going forward,
I didn't deny that. That's not what I was talking about.
No. See, again, you keep cutting me off.
I didn't cut you. Well, I never say anything about mixed race kids. I don't know why you brought that up.
Well, if you let me finish,
go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Is has nothing to do with the past. It has to do with the future.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is, in 20 years, those mixed race children are going to be voting age.
Yes, that's true.
They're going to be buying all the commercials on TV are going to cater to them.
Right. So wait, actually, the commercials on TV are catering to them right now because you see a lot of mixed race couple commercials.
Okay,
right.
So what I'm saying is that. So how does that fit into your strategy? Is what I'm asking you.
Because
they don't identify as being black.
Okay, my strategy is this. This is the thing. We know that we have children that are mixed race. We know that's a fact. However, even in the year 2020 that we're in right now, we still have racial issues in America because America was built off of race and things of that nature. So even though you got all, even though, well, it is a fact that it was built off of race, sir, and racism and pillaging and killing and a lot of societies. So you're not listening. So as I complete my statement is that I'm not denying that mixed race kids growing up will have a different perspective, right? Because they'll have a hard time reconciling the racism when they say, well, how can I see white people? See, what happens is a lot of these mixed race kids become a buffer class because they'll say, well, how can I see white people as racist when my mother is white or my father is white and he was good to me? People get caught up in their individual cocoon of how they were treated by their mixed race family. But a lot of times when you have kids that are mixed race, they still have to go out into this world and deal with the bigger society that maybe in their family they're seen as a biracial child, right? Or half white, half black, whatever you want to call it. But the larger society, sir, and you've heard this before, the larger society may see them as in another way. So you still have to prepare your kids. I'm not talking about putting crutches on them, but you still have to prepare mixed race children for that reality as well. So if I have a child that's mixed race, I'm going to recognize the fact that they're also mixed race and what that heritage is. But I'm also going to recognize if that child has very Negroid features, that I must at the same time prepare that child to recognize that these are things that could be blocks in your way, but this is what you're going to do. You're going to break through those blocks, which is why when I got on, sir, I said the point that I said that some of us are members of fraternal organizations where we've been taught to break through barriers. So I'm not going to use race as a crutch to say I can't do A, B, and C. I know it's there. I simply want to move it out of the way. And and we have to make sure that our kids who may be mixed race or otherwise, that they are at least aware that this becomes, because what happens to mixed race kids sometimes, sir, if they're not taught these things, is that they're in for a rude awakening because they're saying, wait a minute, I've been treated by white people in my family or Asian people in my family this way. I get out here into the real world and I'm not getting the same treatment that I get within the cocoon of my family. So you got to prepare our kids for that, because there are kids who go through a backlash because we do not live in a utopian-based society. We do not. Even though we're becoming more of a Browning country, it's still not a full utopia. And most of us on this panel may not live to see that, sir.
Well, we'll live to see this. We'll live to see. I don't think there will never be a utopia, but white privilege is going to ultimately, and I believe in our lifetime, be replaced with just privilege, because there's going to be a whole lot of Asians that are privileged, a whole lot of blacks that are privileged, a whole lot of Latinos that are privileged. So privilege ain't going nowhere. It's going to always be there.
Right. You're right. You're going to have the haves and the have-nots. I agree.
That's and nowhere is the gap between the haves and have-nots gotten wider than in the black community. Nowhere. Right. But we still supporting the people that ultimately created that gap. And I'm done with that. And I'm done with that. Don't
get me wrong, brother Mark. All due respect to you, I'm not a fan on this election day of either the Republican Party or the Democratic Party. I do understand the history that black people were Republican before they were Democrat. I understand the Democratic Party is the party of the Ku Klux Klan, which was the Dixiecrats, which Joe Biden was piling around with Strom Thurmond when he got involved in crafting that 94 crime bill, which not only he signed, but you had Bill Clinton, of course. And of course, we had a lot of these pig's feet eating preachers and other black leaders that were on board with that we have forgotten to criticize, as we criticized Joe Biden about signing it.
Right. Well, I am a proponent of the two-party system, and the two-party system only works the way you and I require it to work. And I think I believe that the you mentioned that you are an alpha, you're an alpha.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm a Q. And we were very much the gas in the vehicle that drove the civil rights movement.
You're absolutely right. And so as well as I know.
And let me finish.
Go ahead. I'll listen to you, sir. Yes, sir.
Finish. And the difference between the civil rights generation of black groups and and I'm 60. I was a national officer in Omega Psi Phi, so I know the system from bottom up.
Yes, sir.
And the difference is this: when they walked into that room today, if they walked into a room with us and saw what we call excellence, they would refer to it as mediocrity.
Okay.
And when they walked into a room, and the reason why they were so successful, and I think they are still to this day the greatest generation of people of color ever. I still believe that. And the reason why, because they went into a room and they fought. Everything from the far left to the far right was represented in that room, and they argued and they fought until they came to a decision. And when they walked out of that room, what happened? They followed their leader.
Speaking of leaders, hold on for a second. Let me put this out here real quick.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the master teacher, BGS.
All right.
Interesting. BGS coming on board.
I got about 15 minutes before I have to clock back in with my grandson because he's on an assignment. I just want to say this about history because with all due respect, I'm getting tired of this ignorance about the past is the past, right? And the thing is that I've been going back through the past and actually figuring out what this country is actually built on, what principles it was built on, because this stuff gets repeated over and over again. And if you don't know the past, you can't decipher the lies that they tell you every day, right?
Yes.
Even going back to civil rights. Civil rights was not started by black. It was actually started by soldiers getting hung in their uniforms.
That's right. Coming back from the war.
Coming from the war. And basically, our greatest president that actually did something for black people was actually Eisenhower. He's an honorable man. He was an honorable man. And he came back. He said, his soldiers came back to, we're not going to go through the same thing that we went through after World War I, which was the Red Summer, where actually again hung soldiers coming back from the war in their uniforms. And Eisenhower said, it's time for us to actually come to the agreement to actually integrate these people. Assimilate these people instead of trying to destroy them or deporting them. And that's where it started. It didn't start with alphas. It didn't start with regular Joe uniformed people, soldiers that demanding that Eisenhower, their general, that they fought for in World War II and actually saved the United States' ass in World War II, come to an agreement and do something for their people. And that's where it started. That's why history is important.
Right.
That's why history is important to actually know, say the thing that goes on between black men and black women. You can't understand that unless you figure out what went on in the slavery when they brought women over here to actually breed for the slave masters. Okay, you can't understand that without history.
Right. Well, BGS.
So, hold on a second. I only got about 5 more minutes because I'm getting tired of this because I have proven this on this channel again and again and again and again. Okay, a lot of lies that we were told about Africa and Africans, right? Okay, that we were actually captured by white people. No, we weren't. We were sold by our own folks, right over here. You wouldn't know that unless you get into history.
Right.
The thing is to actually learn true history, because there's an old saying that the past is never dead and buried. In fact, it's never even past because it's a continuum. Right. And your culture is built upon that past. And if you don't know the seed of it, what it is, why it is, and why it started, you will never figure anything out. The reason that there's mixed people, there's going to be mixed people, is two things: white demographics, and because they made a decision in 1945 to integrate you, and you are halfway through that process. That is why. That doesn't mean that white power is going to go away anytime soon in this country. Okay, just because you have integrated people, the people that hold the power are still going to be the people that hold the power.
Right.
It is what it is, and white supremacy is not a redneck with a shotgun aiming it at you. It's a fucking aircraft carrier parked off the coast of someplace in Africa or Asia or the Middle East. That is white supremacy. And people need to recognize
a suit on in government.
Even in Venezuela, the fucking Monroe Doctrine that was actually passed, 1815 or something like that? 1820, right?
Right.
They still use that against Venezuela today.
Right. Nah, brother GBS.
200 years
I'm
later,
agreeing.
They're still going by the same. I'm not. I know you.
I'm agreeing with you. That's what I was trying to bring up. That we can't just forget our history. You're right.
In other words, we don't know enough history. It's the opposite. Because we're going through ignorance by not learning our history. Because guess what? Your betters know history. They know all this stuff. They know how this stuff was built, and you don't. And you stay in ignorance if you do not learn your history. And I'm getting freaking tired of it. Said, okay, we need to forget the history. You cannot forget your history. Okay. The Chinese have 5,000 years of history. Do they let it go? No. They bring it along with them. You cannot forget it. It's part of you. It's part of who you are. It's the fabric of your country and the fabric of your people. This is your culture and how it was built. And if you can't understand your history and what you went through and what you were put through and how your culture is developed, you can't solve anything. You can't solve anything between black men and women. It will never get solved because that is part of your psyche. That's inbred. And you have to know how it was made.
Right. BGS, before you go, that's what I was trying to say earlier, that you have to understand your history from the past to know where you're going in your future. And no other ethnic group. And I was saying earlier that none of these other ethnic groups forget their past, even if they're trying to have success. They still know their history, their past, and they don't deny it. But we're oftentimes black people, we're too often trying to say we should forget about our past and forget about the fact that racism still does exist. You recognize it, but you still take the ball and you try to break through it as best you can. But you gotta be you can't be in denial though.
You can't even understand your banking system if you don't go back to the freaking Templars and know what fractional reserve was and where it came from. Okay, they know all that stuff. Your contracts, your laws, all that stuff is built off of history, and it's actually developed over time. Even your freaking why gun laws in the United States are so prevalent, because it's become a religion. Because the gun was actually what made the white man free from their betters and gave them equality of the betters. It was not pointed at you. Okay, that's how come you can never dig it out, because it's built into the fabric of your country. But if you don't understand history, you don't want to understand that. So saying the history is past, and now what I say, my favorite word. Okay, you know what I say? Bullshit. Yeah, I get angry when people that are intelligent, that run for office, tell this, because trust and believe, DC can tell you more about political history because you was there. And who did what, who did where, who made laws. We're even going through this with freaking Biden. Okay, what does he stand for? We go back to 1989 when basically he actually fought for the crime bill. Actually, looking at the tape from it, he said the Republicans didn't go far enough. According to him, those were Democrats. But you won't know that unless you actually go back in history and actually look at this stuff. Which is why I say black people don't know enough history. And to say that we need to forget it, slavery is a part of who you are. It is what it is. You're not going to
get DNA.
It's in your
Believe
DNA.
it or not.
It's in your culture. We still suffer from it. Okay.
Right. Post-traumatic.
Today, I'm not talking about yesterday. I'm talking about today with our women and this gynocracy that we live in. Where did it come from? It was actually made back in slavery when they needed breeding. They need to breed us like animals. Okay.
Right.
It is what it is.
Right. State of Maryland was where it was one of the breeding states.
Capitalism, if it wasn't for on black bodies that they worked us to death for 23 hours a day, it wouldn't be here. So we have to know what fabric that this stuff is built on, so we're not either dismantle it or at least work with it. You feel me?
Feel you, BGS. Yeah.
They think it magically disappeared.
Right.
It does. It magically disappeared. Basically, if you walk into a psychiatrist, you all screwed up. You can't figure out what's wrong with you. You walk into a psychiatrist's office, they're gonna go back to your childhood.
Right. We always in therapy. You always go back to the very beginning.
And see where it starts.
To see where it starts, because you're trying to put all the pieces back together. It's like a puzzle of who the person is.
So you can
breaking down that onion.
So you can deconstruct it.
Right.
Right. That's the past.
Well, let me ask the code breaker, brother code breaker here. You have you've been in the politics game. You know how it works. And you heard what I said, brother. Why can't we be multifaceted? Understand our history, understand where we're going in our future and all of that, and still have an impact in politics? Why can't we be all these encompassing things and just not one?
Shortcuts.
Yeah, but that's just to kind of go back around to the initial point that Brother Mark was making earlier, that I'm in full agreement with, is basically confronting the elite. See, that was forgotten a long time ago as far as not dealing with the people that you represent. And like I said, a lot of this gets kind of played into the whole deal. Like, I understand his thought pattern, I understand his mindset to move forward. You know, this is what he has to do for himself and his people. Yes, baby girl, code breaker. Okay, little code breaker. Okay, I got you, baby girl. You okay? Okay. So what I was saying is, I think that a lot of what our issues is not being able to confront our so-called elite that are making a lot of these decisions. Like if you have angst with the CBC, they have been protected in the House and things of that nature, and not being confronted on a regular basis. A lot of them they run unopposed. I think a lot of people are not really aware of this, that a lot of politicians that are in the House run unopposed. They don't even have a challenger because they're in strictly Democratic districts. So I do agree that there should be an opposing, even if it's not a Republican party, some kind of third party that is basically strong enough to challenge their ideals on a strong level. Because what happens in DC, power basically it corrupts you. After a while, you start making deals, you start shaking hands, you start compromising your own electorate. And that's not something that we need to do. We need to represent people. So to answer your question in a roundabout way, the reason why we're having difficulty coming together is that the fundamental breakdowns when we have conversations like this, it doesn't allow us to move forward together. We're moving forward in different fractions and different groups. So they'll say, well, I'm part of this particular group over here with the conservatives. I'm over here with the progressives. I'm over here with the liberals. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. So that's the reason why we're having an issue. But we're still black people. We're still black people at the end of the day.
Let me ask you one other question.
Quickly, you guys.
Just one more question.
Real quickly, because I got to give some acknowledgments for the
okay, just one more thought. The current leadership we have in terms of black politicians, the Maxine Waters, the Clyburns, I'm under the impression that we need to get rid of all of these people and hit fresh black minds up there. That's my belief.
Yeah, I agree. But
real quickly, you guys, because I got to give some acknowledgement, because Bello Gino gave a super chat. Appreciate you, fam. And we had Gold Professor. He gave us super chat as well. Appreciate you, fam. And last but not least, you see this here. You got brother Mike Hamilton for the super sticker. Appreciate you, fam. Okay, go ahead, fellas.
So let me chime in here for 5 minutes, because I'm getting ready to get back on this road. Can y'all hear me clearly?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so here's the first thing we have to understand what's going on there, fellas. We got to understand this, right? You're not going to alpha your way through the system of the United States. It's not going to happen. The individualism thing, a football team is made up of individuals, but they have to work as a team. And if you don't work as a team, just like Jay Shine was saying earlier, right? You don't have a collective behind you, right? It doesn't matter how you see yourself. You are in a group, and unless you're gonna turn into Superman and smack the shit out of everybody in that group, you're gonna have to go by the way of the game. You have to know the rules of this game here, right? You have to know what position you play before you can properly contribute to that group and win in that system. Them not telling you they feel a certain way about you is part of the tactics now, right? No. We don't live in the days where they just walk up and down. You have to look down at the ground if a white person walks past you. They're playing it slick, right?
So I got to do it on the iPad, though, right?
No, you can do it anyway.
Okay, see what I'm working with.
So
I'm waiting on the new computer.
But you can do it your iPad.
Yeah.
Hey, brother Art, I think you probably need to mute up, brother Art. We hear you teaching class.
Okay. So when we have to, you know what the biggest issue? First off, hey, much respect to the brother Isles.
Sorry about that, y'all.
Racism is the biggest issue here in the United States. Racism, in fact, is such a big issue. First off, people need to realize racism is something used by the uber wealthy to keep everybody else divided. Let's get that straight first of all, right? Okay, now racism is the biggest issue because it helps to widen this wealth gap here in this country. If you got a whole bunch of poor people fighting, think about this: a whole bunch of poor people fighting because of the lack of resources, primarily, right? The vast majority of the resources is at the top, but the people at the bottom are arguing over whether or not we should cipher some of the resources out of the top. The people who have hello.
Brother Meach, you gotta drop down and come back up, bro.
Man,
I think Mark, you got something you want to say, brother? I know you've been kind of listening.
Real quickly, one more time, give an acknowledgement to Dead Set Anime for the super chat. Appreciate you, fam. And let me read this real quick. It says, "All hail Bill Duke. I voted for Bill Duke. I vote for Bill Duke, the predator, the dude who knows you effed up. Who effed up?" Go ahead. So he was addressing brother Mark Hiles.
He's addressing me.
Yes.
And he said
No, I think he was
not the super chat, but I was just saying that DC was addressing something to you.
Oh, well, he has a difference of opinion, and I respect that. I'm just listening. Yeah, I'm not trying to convince anybody to follow me. I don't want to lead. I'm done leading. I'm leading myself. That's it. And I'm 60 years old. I've been successful. I know how I got it done, and I know that the group wasn't there for me. Never was there for me. I mean, including the frat. I mean, when I went to pledge a fraternity as an 18-year-old black kid out of Watts, I went to pledge Omega Psi Phi, and they told me, no, you can't pledge. And I went back to ask them why. They said, because you a nigga from Watson, you ain't never gonna graduate. So I got pissed off, and I went and I was an Eagle Scout, so already, I had 3 years of advanced leadership skills already, so I knew what to do. I went to the dean of students. I went to everybody that I needed to go to, and I ultimately ended up online. Pledged 14 weeks, of which they spent the entire time trying to make sure that I was not going to be a member of the fraternity. And I got to that point where I said, you know what? I had enough of you chicken eating niggas, and I don't need you. And I went to drop, and they told me just before my line brothers talked me into staying on one more day, that night, the biggest ape and the smallest ant in the chapter came up to me and said, "You'll never be in my frat. You'll never this. We are never going." And I looked at both of them and I said, "Fuck both of you. I guarantee you at the end of this process, I'm going to be here. Just for that, fuck you. I'm going to stay just to fucking piss you off for no other reason." And then I got in the frat, took over my local chapter, took over the district, went to run for a national office, and my chapter and my district did not support me. I won the office anyway. So my entire life has been fighting black people. My entire life. When I ran for office, I had a host of supporters, and I had most of them were Jewish. I had one Jewish friend that wrote me a check for $250, which was not a lot of money, right? But that $250 check was greater than the 50 black people who were in that room had contributed to my campaign. So I've never been able to depend on black people, and I'm not mad. I used to be. I'm 60 now. I'm not mad because, frankly, like I said, I accumulate and acquired success. I lost it, and I'm in the process of getting it back right now. The second time around, I'll probably be worth 10 times more than what I was before. But I am not angry anymore. I'm done.
I hear you, brother.
I'm not angry, and I'm not asking anybody to follow me. I am simply sharing my perspective.
Okay.
And I'm I disagree with belief. I don't believe that history should ever be forgotten. I believe there are lessons that were learned from history that we should never, ever forget. But the truth is, history is not going to prepare us for the problems in 10 years. If for no other reason, technology. Technology didn't exist in 1950. And if you can't sit behind your computer and be colorless, then I you know, it's another reason why I say race is not that big a problem. Shit, I invested in NIO stock. It's the Tesla of Japan. I invested in it 2 months ago at $6.10 a share. I think today it opened up at $30 a share.
Good investment.
Well,
Great investment.
That's not the point. The point is that when I bought that stock, I bought it on TD Ameritrade. They don't know what color I am.
Mm-hmm.
When I go to sell that stock, there's only one thing they want: their capital gains. That's it. So,
let me ask you a question, brother. And I'm being respectful here. What do you're 60 years old. Obviously, you've had experiences, good and bad, in life. What do you think, from your perspective, is why black people, and I might be asking an obvious question here, why, and I've seen this myself, why we can't work together and support each other? Because I've been on jobs and employment where I've seen other groups sort of work together. Matter of fact, they'll even lie for each other on the job, and bring the application when there's a job opening. They'll bring it to their family member or someone they know in their community. What is it that's causing black people? I want to be respectful about this. Some black people, because I don't want to put black people all in one box. But what is it that caused some of us to not support one another? Because you just sat up here and said that the frat didn't support you at one point in time, that black people didn't put any money in a campaign that you were running. And I got to be honest with you, that's one of the things that bothers me. And I talk about this on my channel too, when we don't support each other. And I know we don't all think alike. You know, maybe some people don't support some people because they don't believe in your politics and what have you. I get that. But from your perspective, brother, what do you think is going on from your perspective?
I appreciate you asking that question. And I've thought about this a number of years, and I believe it's this. I believe that there are only four indigenous matriarchal cultures in the world, in the history of the world. And all four of those cultures have one thing in common. And that is, all four of them were subjugated. Okay? And so right now, we are a matriarchal culture locked within a patriarchal system. So in other words, basically, to make it simple, we're walking on to a football field dressed in a basketball uniform. We're never going to compete. Okay? So in other words, our thinking as a group of people revolves around the thinking of women. In other words, we lead with our emotions. You know, and I don't mean that to be an insult. That's just a fact. And until the rise of the Caucasians out of the Caucasus Mountains, the matriarchal culture worked. The matriarchal dynamic worked. It worked. It was a very healthy, very useful system for that time and that period. So basically now, we as a people, we are coming with that matriarchal mindset and bumping into the patriarchal dominance, you know, and I think that is the primary problem. In other words, we're just too damn emotional. Everything is emotions. All I got to do, all anyone has to do in a room full of even educated black people to completely throw them off their game is walk in and call them a nigga. And it's over. It's over. And the person that was sent in there to do it, they were sent there to do that intentionally.
Brother, let me ask you this question here. Do you think, because black people being emotional, it comes from somewhere, right? Well, BGS got on here and he talked about history, and history is very important. Do you think our emotions has been manufactured by the conditions in which our people came under or lived under, and like anything, it transfers to one generation to the other?
Absolutely. It's no way you dismiss 400 years of slavery. No way you dismiss it, and there's no way that you can put a time frame on when the psychological damage that was caused by that will ultimately be erased. It's just some of us have risen above it faster than others, and some haven't. And it's ignorant of any of us to even to demand or expect a time period for which that healing is to take place. It may take another 100 years. I don't know how long it's going to take. Absolutely, we are traumatized by Jim Crow. We're traumatized by Tulsa in 1926 and Rosewood in 1941 and all the other horrific things that history has dumped on us. Yeah, it would be foolish to deny that. I don't deny any of that.
Can I say something?
I'm just saying at this stage of my life, I'm not dependent on or expecting Black people to support me. I'm not expecting that. When I got plenty of Black people that do support me. Cleve is one of them. And he's known me for what? Cleve, has it been 20 years yet?
25.
Okay, and he's watched me fight. He watched me in my time when I was a leader and wanted to be a leader, and I always had a healthy opposition, but ultimately, because of my charisma and because of my personality, I've always been able to get the room to follow me. I don't want to do that anymore. I'm just saying I don't want the job. I'm simply saying I don't want the job anymore.
Can I say something real quick?
Wait, I have to step away. Can I ask one more question? Because I'm not staying long, if possible.
Okay, go ahead, bro.
Go ahead.
This election, is this going to go for the remainder of the night? Since people are going to the polls and send off to the mail, will this conclude in one day, or it's going to be a while? This type of election.
I just got information that they're going to be not overnighting, but they're going to be expediting all the ballots where you don't have to pay for anything. So
50 million people had voted as of last week. Those ballots have already been counted. The question is,
wow, so it's been counted already. So
I would say by 8 o'clock, you're going to have probably an established trend. The 50 million people that have already voted, there's a trend within that 50 million people, and when will they release it? The polls close at what, 7 or 8? They close at 8 o'clock. So I bet by 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock tonight, we'll at least see a trend developing. If not by midnight, they have a
verdict
winner. Yeah, they have an announced winner. I don't think it's going to be close. I don't think it's going to be close. I could be wrong, but I don't think it's going to be close. I think it's going to be a huge margin of victory one way or the other. I simply believe Trump is going to be reelected. But again, like I said, I could be wrong. But
it depends if the Electoral College still has a factor to it. If not, then if they're going by the popular vote,
there's a rumor. They're saying now that if they're saying the numbers look good for Biden, but then I don't normally follow polls because we saw what happened in 2016 where people thought that Hillary Clinton had it locked up and bam. They're saying that if Donald Trump loses tonight or loses this week, that Trumpism, as they call it, is not leaving the country anytime soon because he might try to run for president in 2024.
Yeah, he'll be unsuccessful. Only run once. He won't even get out of the primary in 2024.
He can only run once.
No, but wait a minute. Let me see. Educate me. If you become president and you only serve one term and you didn't get reelected, you're not able to run a second time because you didn't get elected that second time. Is that right? Or
no? You won't be termed out.
Yeah, that's because they're saying that he could run in 2024 if there's a possibility that he loses tonight. Is that correct, Code Breaker?
That is correct. You can run if he wants to. If he wants to run for a second term, he can run for a second term.
Has that been done before?
Thank you, brother. Thank you for that.
It makes sense because think about it. If you only have 2 terms, and if you only took one and you failed the other one, you still have possibly get another term, but you have to go for the process again. Because you only could be president twice. So when people say, "Oh, you want to be president," you can't say that. So if they don't say you do the full 2 terms right off the bat, and then change from the GARP, then he could run again in 4 years if they decide to change.
Yeah, no matter what happens tonight, Trumpism if he gets in tonight, Trumpism is the era that we're in, and it's not the Republican Party, it's the Trump Party. If he loses, he still can run in 2024, and I also believe that he's trying to groom his son. I think particularly his daughter. I could see them putting her into some type of Senate or Congress seat.
Yeah, well,
There's
I can see that happening in New York.
It's a lot of noise right now, but
somebody's on the road.
Yeah, somebody's on the road. But you hear what I'm saying, though, gentlemen. You know, when
Jared Kushner, I think, would be an excellent United States senator. I mean, he did an excellent job renegotiating NAFTA. He did an excellent job putting together that Middle East deal. I mean, he's proven himself to be a crafty negotiator.
No,
Jared Kushner.
He is not.
I think a lot of Muslims.
Come on, man.
Yeah, I think a lot of Muslim community would actually be against that idea.
Against what idea?
Of Jared Kushner being a broker of a peace deal in the Middle East. There's nothing peaceful about that deal.
You know what? I'm not even going to respond to that. But I think that you know, the NAFTA deal, from a business perspective, for me was a well renegotiated deal, and I think Kushner would likely make a good senator. I ain't got no hate for him. Basically, is what I'm saying.
And I say that because even if Donald Trump doesn't get into office tonight, doesn't get reelected, he still has a base, which is not going anywhere, which can infuse his family member, because Trump's not dumb. That's why he put his family in his administration, because he's thinking long term, that he wants his kids to be involved in power. I've always believed that his presidency was more about Trump setting his family up more than anything else. Because Trump is a transactional. He's transactional. He doesn't do anything unless he gets something out of it.
Do you respect that?
Yeah, but that's how it works.
That is how it works. That is how it works. But this is
most people playing checker. That's
right. But part of the problem with that, though, brother, is that it doesn't benefit the everyday person out here, right? That they're telling us to believe in the political system, right. And I understand that. Let's just keep it 100% real. None of these people run for election or run for elective office just because, I just want to help people. They're also looking at their own careers, putting themselves in certain positions. I totally get it. And that's Democrat or Republican.
My personal opinion about it is that every president makes their money off the presidency. The only thing with Trump is he is openly making his money off the presidency. Mm-hmm. So he's not backdooring a lot of what he does.
Right.
He don't care if you found out or not. You be like, yeah, nigga, I got a China bank account. So what? Like he's
right.
not he's not interested in I guess secrecy or the presentation of, I'm not doing this. He's more so interested in, look, I'm here to make my money. I'm here to equip my friends so my friends can have capital to, help me. And that's what he's about. The flip side is he's the only president, though, that is willing to make a deal with black people. The obvious racist guys, the only one to go, look, I'll give you $500 billion.
Are you sure about that?
What deal? Can I ask you a question, though? All due respect to you.
Yeah, go ahead.
We know that, because people get this all wrong. We know that Ice Cube said out of his own mouth that they used part of his contract with black people as part of the platinum plan, right?
Yeah.
Now, if you do the math on the platinum plan, the question I have to ask, given the tax breaks that he's given the rich, how are they going to pay? How will he pay for the platinum plan? Because we're saying that, he's willing to make a deal with black people. How are they going to pay for it? When you look at the 1% getting a permanent tax break and all the things that he's done, how are they going to pay for that? and pay for the wall. That's what I wanted to say. How are they going to pay for that and plus the money that he needs for the wall?
To be honest, I really don't know.
That's my point. That's why we can't. That's why we. Okay, I'm gonna listen to you. I'm gonna listen to you.
However, what I'm saying is, I've been waiting for a counter from the Democratic Party.
Right.
There's no counter. That's the only deal.
Well,
so it's just like, well, what deal do I take?
Well, going
a counter.
Go ahead. Go ahead, brother Mike. Go ahead, brother Mike. I'm sorry.
What is there to counter?
Just a counter deal for the platinum plan. Just some type of counter deal from the Dems.
Okay, remember. Okay, go ahead, brother Mike. I'm gonna wait after you.
Yeah. Do you realize that the platinum plan is just a Xerox copy of the plan from the left?
That's right. That's what I. Right.
Oh,
exactly. Okay, check this out.
No, I didn't know. But I'm saying, is that like advertised or
this? What? Let me say this. Let me say this.
Yeah.
If you go on Joe Biden's website, even though a lot of it is talking about giving some to immigrants and all of that, some of that stuff is on his little website, right? But remember this, Ice Cube said that the Democrats came to him, they looked at his plan and said, oh, we're some of the stuff you have on your plan, we would like to do some of that, but we got to get elected first. We can't do anything. So I think Donald Trump, in an effort to really galvanize the black vote, he came up with the platinum plan. But my main question again is that how are they going to pay for that? On top of the fact that they still got this wall project in California, in the tax situation, how are they going to pay for it?
Information man, the wall is being paid for by a military budget. That's where you got the money from.
And do you know that the wall, we started building that wall in 1960. Every year, Congress has an appropriation and has since 1960 to build a portion of the wall. The wall is nothing new. It just became something that got politicized and blown out of proportion. I go down to Mexico, or I did up until COVID. I go down to Mexico every year with my church, and we build homes for the poor. And the wall is very visible. You know, there's already miles and miles of that wall.
Okay, but did you do those of you? I don't know how many. Can somebody mute themselves? God, that sounds horrible.
Information man, your mic is pretty loud itself.
Okay, yeah. I'll turn it down. I'll turn it down. That sound is terrible though. But let me just say this: I know they're spending money on the wall. They're using the military budget. I stand corrected on that. But brother Mike giving that information out, which I find kind of interesting that he's using military money to use. But that's a whole nother story. But this is the thing I've never been able to figure out. And I live in California. Art lives in California. I don't know how many other brothers on here live in California, but the last time I checked, because I deal with a lot of guys where I work at that have come in here illegally, a lot of these people don't just come in over here because they're climbing over a damn wall. A lot of them come in through underground tunnels through Arizona and places like that. How is a wall going to stop them from crawling under the goddamn ground?
And the government, I believe the government knows where every one of those tunnels are. I don't think that those tunnels are any secrets.
Look, remember Chavez? What was that drug lord over there? He escaped out of prison, and they showed Chapo. They showed video of him using a little motorcycle or whatever through the tunnels into the country.
Right.
And we're using stuff like walls, something that come out of the medieval times, and then all of a sudden, even talking about putting alligators and moats and shit.
Well, I think that at the very top, and somebody said this earlier, I don't remember who it was, that said, something about corruption. They were speaking about Washington politicians. Once they get there, they get corrupted. But I think that's true. I think that the United States president, even if he is an honest man, he ain't dealing with nothing but criminals. And I think that's the reason why Jimmy Carter was such a horrible president, because he couldn't deal with the international criminal element.
Correct.
He couldn't deal with it, And the truth is that if we took away those tunnels, we would take away the very fuel that basically holds up the American economy. And that's the black market, drugs. I mean, drugs are a huge component of our economy.
That's way bigger than Nino Brown right there. Definitely bigger than Nino Brown. But
I just wanted to mention.
Go ahead, AB.
Somebody mentioned it. Can Trump run again? I just have two words for you. Grover Cleveland. He was your 22nd and 24th president of the United States.
That's correct.
There is precedence for him to run again.
Yeah, that's
why.
No,
that wasn't the question. He was more like, okay, can you run like a different term?
Yes.
Not the.
And like a different term.
That question was answered. Actually,
well, if he loses, he can't run again. That's what I'm
right.
And serve just what
Grover
Cleveland. If he loses today or whenever, he can technically run again. There is precedent.
Right.
Yeah, but the thing is, if he loses now, the Democrats will have the House until 2028.
Right.
There's no way around it.
You have more confidence than I do, but okay.
Yeah. Say that again.
You have more confidence in them than I do, but okay.
Well, I mean, they have nothing else to throw at him. I mean, Trump's not Trump is poison in the party. I mean, when you have trad-cons voting against you, that's a problem. He doesn't have support from the party itself.
Well, brothers, let me before we go any further, I just wanted to just thank Art for allowing me to come up. Mark, brother, I hope that we had a discourse, but I hope you understand it was respectful, and I respect your views and your point of view.
Oh, bro, I'm absolutely. I don't feel at all stepped on, bro. I appreciate
good.
I mean, I'm not a piece of glass. I ain't gonna break.
No. I just wanted to make sure that we was good.
Yeah, we are.
All the rest of the brothers on the panel, information man, salute, man. Enjoy your stuff. Mike V. Hopefully we get to talk a little bit later. I should be going on probably like around 6:30, 7 o'clock Eastern time.
All right.
AB, if I get to speak to you a little bit later, I'm gonna have that map up. I want to see everybody's path, and it is what it is, man. And hope everybody can vote for whoever they want to vote for. Salute. Vote your interests.
Before you go, brother, the name of your channel, I think I might have subscribed. It's the Code Breaker.
Yeah, Code Breakers.
Yeah. If anybody have that
Breakers.
link,
put his link in the chat room, please.
You find that on where? Do you find that on Twitch, on YouTube?
It's YouTube.
It's on YouTube. Yeah, it's on YouTube.
Yeah, we're all YouTube. We're all YouTube content.
I'll put the link in the chat for you guys, and thanks for the support. Right. Appreciate everybody, man. Come through. Share your views. All views are welcome, man. We got open space, and it's good chopping it up with you, brothers, man. And I'll just see you guys on the other side, man. Chewy,
right,
hit it. I'm gone.
All right, brother.
Appreciate it.
Peace, man.
This is the first
rim. I'll go.
Appreciate you, fam. This is the first shift. This is the first shift of the political discussion, and later on we're going to be going around because you even got Prophet of Thought. I think Info. You going to do one too tonight?
Yeah, I'm gonna go live. First of all, is my mic sound better?
Yes. Yeah, it was just like kind of loud, like Howard Stern.
Yeah,
like you squeezing your nose and speaking.
I'm sorry about that, but Yard Streams doesn't handle sound very well. It's bad with sound. They got to fix that. But yeah, I'm gonna go live and see. I'm gonna just study what happens today, and then go live and get the opinions of the people that follow me.
And what's the name of your show?
Information Man Show.
And that's also on YouTube?
Yeah, it's on YouTube. And just so you know, not to toot my own horn, but I talk about all different subjects on my show. It's not one thing. That's why I go by the name Information Man Show. I can talk about all different subject matters, and I primarily do a lot of interviews with people on that particular platform and things of that nature. And I bring Information Man Show.
It's
Information Man Show. Yeah, Information Man Show.
Okay, got you. So it's not okay. I got you. All right.
And I interview people like yourself, man. I bring different point of views. I'm not a person who just think there's one point of view. Even if I don't agree with a person's point of view, I like to, talk to them. So,
yeah, y'all got to hear Brother Mark more often. The stuff that he normally says, it fits right into the manosphere. I promise you.
He might as well create him a Manosphere channel.
That's why I said you gotta cover.
He'll probably get 1,000 views, 1,000 followers.
Bro, I'm focusing on finishing my book, man.
Yeah, let us know in your journey, what you need from the brotherhood here, because these are male spaces here. So like the conversation.
No, I appreciate that. Right now, I'm just I've submitted to a publisher, man. So I'm waiting. I'm just waiting to get direction. I started writing in one direction, and then they sent me off in another direction. And because at the end of the day, man, you have a message, but the truth of the matter is, I want to sell books.
See, I'm gonna say something that you guys heard Brother Mark today, but I swear to God, the conversations we had, it sounded like I was talking to Green Gorilla. I swear to God, man, that's what he brings. When you hear him, wow.
Right. Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. When I was listening, I was thinking, dude, he got Larry Elders on because his voice sounds just like
but he's a
Larry
black
Elders.
Republican. That's the deal.
He got the Larry Elders sound.
Hey, let me tell you something about Larry, man. I was in business for myself. I ran a printing company. I owned a printing company for 30 years. I did work with Larry for about 10 years, man. And Larry is the only black person that I did business with that paid me on time every month for 10 years. For real.
Well,
for real. I'm just
can't argue with that, man.
On time. So, I got mad respect. And I don't agree with Larry on everything. I mean, shit, me and Larry have had many fights in his kitchen, sitting at his kitchen table. Because Larry is that brother that grew up in the hood, that wore thick glasses and just got picked on all his life. Got picked on all his life. Now, this is my.
Is that why he's so hard on black folks?
This is my perception of Larry. No, this is my perception.
That makes sense.
He would probably say something completely different. And now I would say that right now I wouldn't say that he's hard on black folks. I just says he ain't giving us no love at all, one way or the other. It's not that he's hard.
What's your take on Jesse Lee Peterson?
Oh man, Jesse is cool too. I know me and Jesse fight all the time, dude. Jesse is a former crack addict. He was addicted to crack for years.
that explains everything.
I'm not joking,
man.
dog. I know these guys.
That explains it all, man.
Wow. Jesse was homeless, living on the street. He was a crack addict, and Jesse is. Jesse has a flawed analytical system. His whole system is flawed.
Is he an acto? Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Come on now. Before you leave, do you have some or some of these black Republicans? I got to be honest. When you look at like an Armstrong Williams. And even your boy Larry Elder, I remember a couple of years back, you found out that they were on the payroll for some of these Republican systems, which is how they got their books out, because they were being financed to give certain talking points, my brother. But respectfully to you, I mean,
I've never heard that before.
Sometimes I think some of these people, they're saying things that they may believe, but they up the ante because there's nice pieces of cornbread at the end of the table for them.
Then, from my perspective, I say good for them. They're getting paid. Good for them.
Okay, one more. Okay, I'm gonna throw another one at it. What about Diamond and Silk?
But they might be selling us out, though, brother.
I want to know his take on Diamond and Silk.
Hey, bro, I think they are brilliant, frankly.
Oh man,
what?
Oh,
come on.
What?
I don't agree with nothing that comes out of their mouth. But before they were doing this, they were basically poor women with making no money. They came out of nowhere and created a
persona.
A persona and found a market to market it to, and now they're multimillionaires. You don't respect that?
Well,
why? Just because you disagree with them?
Didn't they get dropped by Fox because they made some crazy statements about the COVID-19, sir?
So what? I mean, they're gonna get dropped by a whole lot of other people. They're still making money. I don't care about none of that. I don't care. I don't agree with them. I don't like them. Yeah. I mean, I'm not even one. Anybody that knows me, no, I ain't got no love for most black people.
So you give them the Kim Kardashian respect?
It's not even a matter of respect, man. I respect anybody that comes to the game.
That had a hustle.
What's dangerous about their hustle, though, sir, all due respect, is that Diamond and Silk are nothing but a throwback to a minstrel show of
I
how
agree
they
with
see
that.
black women
I
with all that
completely agree
loud
with that.
talking and all
I
that
agree with
animation. That
I agree with that.
and even though they got rich off of it at our expense as a culture, that to me is kind of is real bad, man, because they're reinforcing stereotypes that we're trying to get away from, sir.
You see it that way. I don't see it that way, bro.
Okay.
I see it like this. I see they got that money. Hopefully they're decent people. They're sharing that money amongst their family. Their nieces and nephews are going to private schools. It's just like the rappers. Everybody 20 years ago was putting down the rappers, talking about how bad they are. I said, man, how you guys gonna say that? These cats got money. You think they're gonna send their kids to these shitty ass public schools? No, their kids are going to ultimately go to private schools. And 10, 20 years from now, they're going to emerge on this system with a complete different intelligentsia. So I ain't got no problem with none of this.
I personally have a problem with selling yourself out at the expense of your own people, but that's me.
Yeah,
Go
I don't.
ahead, brother. Underrated Darkness, my man.
Yeah, I don't have a problem.
Yes, you. Yeah, I have a problem with it.
Okay.
Oh, no way, ain't no way in hell I'm gonna sell my soul out to my own people. Forget that, especially the system that never benefit for us either. That's crazy to me.
Okay.
Well,
go ahead, fam.
what if you sell yourself out only to give yourself back? This is what I mean.
No.
Yeah, I will do this dance. I'm gonna make this money, but then I'm gonna take this money while I do this dance and then put it in my people. Like
Now,
I can see you.
Well, you hope
doing
that's
that.
the case. That's
I can see you doing that because you got to play this dance with these white folks to a certain degree, regardless of what avenue you take. This is me,
Exactly, brother.
And then you take the resources that they give you, and then you put it back in your people, because who holds most resources if not them?
Right.
So I need your money so I can make my capital so I can put it back in my people. And if I gotta be considered a good boy to do that, that's what I'm gonna do.
That's why I brought up the question earlier about some of the most prominent black conservatives when I was saying that, well, they may believe in what they believe in, but they put it up a little bit. They put it up a little bit higher because there's also an economic incentive, and there are political PACs that do pay black conservatives and other conservatives to push certain talking points, and they do get certain economic benefits, such as being able to have books published and so on and so forth. That is a fact, and I know Armstrong Williams got in trouble for that because it was found out that he was taking a lot of money over the years.
A lot of money.
But I can listen to Armstrong Williams. I listened to his show before.
I don't understand why he would get in trouble for that. Why would even?
What happened was with Armstrong Williams is that he was portraying as if he wasn't a brought and soul talking puppet, when in fact it came out that he was a talking puppet. That's why I asked you that question, that do some of these people either believe what they're talking about or believe or not, or is it just to make that money? Because you said that the Diamond and Silk made $1 million, right? They're sending their kids to the top schools.
They made more than $1 million by now, man. I'm sure they've made more than $1 million. They probably made $1 million just off. They probably got $1 million a piece just to write their book.
So that makes more sense on the selling deals that they've been doing.
Right. I'm not gonna hate on them just because I don't like them. I hope that they were wise enough, like I said, to share some of that wealth throughout their family and throughout the people that they care about.
Let's flip it on the other side then. On the sake of taking opportunities and making lots of monies and getting the notoriety. Let's go with the Alicia Garzas of the Black Lives Matter.
I definitely don't agree with her, and I ain't got no problem with them getting paid by George Soros.
Well, I
ain't got no problem with that, man. I mean, the money is there. They just, they just on that side of the game.
Yeah,
it's all a game. It's all about money.
Wow,
all of this is about money.
Wait. I don't have a problem with them making money. I only have a problem with the reallocation of the money. Because if you're going to make money off my dead black man body, then reallocate the finances that you have to actual black people on the ground. My problem is not them making the money or even cooling a little bit. But it's like, okay, well, what do you do with the proceeds? Okay, you got this Black Lives Matter, you got all these people marching, people burning stuff down, all this type of stuff. And I hitch my wagon to Black Lives Matter because I'm hoping something will come out of it for us.
Good luck,
brother.
Yeah,
You can't.
I said hope. I said hope. Hope.
Don't do that, brother, because if you go to their website, they might have changed it now and doctored it. But if you go to their website, there's nothing really outside of Trayvon Martin and Mike Brown. There's nothing really for black men. Matter of fact, they're promoting the idea of breaking up the family from it being a woman and a woman, a man and a man, and no man and woman structure. So that is a problem. They made their money and their fame. They made their fame off of the backs of dead black men, but yet they're not pushing the agenda of black men. It's really an agenda of gay black women in the LGBTQ.
And that's my problem with it. You want to make money off my blood, invest in my live body.
Yeah, you know what?
Yeah,
I mean cut you off. And I want y'all to go to Brother BGS channel. He did a story about the LGBT, whatever you call it. Do you know in this political thing, they got over 500 of them running for office. Cities, 500. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I want us black men to really think about it and I want you to go there because he broke it down well. I want y'all to really, really think about that. These are the same ones that y'all don't mind they making money off us. You don't mind. 500. These are the 500 ones that we talk about that do not say not one thing about the black man about be part of the family. They talk about the gay black men, everybody else. And to me, when I hear conversations like a few minutes ago, that troubles me. I'm sorry. That really troubles me that you gonna let money get in the way of your own masculinity of the next black man that we want to restore within ourselves and especially to be there for our families. Have sexual. I don't know. No. I can't stomach it. I can't. No.
And I appreciated JT for the Cash App. Appreciate
Anytime.
Go ahead, gentlemen. But yeah, this is just a little something I was just trying to check and see whether or not if your thoughts on how some of these people capitalize from us, and if there's any kind of I guess how can I say a distaste for it, like, or is it more like whatever? So that was the thing. I was just just curious.
Mm-hmm.
But anyhow, probably most likely I'm just going to be shutting it down. I'm going to later on. I got to go in and vote for these measures and the local people's in office. I'm not sure about the top ticket. Just put them in prayer. But
I ain't doing it. I ain't did no top ticket. That's it. Can't do it.
Boy. And Info got this tight background. I don't know how he did that.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
I wish I can do that. And I appreciate the super chat.
Oh, he did it. You can do it. Just ask him how he did it. I'm sure he'll share how he did it.
Appreciate the super chat, fam. But anyone have so again, I hold on. Thank you, brother Aniticus. Or was it Anis? He just left. I wish he'd tell me how to say this. Anis. Can y'all say it? Can y'all say it for me? I hate messing people's names up. I think it's Anistus. Anistus?
Is it Anisatus?
Anisatus. I appreciate your Cash App. Appreciate you, fam. Here we go. Hook them up. Yeah. So Anyhow, Mark, I always, like I said, he is one of the examples where I can still have conversation with anyone from the right and still has can leave the conversation with some kind of substance. As you can hear that he went on the emotional stuff. You can still have dialogue and still walk away with some kind of tip or some kind of business sense. Them are the conversations that we should be having. All that stuff about I went to the right because I don't like black women. Come on, man.
Right. Yeah, right.
we got to do better than that, man.
What that's kind of
out there.
That's out there a little bit, but I know that there's brothers who think that way. I don't know.
Look,
we just got to stay in logic. Just stay in logic, brothers.
Well, black women don't like black men that stand up and will not be emasculated. Come on now.
I'm not denying that. You're right. There are black women that do feel that way, that they don't want to deal with our masculinity.
Right.
But I'm not personally. I'm not going to blame all black women for A, B, and C. When I, as a black man, need to focus on what I need to do to get myself in order. Because when you focus on yourself as a man, women are going to always be there. They're going to flock to you. And then you have to do the best job in vetting the type of women that you want in your life. And that's why I don't spend a lot of time whining. But I'm telling you, Brother Mark, you crack open a channel, man, with that type of talk, man. You'll have 1,000 guys in your chat room.
Quick.
You be the biggest thing on YouTube.
All you need to do, just turn on the lights, brother, and just lay back. They gonna come. Trust me.
No, I've had the opportunity to do that, and I have chosen not to, man. Because at this stage of my life, man, I'm really tired of fighting, bro. I'm ready. I want to just live. I want to live good. I'm raising my 12-year-old grandson. If you met him, you would understand my masculinity. And I want to lead by example. I want to die, and I want to have a room full of young men at my funerals speaking well of me. That's my goal. And at this stage of my life, man, I'm not interested in the fight no more, man. Because I'm not searching for nothing anymore. I know what I believe in. I'm clear with what I believe in. I'm not asking for permission to do what I'm doing. And I don't care if you like me or if you dislike me. If you dislike me, I just suggest you do it at a distance, because that nonviolent shit ain't my way. So I passionately come at me. I love a passionate debate. But just as we've had here, we've had a passionate debate, and we've had it respectfully. Even in disagreement, I'm good with that. I love all of that. I've even stopped talking about my shit, man, because I'm tired of people telling me how stupid I am, particularly my people. But if I'm right, I'm gonna wake up very soon, bro, and never ever have to worry about money again. And it's because I have tracked this president, and I've watched what he's done, and I'm thinking to myself, why is he doing that? That doesn't make any sense. Then you go back and you figure it out. Like, for example, I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. In 2016, he was elected. In 2017, 2018, United States became the largest oil producing nation in the world. So we no longer have to buy oil from anybody in the world. We're now. So fast forward a year later, this president and the United States Treasury is buying up excess oil from all over the world. Buying up so much, we don't even have any place to store it. The oil is sitting out in oil tankers out in the middle of the ocean to this day. And I'm thinking to myself, that doesn't make any sense. He's a much smarter businessman than that. Then I get up about 6 months later to read the article in the newspaper that says IMF forgives the debt of 17 small nations. I'm like, what? The IMF don't forgive no debts. That ain't never happened before. 6 months later, Trump announces that he collapses the Treasury and the Fed. And the interesting thing is not that he collapsed them. What's interesting is that not one peep from the Democrats saying that this is a grab for power. You didn't hear shit about it. You heard nothing about it. So I drew my own conclusions. I concluded that we're on our way to a global currency reset. We're going to go back on the gold standard. And then what happens 3 weeks ago? The Cuban government announces what? What did they announce 3 weeks ago? 3 weeks ago, Thursday. The Cuban government revalued their Cuban peso to equal value of the United States dollar. So I've made my investments based on what I believe. Even though I'm told that I'm crazy, I'm stupid. Okay, well, maybe I am crazy. Maybe I am stupid. But I'm predicting that you're going to see in the next 60 days, if Trump's elected or not, doesn't even matter now. You're going to see I know at least 300 people that's going to become multimillionaires if we go back on the gold standard. I know at least 300 of them, and they're everything from black to white to Asian, Jewish, Christian. I know a whole lot of people that's banking on this reset happening, and I'm anticipating it happening. It could happen tonight. It could happen 10 days from now. I believe it's going to happen before December 31st, personally. So I'm just all about understanding the game. And I don't come at the game as a black man. I come at the game as an investor, simply as an investor. You know, that they don't know I'm black. I communicate with most of these 300 people. They have no clue what color I am. Why? Because we communicate via internet most of the time, via the internet or via this form, and I never show my face. You know, so they don't know what color I am.
Be the reason why you were saying that the technology that we have today allows us a certain ability to do what our ancestors couldn't do, which is you can invest in the stock market and they don't have to know what you look like.
That's exactly right.
Or anything to make money from that vantage point. I get that. I get that.
Yeah.
But remember, but at the same time that is true what you're saying, the reality is black people, we can't hide behind the curtain like the Wizard of Oz to a certain degree, because whenever we step out, people already have their preconceived notions, but that should not hold us back from doing what we want to do.
Yeah, but when you step out and you got $10 million or $20 million, man, you step out with a completely different
attitude,
and confidence level. And you literally got fuck you money. And don't be afraid to say fuck you. You need to say fuck you to some of these.
Well, let me ask you this question. My frat brother, Robert Smith, he's in a situation where I guess the IRS or whoever are trying to claim some taxes on him. And I notice, and I just noticed that whenever we have very wealthy black men in particular who have power, wealth, they let the white boys get away with certain stuff, but they won't let us get away with anything.
Oh, that's a fact. I've had that. Okay, I've had that experience myself personally.
So he might be playing by the same game that the white boys play, but because I know you don't like the racial stuff, but because he's black, they may say we got to make an example out of this Negro because we really don't want too many black folks having his mindset. You get what I'm saying, brother?
I do get what you're saying, and I'll tell you something else that's probably he's not doing. I made the same mistake. What he did is he went into that room to do the right thing. When what he should have done was hire the best motherfucking bulldog ass fucking lawyer, and he should have gone in that room to cut their fucking throats. That's the mistake that I made. And I guarantee you, I don't even know him. I'll guarantee you, if you go back and talk to him, he made that same mistake. And that's not how this system works, man. This system, bruh, everything is a fight. You don't come in there with no dull ass knife. You bring the sharpest knife you got, and when you slice, You slice for the jugular. You ain't trying to wound nobody. I made that mistake, and it cost me $2.8 million. And when it was over, I was $300,000 in debt to the IRS. So I've been there. I made the same mistake.
Right. Let me show you how racism still works within this biracial society that we were talking about before. How many of you heard the story of the sister, I guess she's swirling or whatever we want to call it, who's married? She's married to a white man. They were selling their home, and because there were pictures of not only his family, but her child and her family in the house, they got a below the belt bid on the home. And there was some racial stuff going on, and she was taken back, because that's what I mean. You get black people who think because they're married to someone of another race that somehow they're in this new space. And guess what they did? So they took this is a shame. They took all the pictures of the child and anything that was black in the house out, put all of his white family photos in there, and they end up getting a higher bid and a better situation than what they did when they presented the whole biracial, the whole rainbow bright. But what that shows me, sir,
is racism exists.
Is that even though you can produce a biracial child and everybody can marry each other and let's be kumbaya, that racism still ain't going. No, let me finish. Racism ain't going nowhere, because they did not get a good bid until her white husband put his family photos in there, took her shit out as if she don't even exist, right? And all of a sudden they get the right bid, no racism.
And nobody said racism doesn't exist. We never said that. I don't think anybody ever said that racism doesn't exist.
No, but I'm saying, what is your thoughts about that? Because to me, that still shows you something.
It does. It shows me that racism exists. You got to be aware of it, and you got to figure a way around it, just as they did. You got to be smarter than the problem. You got to be smarter than the problem. Nobody's saying racism does not exist. That is not what I've ever said. I mean, come on, I'm an aggressive
no,
alpha
I'm not
male.
saying.
I'm the kind of black man they make these goddamn racial rules up for.
I'm not saying you specifically, but what I'm saying is that here we have a biracial couple, which would represent what we were saying earlier, is that this is the future. You're going to have mixed race kids. You're going to have mixed race couples. And at the end of the day, as much as she thought that she had a ride with this white man in his home, at the end of the day, she was still devalued, even when she was married to a white man, because her photos were in the house. It wasn't until his photos were put up and hers were gotten rid of that the house got value. That speaks a lot of volumes to me, brother.
It speaks a lot of volumes to me, too. I mean, and then again, you have to be smarter than the problem. They had a problem. They found a way around it. And as far as her being married to the white man, hopefully she married him because she loved him. I ain't got no problem with interracial marriage, and I didn't hear you say you do either. So I'm not saying that you did, but I ain't got no problem. Everybody gets to do whatever they want to do, and you got to live with the consequences of your decisions, whether that's forward thinking or elevating or whatever. You got to live with it. So you know, racism exists. You got to be smarter than the problem. Is all I'm saying. And what did they do? They took down the pictures. They put up the right pictures. They got the bid that they want. They sold the house at the price that they want, and then they moved on. And hopefully, you know, she wasn't psychologically damaged by it. I wouldn't be, because you know, at the end of the day, man, we know that this stuff exists. It's not like we don't know. You know, I don't know why we keep getting all surprised when we experience it. Why are you mad? You know it exists. I ain't mad. I just want to figure out how to get around it. Shit. Sometimes the shit works in our favor. I don't have an example of how, but I'm sure it does work in our favor somehow. I mean, it does with athletes. That's for sure. You know, black athletes are the most worshipped men and women in America. You know, so they're able to become heroes and sheroes. And, you know, you got all these white folks walking around with their names on the back of their shoulders and, you know, their photographs up in their homes. So, I mean, you know, just, you know, racism exists, man. The bottom line is that you take 10 people, you put them in a room, 7 of them are either going to be indifferent to you or favorable to you. Don't pay attention to them other 3. Fuck them other 3. My game is with the other 7. You know, the 3 that is with me, I can get their support immediately. The other 3 I can convince. The 3 that are against me, I just want to laugh in their faces. Shit, they're my motivation. They're my motivation to work harder, to be smarter, you know. Shit, I know. I've been subject to the rules of this game all my life, and I've been screwed over by everybody. Everybody, blacks, whites, men, women. I've been screwed over by everybody. That's why I say I'm an equal opportunity hater. I hate something about everybody, you know.
Sure.
So, but you know, I'm done spending energy where I don't need to spend energy. I'm done. I ain't arguing with no black women. I ain't arguing with no women for that matter. Period. You know, and the kind of woman I like a woman that likes me back, first of all. You know, and if she's black, God bless her. I'm certainly not going to eliminate her just because she's black. If I'm eliminating you, it's because I don't like your mouth. I don't like your attitude. I don't like the way you deal with me. You know, and there are plenty of white women that are worse than black women in their attitudes and behavior towards men. So I don't generalize about none of that shit. You know, all I'm saying is that as a black man, excuses are the tools of incompetence which build monuments of nothingness, and those who exercise a usage of excuses are seldom capable of doing anything else. You know, and I'm just prepared to meet the challenge of tomorrow. You know, and I don't believe that anything that happened in the past is going to prepare us for the challenge of tomorrow. Technology alone just about renders the past insignificant. And that's not to say forget history. I'm merely saying that you have to develop a complete different muscle to deal with, you know, somebody hacking your computer, you know, somebody stealing your identity, you know, being able to literally 3,000 miles away turn your lights on and off in your home. That's going to present a completely different set of problems. Different set of social problems. It's going to create a different level of criminal thinking. It's going to create a different level of intellect needed to just do basic stuff. You're going to need a damn computer degree just to turn the car on in 10 years. You know, so I'm just saying technology is a game changer. It's changed the game. It's changed.
And shout out to Sister Nicole for the Cash App. Appreciate you, sister. Yeah. Go ahead, y'all. You know,
yeah. So.
And we got Manna Tomorrow in the building.
What's going on, man? What's going on, panel? What's going on, information, man?
Yeah, what's going on here? And you got my frat brother here, Mark Isles.
Peace to you, brother.
What's going on, man? What's going on, Mark?
Hey, I'm good, brother. How are you?
I'm doing all right.
Good.
So we just chopping it up, you know, on election day. This is probably my last political panel, you know, because I have no other reason to light one up like anymore after the election.
I think there's going to be lots of things to talk about, particularly if I'm accurate and we experience before December 31st a currency reset. It's going to be a lot to talk about. A lot.
Manna Tomorrow, what is your thoughts, brother, as to what do you think is about to go down?
For the election, he's going to, Biden's probably going to get over 300 electoral votes.
Because I got the feeling he's going to win, too.
Like, here's the thing. There has never been a time in American history where the economy has not been the number one thing. And if you'd have messed up the economy, and it's quite obvious you'd have messed up the economy, and it's quite obvious that you're not trying to prepare, and the numbers is like, dude, the dude's done, man. I mean, it's going to be the same amount of people are going to be surprised when they wake up tomorrow, because I think he will win Ohio. I don't think he will win Florida, nor any other state. For the first time, they're going to be picking up Arizona. And this is why I kind of didn't want the dumb nigga class of people discussing politics, because they was going to be coming in with talking points and all this kind of shit, not giving a shit about history, not caring about the process. And this should have been a time where we came in and take over both parties in the mix of this chaos, because the Democrats were in chaos once Trump won. and now the Republicans are going to be in chaos once Trump loses.
We were in, the Republicans are in chaos when he won too. If you remember, Doug Jones was elected to the United States Senate as a Democrat in a red state, which indicates
special election.
It was a special election because Pence became vice president. Is that the reason why we had a special election?
No, Jeff Sessions became Attorney General.
Oh, yeah. Okay, there you go. Jeff Sessions became Attorney General. It was somebody. But I'm just saying that was an indication. And I agree with you. This was a time. But, we have not yet developed that level of sophistication yet. Honestly, we just haven't. But you're right.
That's why it starts tomorrow. This is why it starts tomorrow. So that way everybody's on the same kind of clear lane. Everybody got.
Will we be? I don't know, man. We'll see. I don't know, man. I think what'll happen is that you're gonna, if your scenario is right, let's assume that it is, then I think what you're going to see is you're going to see the black elite distance themselves from the black underclass even more.
Yes, I am. I'm already there. So 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 you have to just separate from this. I mean, they've been running things into the ground for a very long time. It's time for us to go for our power.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
Because a lot of people who are actually talking are not participating in the system at all. They're not talking to these people at all. They're not investing into politics, which you can do the same way the corporations do. We're not doing that at all.
Right.
And it's just that now, starting tomorrow, since we'll have track records now of everybody, because Trump only won because he didn't have a political track record versus Hillary Clinton, who had a very public track record from, her husband and whatnot. So I understand why he won. But at the end of the day, the Supreme Court and other courts have been blocking his tax returns for a while, which would have showed that he wasn't the stellar businessman that he claimed he was when he went in, and especially with all these mistakes that he made. So I'm like, he had a track record. It was just hidden, and you couldn't see it until maybe 3 weeks ago. So it's like
they did a good job, didn't they?
Yes, yeah, yeah. But that's what I'm saying. I understand why a guy who was mostly just a blue dog Democrat when it came to donating money to campaigns, even though he did donate a lot of money to Republican campaigns as well, especially in Florida. That was his track record. They thought that since this guy was so rich, he was going to walk into the White House and he was going to do some Teddy Roosevelt type stuff. It turns out that wasn't Teddy Roosevelt. And he started hiring people and he started firing people, and nobody cared about the process because they just wanted to benefit. And you got to care about the process and the experts and the actual process itself in order to benefit from it.
Now, Bello Gino, appreciate the super chat again. He said, explain or justify GOP voter suppression tactics.
I'm not a part of the GOP. You have to talk to a black conservative for that.
And you're up, Brother Isles.
Well, I've never witnessed any voter suppression, never had discussions. I've never had discussions about it. In all of my involvements with politics, the 2 times that I ran myself, plus I ran part of Governor Wilson's campaign, voter suppression was not a part of our strategy. So I really can't speak to it personally. I've never witnessed it. I've never been on a team that was involved in it. When the California Republican Party did what they did with the illegal ballots and then tried to rationalize it, go back and check the records. I published the very next day calling it stupid, un-American, and doesn't benefit anyone. So,
okay. All right. Okay, let's go back to the year 2000 and Bush v. Gore. That went to the actual Supreme Court where they labeled all black males felonies within that state and start throwing votes out. And the actual Supreme Court decisions were to stop counting votes. Do you remember that type of voter suppression, or did that not happen?
Well, I mean, you can call that voter suppression. I mean, they really, the truth
Especially
of
when his brother is the then his brother Jeb Bush was the governor of that state.
Yeah, but bro, come on, man, you're not even being real fair with the information. The fact is that
I'm not.
No, you're not. You're not.
Okay.
Because
all right, okay.
every
do fill in the hole, sir.
Every precinct in that Florida race that was under question was controlled by Democrats. And the truth of the matter is that the Democrats underestimated the kind of turnout that Al Gore was going to get in the black community, and they didn't have enough voting booths for blacks to vote. So when the 8 o'clock hour came to close when they drew the line and said this is it, 8 o'clock, the majority of Al Gore's votes was left standing in the parking lot. The Republicans didn't do that.
Okay.
The Democrats did that to themselves.
All right. Do you understand that if the governor of the state is a Republican, the person who controls the voting in that state is also a Republican? You do understand that, right?
Do you understand how the precinct system works?
It doesn't matter.
The guys at the top may definitely be able to make macro decisions that impact everything. But on a precinct level, every one of those precincts was controlled by Democrats. Every one of them. That's a fact. So don't put that on the Republicans in 2000.
Don't put that on the Republicans that they did that.
The Democrats lost that through their own stupidity.
They didn't lose. They stopped counting the votes.
They did lose. And they lost because
That's not what happened.
Let me bring up something around this issue you gentlemen are talking about. Let's keep in mind that the Republican Party, it's just the facts. They have had a history of somehow trying to suppress the votes. And the reason why being
the Democrat Party got the same history. They both got that history.
The reason why it is the fact is because Republicans recognize that if voter turnout is high, they lose. If voter turnout is low, they win, because the majority of the population in this country, whether you want to admit it or not, have more of a liberal or a more progressive attitude coming out of these quote unquote blue states.
No, I actually agree with that. No Republican president can get elected without Democratic votes.
Right. So because they know that, they have made efforts year in and year out, as long as I've been alive, to vote and see this, where they've done things to specifically impact black voters in particular. There's a program called Crosscheck. If you have a name like Brown, any name that sounds black, they were purging people that were legitimately voters that were in black communities. They specifically target black communities where they'll take voters polls and put them in way out in another area, knowing that elderly don't have the cars to get over there. That stuff's been happening in California, where I'm at. The Republicans were purposely putting out drop boxes that they knew were not legal official voting boxes, and they were told they had to get rid of them. Okay.
Justin North, where they told they had to get rid of them, but they tried to legally justify doing it. You know, that's a fact.
Yes, but
I got a question.
Let me finish this one thing, man, tomorrow, and I'll be quiet. Another thing, I remember the situation in Florida. Man Up Tomorrow is right. The governor and those Republicans that were in control of Florida, they weren't giving the Democrats no type of slack. They weren't giving voters no kind of slack. And then after Gore didn't have the damn balls to fight it in court, which I'm disappointed that he didn't, he just bowed down. Okay, he couldn't. Remember, Man Up Tomorrow.
It's not that he couldn't. He knew something that you and I don't know. He knew he was going to lose.
No. It went up to the Supreme Court. It went up to the Supreme Court. There's no higher court than that.
Right. Man Up Tomorrow. Let me remind you of something, Man Up Tomorrow, to make your argument. Do you remember after that election was over and Bush was in office and some months or maybe some time had passed, or maybe a year had passed, I think, or more, they found a whole bunch of ballots setting in the goddamn swamps where the damn alligators are. And they said that a lot of that came from black districts. Now, get off my ass. Now, that's the stuff that nobody wants to talk about.
No, people will talk about it. I mean, nobody.
Okay. Well, I have another question or another thing. When the Voting Rights Act was voted down by the Supreme Court, what was that 5-4 decision, sir?
What year? I don't know.
Okay. I think it was 2009. The 5-4 decision was the Republicans on the court voted down portions of the Voting Rights Act. And right after that happened, that's when you started to see all these voter suppression taxes pop up in all of these Republican-led areas, to include gerrymandering of districts that had to be sent back because they were so gerrymandered for a very specific reason.
Yeah, but again, man, look.
I know it happened in this country.
Yeah, I ran for office in 2000. I ran for office in 2000, and I ran against a lousy ass individual who was a Democrat, and he won.
Okay, well, I got a question.
2002. Let me finish.
Sir. The actual conversation is about voter suppression.
Well, I'm trying to go ahead, man. Look,
no,
it happens on both sides, man.
It doesn't happen on both sides. I gave you specific.
I'm trying to. I'm giving you a specific emphasis. I just tried to tell you, and you want to cut me off. I'm telling you, in 2002, in 2000, I ran for office. I did so well that the then black Speaker of the California State Assembly, in the middle of redistricting, completely made sure that my house was no longer in my district. So in 2002, I literally had to move to run in my district. I was gerrymandered out too. It happened. Both sides do it. That's my only point.
Let me ask you this question though:
Was it challenged up to court? Was it challenged up to a court so that way they would have to redraw the lines? I mean, because redistricting is done.
Yeah, it was challenged in court. It was, and you go back. Yeah, it was challenged. It was challenged in court, and what ended up happening was the California Supreme Court took over the redistricting process, and they redrew the lines. But by then, the elections were all over. I mean, it was all over.
So are you saying that? So you're saying that because of the redistricting that happened within your area, that's why you lost the election?
No, that's not why I lost the election. I ended up running anyway, and I lost anyway. I'm saying that they
well, I got another question, because we're talking about voter suppression, so that way we don't get confused about what's happening here. So that's your Democratic example that kind of brushes up against what actually happened with Bush v. Gore, what actually happened in Georgia with the actual striking people names off of the voter rolls. So are you saying that your example that you gave in your specific situation is exactly the same as it is with Bush v. Gore and the actual striking people from the voter roll? Is that what you mean by both sides do it?
No, that's not what I mean by both sides do it. I'm saying both sides do it. Politics is dirty, is what I'm saying.
No,
are you
we're
trying
talking about specific things.
Are you saying that you believe that the Democratic Party doesn't employ those kind of tactics? Is that
Wait, hold on a second. What party did you say?
I said the Democratic Party. We know the Republican Party does it.
No. But could you spell what you just said?
The Democrat Party.
No, it's the Democratic Party, and it's the Republican Party. Don't be up here with that bullshit. It's the Democratic Party, and it's the Republican Party. If I was to start calling it the Republic Party, you would think something is mentally ill or something is wrong with me, okay? Call it what it is. I'm not a Fox News guy, but just call the shit what it is. It's Democratic. Can you do that?
Yeah, I can do that.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome,
we are talking about voter suppression. You have to give me some examples on your side that is equivalent So the two things I just named.
I don't know.
Yeah, MOT, let me ask him a question real quick.
I'm ready to concede that the Republican Party employs those tactics. I've already
Okay, thank you very much. So it's not a both sides do it issue, is it?
No, it is a both sides do it issue. You just
it's not a both sides do it. That's not what you said.
We can wait a minute. We can end this with you giving us tangible examples, because I can give you examples of all the vote suppressions that Republicans have engaged in, such as voter ID and the things that are going on right now in this election. And I talked about the cross-check program. You can't overlook that, because that was specifically designed to boot black people out of having the ability to vote by stereotyping us by names, man. So give us the tangibles of what the Democratic Party has done in the modern times to suppress the vote of Republican voters specifically.
I don't have any examples.
Okay, then we should get the hell off this subject matter then.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. One second.
First of all,
hold on a second, guys. I was the one that put in a super chat to bring up that question. With everything MOT just said and what information just said like a few seconds ago, that sort of contextualized the whole perspective for me when I see black Republicans, trying to shame us or genuinely trying to get us to vote for them. I mean, if they really want to make policies for you, why do they go so far above and beyond to make sure you cannot vote or make it very difficult for you? If they want to make policies for you, why do they go so much above and beyond to make sure you're not able to vote? It seems like the brother is not informed, is not in tune with some of the recent happenings in Texas and things of that nature. There's a bunch of shit that's happening right now, and they doing that shit specifically to make it real messy so they can contest this shit in Texas. And it just came out that they found a federal judge is recommending a sweep through 12 post office because 300,000 mail-in ballots that was scanned, they were not scanned for delivery, showing delivered. In Texas, they just shut down a bunch of drive-through voting spots. Why do it's specifically one party that is so concerned in restricting people's access to vote? There's a specific party who did not want to vote for the Voting Rights Act. So if they really want us, if they really want me, and they really want to make policies for people like us, why do they go so far above and beyond to make sure we're not able to vote?
We're not even talking about California and their fake voter boxes where they are violating the court order to remove them. Like, this is recent stuff. Like, we don't even have to go back in history, but we should, because it's the same people doing it, right?
That's just within the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah, so whenever I hear black Republicans, I always wonder in the back of my mind, it's like, so if you really want me to vote for you, why do you, if you really want to make policies for me or want me to vote for you, why do you go so far to make sure I cannot vote? And I feel so sad for these people. They're so concerned about, and trust me, I'm an independent, right? It's just two wings of the same bird. Let's just be honest. But we can see the recent trend with a certain party that is sometimes we're better off with the other. It doesn't mean the other one is much worse or the other one is much better. It's just that you might be able to negotiate and wiggle your way around with the other party. So why do the Republicans make it such an issue for people not to be able to access to vote
Whether it's things like, you got college campuses and stuff like that that got big gyms. If people suggest that, they don't like that kind of shit. They put the voting polls like way far away from college campuses because they don't want younger educated people to vote. Why do they do that?
I don't know. I mean, like, this is what we're saying, that we can't, like after this is over, we need to make sure that this type of stuff is nearly impossible for it to happen within black male spaces. Because at the end of the day, I gave you very specifics and tangible about what happened. And at the end of the day, we cannot allow the AM talk radio talking points to run the black conversation like it's running the white conversation. Because that's what happened during this election. Yeah, people.
Well, that's the only way they can
starting to be a
justify some of their shit.
It's the only way that they can. And since black people don't respect the process, this is why they want to be represented by rappers rather than people who spend their life doing this type of stuff. It opens us up for this type of nonsense to happen over and over again.
Yeah, but this type of nonsense has been happening for generations. It's not new.
I mean, we should stop it, though.
Well, I don't know how you do that. I mean, and I'm not being sarcastic. I really don't know how you do that because the stakes are so high. The stakes are so high. I mean, you ever wonder why somebody would spend $100 million to get a job that only pays, $170,000 a year? The stakes are very high. It ain't even
I mean, we're muddying the issue. That's an issue as well. That's that's a campaign finance issue. Again, there was a 5-4 Supreme Court decision by which party that allowed for unlimited dark money to be a part of our election process, sir.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to sit here and defend the Republican Party. I'm one of the biggest critics of the Republican Party, so I'm not going to allow myself to be put in the position where I'm defending it.
I'm just saying that we have to be more upfront about what we're talking about because this stuff is very specific. It's not generalized at all.
I mean, the bottom line is this. I mean, when I became a Republican, I didn't stop at the door to check to see if my name was on the welcome pad. I recognize that there's only 2 seats of power in this country.
Okay, well, I got a question.
And I believe that we need to be in both seats. And
I agree with you.
And until we're in both seats, and until we develop a sophistication where we can, in those 2 seats, have a dual or bilateral strategy that benefits both of us, then we're not really in the game. And they're gonna do whatever they want to do. Why? Because they don't really have to say that. They don't want to
say that.
They really don't have to be significantly concerned about us. We're not.
Okay.
We're not in the game.
Well, I got a question. Now that this is exactly we're at the point to where now we know where politics work. When did you become a Republican?
1985.
Okay. 1985.
I was 25 years old at the time.
Okay, so Ronald Reagan started dropping those drugs within the black community. You became a Republican at that point.
I became a. You didn't even ask me why I became a Republican. Why don't you ask me that?
No.
That's a more appropriate question.
Okay. Why did you become a Republican in 1985?
Okay, in 1982, Tom Bradley was running for governor. He was the first black man to compete for the gubernatorial race in 1982. I was still a college student at the time. Wilson Riles was running for superintendent of education. And Wilson Riles came by he is a member of my fraternity. He came by the fraternity and said, I need you guys to help me on my campaign here on the Central Coast. I was attending school at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. So I did. Well, we did. I didn't, not the only me and my fraternity brothers. And so as a result of helping him on his campaign, we ultimately, because at the time I was a Democrat, we inherited all of the Democratic candidates in that area. So we were helping them all, including Tom Bradley, who was the mayor of Los Angeles.
What policy were you supporting in 1985 when you became a Republican?
It wasn't a policy. You're not letting me finish. I wasn't supporting the policy. It was an anti-Willie Brown vote because Willie Brown, who's a black man who was the most powerful man in the state of California, Willie Brown single-handedly cut a deal that made sure that Tom Bradley did not become governor of California in 1982. The very next morning, I went down to the post office, and I transferred my membership from the Democratic Party to decline to stay, and I was declined.
Okay, so I got a question.
I was declined to stay for 3 years, and then in 1984, my mentor H. Carl Moultrie, who was the Chief Justice for the District of Columbia, appointed by President Richard Nixon, and H. Carl and I, he had mentored me from like 1981 until his death, and never did he ever tell me that he was a Republican. I found out he was a Republican reading his eulogy. And that's why I became a Republican.
Okay, so you didn't become a Republican because of the policies that they are actually espoused over there, right?
No.
So I got a question. Which Republican state do you stay in right now?
I don't stay in a Republican state. I live in California.
Okay. Why do you live in California and you don't live in Wyoming?
Because this is where I was born and raised, and I like the weather, quite frankly. That's why.
So why is it that we have Republicans, but you don't want to live under Republican rule? Like, how does that work?
Well, what makes you think that living under? I don't even get your point. I mean, you think because I live, you think that if I move to Dallas, I'm going to be living under Republican rule?
No, Dallas is a very liberal area.
Okay, well,
by the way,
let's say Houston then, or Plano, or any other place in Wyoming. Since you picked Wyoming, okay.
We're talking about conservative values. So you are a conservative.
I believe in free market solutions. I do. I believe that if the government does it, I believe that you and I can do it better. I believe that. Yes, I do.
Yeah. Well, the government picks winners and losers every day.
I don't get your point.
They do.
What's your point? Okay, they pick winners.
What I'm saying is, so I'm saying is we don't have free market capitalism in this country.
Well, there's no such thing. Well, we do have free market capitalism. It's just not pure free market capitalism.
Okay.
And nothing's pure. We don't even have pure democracy. We don't even have a pure republic. Nothing is pure.
Wow. Okay.
What's pure?
Right.
Give me an example of purity.
All right. So now we're explaining the definition of what things are. All right. So
this is your line of questioning, not mine.
What conservative party? Well, okay. What conservative policies, since you've been there, that you could say that your party have put forward for actual black people? Why you've been there? Why you've been a part of the conservative party since 1985?
I think the Republicans Party anti-abortion, if it had been successful, would have benefited black people tremendously.
I have a question for you. Did you know we have a 7-2 Supreme Court, and they could have did it when they had 5-4? Why do you think they haven't overturned Roe v. Wade yet?
Well, because it's a racist policy for one. It's racist.
I can tell you why. I can tell you why
they make a lot of money off of it.
There you go. A lot of money, a lot of votes.
Yeah,
Roe v. Wade. They're never going to overturn Roe v. Wade. So now they have 7-2 on the Supreme Court, and they still not overturn Roe v. Wade, which is
it's a volatile subject, and women.
Why do they run on it? Why do they run on it then?
Well, because they win on it, I guess.
Okay.
Because they win on it.
Okay, so I have a question. What policy have you brought, or what group of black conservatives have actually brought a policy within the conservative party that you're a part of since 1985 that has actually done something for black people?
Well, I don't think any of our policies have ever been successful. The Black Republican movement has never really, until recently, has not even taken shape. We're just basically voices in the wind, of which in most cases within the black community we get shut down before we even get started. So
yeah, there's a reason for that, but you have to understand that.
Yeah, there is.
While you're over there,
the reason for it is that we lack the sophistication to understand the two-party approach to government. That's the reason for it. Yeah,
okay, so I got a question.
A reason for it.
So I got a question. All right. So at what point?
Which you even alluded to yourself earlier.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that I'm a progressive. I'm very open about what I'm there for within this party. I don't understand how we can work with conservative Republicans in their party if they don't have a voice and they're unwilling to push for anything within that party.
Well, I agree.
I know. I used to be a Republican too. I used to be a Republican too. And let me tell you what I thought.
I think it's making a lot of sense. Look, if the Republican Party is not smart enough, particularly now, to do what the Democratic Party did, and you know, you can say what you want to say.
The Democratic Party, sir. This ain't Fox News. Democratic Party. Could you say it? Could you repeat it inside your head? It's the Democratic Party.
I don't even understand why that's such a big issue to you.
It is such a big deal.
Okay,
what if I call your party the Republican Party?
I'm not even consciously trying to be.
I know, because it's ridiculous to call something out of its name.
Okay, whatever, bro. Democratic Party. Does that sound better?
Yes. Just call it what it is.
All right, the Democratic Party.
Shout out to Fred Holiday for the super chat. Appreciate you, fam. Continue, fellas. This is
Yeah,
America's
the Republican Party definitely has a long way to go to even catch up with the Democratic Party in terms of creating platforms and vertical apparatus for people of color to desire to be in the party. But you know, I mean, and because they're harboring and that's even more reason for us to go in there and take it. They ain't gonna give us anything. Do you actually think the Democratic Party actually invited black people in? No, black people fought their way into that party. They fought their way into that party.
Okay. Well, I have another question. All right. So, what have the Republican Party, the conservative movement, done for even whites, working class whites within that party that you know of?
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Well, in recent times, nothing. That's the reason why the middle class is disappearing.
Okay. So as a black conservative, you can't name anything. You can't name anything for poor whites and working class whites.
What has the Democratic Party done to increase the middle class? What have they done?
They have done. Wait. Okay.
Well,
let's start. Let's start.
Unions.
Okay. Yes.
Unions? Are you kidding me? You got to be kidding me. Do you realize the American,
who's trying to shut down
labor
unions?
movement is the most racist fucking movement in the history of this country?
What? Say that again?
What particular party is trying to shut down unions in this country?
The Republican Party, and rightfully so.
Okay,
and rightfully so.
Okay. So if you don't have the right to collectively bargain for more wages, how are you supposed to make enough money to do anything within this country?
Well, I mean, you know, you value the collective bargaining process. I don't. I value the merit process. I've always done better as an individual within anything I did rather than negotiating with the group. You
do know, sir, that let me give you a little history here. You do know that the unions was a system that was set up for white men. So the Republican Party actually are fighting against the system which they created, or the political party created a system to protect white men.
Most of their constituents.
Yeah. So what happened? No, let me give you this history.
Let me describe every institution in America.
Let me give you this history. When black people came out of slavery, shackle slavery in America, into Reconstruction, guess who had the biggest hands-on skills? It was black men, because we were the ones building everything, right?
Yeah,
so then white men were concerned about losing jobs to black men coming out of slavery, because we were the ones that were the most skilled in this goddamn country out of anybody.
So you're making my argument.
Let me finish.
So now you're making my argument.
No, let me finish. Let me finish. I ain't made your argument. No, not quite. My point. Listen. Which is that history is totally different than what you're talking about. So what happened is white men came up in arms and said, we're going to lose jobs to these ends. Oh, my God. So they created unions primarily to help and support white men.
I don't support unions.
Now, check this out.
Unions are the most racist.
Sir,
no, he's not done explaining.
I'm not finished. So in the beginning, it was to protect white men and their wages to take care of their families. Now, once black men were able to figure out that system and get trade skills, and black people were moving into unionized jobs like the post office, and most black people, the black middle class was built through what? State and federal jobs, good wage paying jobs based on unions. Once black folks were benefiting economically, that's when white people in this country said, we gotta stop this union shit because we got these niggas making money. And check this out. This is how white supremacy works. They're always willing to sacrifice some of their own that are in those jobs too. As long as they hurt us. That's called a Southern strategy. Remember that?
Information man, not even some of them. They're willing to sacrifice most of them just so one nigga don't get shit.
Thank you, brother. So I'm not making your argument. I'm showing you how the more our people started to benefit from these union jobs, the more they decided they had to chop these unions down because it's about hurting us. It's about hurting black people. A lot of black people who moved into the middle class were working state and federal jobs that were unionized. We forget.
Actually, you're wrong. State and federal jobs were not unionized.
So
they are
wait a minute.
Not until recent times.
But they're union. But sir, the point is, wait a minute.
They are now.
What's my point? The unionized jobs eventually got us good paying wages. A big part of our middle class came out of the goddamn U.S. Post Service. Uncles and grandmothers and people that worked in the damn Post Service. Those jobs, real good. Those jobs gave us good paying wages, and then like Man of Tomorrow said, once the unions got involved in them, it actually benefited us and gave us prosperity in our communities. Once they took those good union paying jobs up in Detroit, working in the factories, making the cars, what happened to the goddamn black community in Detroit? It hurt them. You had high crime. You had violence. You had all these things happening when you took away jobs and opportunities, jobs that pay good wages that are backed up by unions.
That the Republican Party took away the unions. Why weren't
what I'm saying to you is that the
Democratic leaders capable of protecting you then?
What I'm saying to you is that the political system in this country was down with taking care of the white man when he was concerned about the black man taking his jobs. Once the black man was able to matriculate himself into the system and get those jobs and make good wages and live a pretty decent life within the racism, then that's when they had to say, wait a minute, we got to change this narrative because now they're getting all these damn jobs. The Southern, you heard of the Southern strategy, right?
Everybody's heard
Lee Atwater was a white man that said we can't use the word nigga anymore, so you got to use things like states' rights, and we know it's going to hurt some white people, but the goal is to hurt primarily black people. So you come up with words like forced busing.
So what was Lee Atwater's job?
So they created
Atwater's job was to elect
they created.
Republicans.
But what you're missing, brother, all due respect to you, is that they created these strategies to maintain white males in power, and they gave poor white men in the South someone to look down upon. Just like LB, just like LB said, if you give them someone to hate, which was black people, they'll pick your pockets for you themselves. So they gave white people someone to look down upon, which was black people. And in that union in the labor movement in this country, man, it's part of it. Come on now, wake up now, goddamn.
I understand what.
Let me say this real quick. I think the brother probably will not get this because he's extremely in love, and trust me, there's nothing wrong with it because this capitalistic system is great. I mean, not flawless, but it's great, right? It has afforded us a lot of great opportunity. I'm not saying tear it down or whatnot, but I don't think the brother understand because he seems to be so in love with revenue generation by any means. He won't understand any of the stuff that you guys are telling him. He does not understand how this capitalistic system works. These unions, these people, these corporations, that's why these jobs go overseas. That's why it was the Republicans that did that.
Yeah,
I promise you. That's why these jobs, because they can.
It wasn't really all that NAFTA that they say. I mean, like
They can
between
cut their
2000 and
costs and make more
2008.
money.
Come on. Yeah. I mean, like, this is all I'm saying. Stay in the Republican Party. I'm fine with that. But when they start doing all this anti-black shit, I want y'all to start speaking up, man. That's all I want. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because here's the deal. I thought I was a Republican too. I was in the Air Force. I was overseas. The only thing you could listen to was Rush Limbaugh. And I thought all that shit was right. Until I got out of the military and got into the real world. Outside of the defense world, that is. Then I realized this shit wasn't what it was cracked up to be. I mean, it was a bubble within the military that you can't really see out of. But once you start getting into the real world, this whole conservative shit don't add up. It just don't.
It's interesting when you say that, because the entire civil rights movement was built on by conservatives on conservative thinking. There's nothing more conservative than the Southern Black Baptist movement.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
And are you suggesting that's not true? Are you suggesting that is not true?
Oh my God! Okay.
Are you saying that that's not true?
That was a group of white conservatives that we couldn't vote because of. Do you remember those people?
Man, why is it that that's your go-to? There's
Because
always
it's true. Because you're trying to make this particular point without factoring in the history, and that's why you're always going to hear the same thing over and over again.
What I'm saying to all of you guys is, I'm not using that history as an excuse for me not fucking making it. Go ahead and do it. Don't follow me. This is the reason why I said at the very beginning of this that I'm not trying to lose you guys.
My stuff together. Dude, I extremely got my
That's
stuff
exactly
together.
right. I got my shit together. Get yours together. Get your shit together.
We're not going to backtrack into personal things. We're going to talk about the history of these actual things.
And frankly,
I
don't give a shit about the history. I don't give a shit about the history. I said I've already made that clear. I made it clear. I don't give a shit about the history. I am not making no excuse for me not being successful. And you can keep whining as much as you want. And the other brother that wants to tell me that I don't fucking know.
Here we go with the black guy gaslighting shit. Here we go.
Oh man, look, bro.
But bro, hold on. Let's settle down a bit. But brother, Mike.
I can street fight too. I don't give a shit.
Brother Mike.
I know.
My name is Mark. It's not Mike. You can't even remember my name. My name is Mark.
It's Mark.
Mark. Okay, Mark. My bad.
No
Mark.
No problem.
If you analyze
telling you who I am.
the party.
He did it because of what David Monroe does when he can't make a point. He just starts screaming and say he don't care and overturn tables and don't want to be part of the discussion as long as he can forget about
This ain't no fucking discussion. You're telling me how fucked up I am, and I'm telling you to go fuck yourself. This ain't no goddamn discussion.
Let's
you guys telling me how fucked up I am, and I'm telling all of you to go fuck yourselves. Clearly. Go fuck yourself.
No, brother Mark. Here's what happened. Hold on, MOT. Here's what happened. We just would like to get, and I think you're very smart, brother. You know what I'm saying? Like, regardless what people may think or what I may disagree with, with you, what we may disagree on. But here's the thing, though. I would like people to be able to make their point, black conservatives, to give us that reason and show us why, okay, over there is better for us. Like, show us how we're welcome over there. But don't use these little tactics, these shaming tactics and shit like that. I hate when people always talk about, look at the Democratic cities. Look at the Democratic cities. Like, bro, Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee, West Virginia. I don't see all those white
especially ones in conservative states.
Bro.
Like, come on, man. Like a lot of these places are in conservative states and they still don't have an answer for it. Dude, it's a talking point because they don't care about history or context.
Well, let me ask you this, man. I mean, you are very, very good at pointing out how horrible we conservative Republicans are. Name me one inner city in America that's benefited from the Democratic leadership that have almost for 40 plus years had complete free reign.
Okay, I have a question for you.
Wait.
I'm about to answer you. I'm about to answer your question.
Okay, good. Answer it.
About to answer it. Chicago and the state of Illinois have not always had Democratic governors. When they had a Republican governor, the type of crime in Chicago didn't go anywhere.
You want
to know why? You want to know why? Because if you expect a politician to clean up after households of mismanagement while they're in office for the years that they are there, this is why this is a talking point. Because you really think that if you put a Republican in that seat rather than a Democrat, do you really think that would change the way the households are built or even managed under that leadership?
No, I don't. And if you...
Well, why would you make the point? Why in the hell would you ask that question that way then?
Because of the stupid shit that you guys are saying. That's why.
No.
Because you're basically.
Why would you ask the question that way? Now, sir, you already admitted another red herring. You already admitted.
Right, I admitted nothing. I admitted this.
You just did. Allow me to go over it. You said no matter who is in charge, you already said.
This is starting to go quickly down the road of uselessness.
You just said it already doesn't matter who's in charge in those states if those family and households are going to continue to run themselves into the ground regardless of leadership. So when you try to make it a Democratic or Republican mayor issue of the things that are happening in those households,
you're the one that's making it a Democrat or Republican.
You were just the person who just asked that question in that format, and I just destroyed it. And now you want to walk away from this as well. So what do you want to pivot to, sir?
Nothing.
You're just lost on that too. Is there anything else you want to pivot to?
Hold on, Emo.
You know what I'm going to do?
I want to talk to Brother Mark.
Please don't leave, man. I got a couple of questions I want to ask.
Brother Mark, I just wanted to ask Brother Mark.
He's not used to talking to capable human beings.
Let me just say this. I don't believe, and I think it's crazy for anybody to believe that any politician can somehow relieve black people or any people of their morality issues. Or right, what politicians can do is politicians can create programs or certain things, certain opportunities to give people opportunities to get out of the situation that they're in if they want to get out of that situation. But to think that if a Republican was running Illinois, whether it be from the government level or the mayor level, it still would not change whatever is going on in those communities socially that's causing people to have the problems that they're having, where people are taking one's life and what have you.
Well,
where they're shooting. What they'll do is they'll probably double up on more law enforcement, because the Republicans do tend to be into the law enforcement thing, but it won't change overnight people's morality and their ability to make better decisions, right? Politicians can't change people's decision making. All they can do is take away programs that can enhance the bad decision making, like when you give women welfare for having a whole bunch of babies. Yeah, politicians can change that kind of stuff, but it doesn't change the morality of people. That's the difference. Now, in some of these cities that a lot of Republicans talk about that are blue states, there's a few of these cities that are run, the mayors might be Democratic, but the governors are Republicans. And we do know when you have a state, the city is dependent on the money and the resources that the state, led by that governor, gives them to address certain problems. So if the problem is that
that's not true in California.
So if the problem
you
is
live in California, that's not true here.
But if
every major city is run by Democrat, and the state assembly is true Democrat.
Wait a minute. Each city in California. Wait a minute. Here we go.
Going back to making the point again.
Here we go. Every city in California, the mayors are still dependent on getting some type of funding from the governor or the state government. They
which
are
also
dependent
Democratic.
On which
it's,
they are.
It's Democratic control.
Listen. Listen, sir. Even you know how a lot of the problems got created in California. A lot of this stuff happened under Republican leadership.
And you know what, bro?
Let's name them. Let's name them.
You know what?
We can go back in the past and name some of the governors of California, like Ronald Reagan, who actually did what? See, sir, what you don't understand is I work in mental health. Ronald Reagan did damage to us when he destroyed all those state facilities that were helping people who had mental health problems, which contribute to some of our homeless problems because they let them all out of places like Napa State Hospital, which I know very well. I've been there, worked there for a little bit. So the policies of governors in the past that were Republican as well.
So you're saying that the last 40 years of Democratic total control hasn't been enough to reverse that. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is that the Republicans, see, both of these parties have responsibility in the fuck up. The Republicans contributed some of the fuck up, and Democrats definitely are adding to the fuck up as well. But when you start saying things about, well, look at the black community, that's about morality, that's about people's decisions that they're making, things of that nature. It doesn't matter what governor or political party you have in a seat. They can change policies, yes, to make it tough or easier for people. But they don't have the power to tell a woman or a man, hey, stop having babies all over the goddamn place. Or, hey, stop using guns and shooting your own people with that gun. Or whatever the case is, they don't have that power to do that. What they have the power to do is to put more police on the streets, take away certain social programs, or add programs that could actually give people a hand up. That's what I'm saying. So it ain't all Democrats, man. Republicans have a responsibility in this shit too.
And no matter who's in office, that's not going to change.
Right.
A specific system set up that both, like, okay, none of these places you've heard of, Mansfield, Ohio, Charleston, West Virginia. You know what? The welfare rate is damn near, it's just as high as it is in Chicago. Murder rate just as high. You know what? You never hear about it. You want to know why? You're not trying to criminalize white people on site.
Right.
So it's like this, man. The talking point of look at these Democrat-ran cities, you shouldn't be saying it anymore. I just destroyed it for you. You shouldn't be saying it, and it never should have been said in the first place.
Right. And wait a minute, man of tomorrow. If you go online right now, and I should have brought this up. If you go online right now and you Google some of the social problems versus blue states and red states, they're saying that red states are having a lot of problems with criminality and white folks that are hooked on white people's crack, which is meth. They got a lot of problems in these southern red states, but they don't promote it. Why? Because the Republicans don't want all that shit getting out. So what they do is they demonize the blue states, right? Demonize the blue states and act like these red states ain't got no dirty draws too. They got a lot of criminality and problems in them red states.
Of course they do. Like, this is all that I'm saying. If you want to run a political conversation with talking points, stay your ass in the right-wing circles. When you go somewhere else other than right-wing circles and right-wing black-friendly circles, you have to know the history of what you're talking about, because we're going to bring up history. And if you don't care about the history, like you said, you don't care, you can't be part of these discussions.
You know, I think it's a great idea if I don't be part of these discussions, quite frankly, because these are the kind of discussions I've decided to avoid, frankly.
I know,
brother Mike, what is it?
Because you have to have a lot of investment of knowing the history of it if you actually care about changing it. Brother, if you just want to ride through a talking points, nothing's going to change. Hey, man, it makes me upset as hell. I don't live in Chicago. I drive through it or around it via I-80. And guess what? Those problems there are horrific, and the government ran. So I know what the problems are. You know what the problems are. If you're not going to fight for anything on your side while you're over there, then it's a moot point to bring it up in the first place. Now, other races of people don't have people who are who exercise themselves how black conservatives exercise themselves here. All politics are talked about offline. There's a plan that everybody goes after. Everybody's on board. The middle's on board, the actual independents are on board, the right is on board, and the left is on board. What it is most of the non-policy understanding or historical perspective discussing people who associate themselves with conservatism always try to run the conversation through talking points because they don't want to put any skin in the game to learn about the history of how these things work. But they want their talking points to serve as the history of the actual conversation.
But
we can't allow that.
That's the reason why when you ask most Republicans, what have they done for the everyday working citizen, the person in these streets? And
he already said nothing.
And you talk about
he already said nothing about white people too.
And you talk about policies because, as we said before on another program we were on, Man of Tomorrow, a lot of times Republicans don't get into policy. They want to talk about values. And when you begin to ask the hard question about policies, then that's when the crickets start to sound off. Yeah. Okay. They start to sound off because, because when it comes to the working class man, the Republicans have very little policies that they can run to say this is what we're doing for the everyday working class man. And they can tell you a lot about what they do for corporations. They can tell you a lot about the opportunity zones that Donald Trump put out there, which actually is gentrifying some black people in the communities that black people are getting money to create these opportunity zones.
But if you look at the map about that, none of that shit's in black communities at all.
Okay.
So
I correct it.
We had a map. We had a map up, and we've seen the opportunity zones, and especially the ones in the Denver metro area, are nowhere near black people.
Okay.
So let's speak to that for a minute, real quickly, because now we have brother Mark here. I really respect a lot of things he says. You know, I'm not in total agreement with some of the stuff that I hear on Fox and all that, but that's another subject. But we should ask, because I think the people, out of fairness, because a lot of people that were asked about policies. Mm-hmm. I mean, we already know what, they didn't know a lot of stuff that they were talking about. But I mean, we have Mark here that ran for office and really been deeply delved into the political realm. So brother Mark, is it important? Because that was a big thing that we kept hearing from a lot of dudes on the right in these spaces here. They kept telling brothers that policy was not important, and when it comes to them being Republicans or conservatives. Is that true?
Well, I don't think policies mean nothing without a machine to actually give life to the policy. So what good does it make to make a policy that's like saying, I'm gonna go out and plant a field full of corn, but you don't have a tractor to cultivate the corn. So what difference does it make for you to plant the corn? It's useless. There's no connection. And that's why I said the issue for me is not Republican or Democrat. The issue is a two-party approach, which they've mastered. And while we sitting here arguing and fighting, and you telling me how horrible the Republicans are, the fact of the matter is that I sit back and watch white Republicans and white Democrats do business with one another every day.
Correct.
Every day. And it's not about one being Democrat, it's not about one being Republican. It's about them together having a dual bilateral understanding of the process. And no matter what happens, no matter who wins, no matter who loses, each side gets something of what they want. Whereas,
listen, bro, I understand what you just said, but I think what you said,
get nothing.
Listen. What you said
kind of
sound like
system. He wants to already build
MOT.
system.
What he just said kind of sound like sometimes when you press Christian with some good information and they can defend their belief or their Bible, then they fall into the abstracts. Oh man, I'm just spiritual.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is, man, every other race of people who's serious about progress in the country have always worked within both sides of the party. When people get over into this conservative stuff and don't care about policy, they're traitors. They're traitors. They just want to cloud chase off of being not responsible for the environment and act like they're above the environment. And if you care about outcomes, you will start talking about policy. If you do not care about outcomes, you will start with the talking points and try to ride through on that.
Agreement there. We have a fundamental. We fundamentally disagree. You can talk about all the policies. Name me one policy that your leadership, your Democratic leadership has put in place that actually has changed lives.
It's just too many policies. Like, listen. Here's the reason why I won't answer that specific question of yours. Because our party, where we're at, is all about policies. And if I run down a list of policies and you have said nothing,
okay,
the only thing you do, let me finish. If I go over the policies to what I'm doing and you bring no policies to the discussion at all, you just turn around and dismiss everything that I said that it ain't worked. Well, that's why I don't do that.
Nothing has worked. What has worked?
See, there you go. Did I not go to it? I skipped exactly to the end point of what exactly that he was going to do if I named anything. And he fell into it anyway. I know how these things work.
It's all three of you right now. So all three of you, and it's just me right now in this discussion. I'm not defending anything because
it's not a fight.
I'm not.
It's not a fight.
It's not a fight.
It's not a fight.
And Craig Hewlett said something to me 30 years ago. He said both parties, no matter what side they're on, agree on the things that matter. They don't disagree.
You gotta stop talking about politics, man.
And basically, if you look from Bush 1 all the way through Obama, basically nothing really changed. They all do the same thing. It's called a continuation of government.
Policies are insignificant without a machinery to put them in the.
The machinery already exists. How do you use the machine?
Does it? It does not. Name me a two-party system within the. Okay, you're right. The machinery does exist, but it exists everywhere except for among people of color.
Except what? Excuse me?
The machinery does exist. You're correct. It exists everywhere except with people of color.
Except for people of color. What's his name? When Johnson passed the FHA laws actually for black people to buy homes and get loans. Okay, did that work?
Yeah, you're missing my whole point.
I'm not missing your point. I asked you a question.
I told you he was going to dismiss anything you brought up.
Did it work?
I just said he was going to do that. I just said he was going to do it.
Did affirmative action actually educate more black, take the education of black men from 20% to 90%? Did that work?
Affirmative action didn't work. Affirmative action only benefited blacks that had something.
No, it didn't.
It did not benefit.
No, it didn't.
It did not benefit poor blacks.
It benefited you. You came from Watson, got a college degree. It benefited you.
It benefited me. You're absolutely correct.
It did. Yeah. We're the same age bracket because remember when you went to school.
It did not benefit.
Mark, remember when you went to school in 1977? They tried to take away affirmative action. Mark.
Affirmative action grew out of the Republican Party.
All right, man. Y'all have a nice one, man.
Actually, most of the affirmative action actually grew out of the Kerner Commission in 1968.
Which was
under Johnson.
Which was the year President Nixon got elected.
It was President Nixon did not serve until what year, sir?
1968, brother.
No, 1969. Okay, no. Johnson put those laws in, sir.
Okay, so what's your point, man?
In other words, both parties do different things, and basically the Democratic Party leadership, whatever you want to call it, if it does work, and they put in different policies to affect black people. Okay, they did that. Most of the policies were actually put into law in the Democratic rule, so it does work.
Okay, all right. I'm again, man. I'm like I said, man. I ain't trying to convince nobody. You
don't have to convince. The history is history. You don't have to convince anybody.
I'm not concerned about history, frankly.
You don't have to be concerned about it, but it's concerned about you. You have to use it because that's what you base your laws and your precedents on.
Well, that's true. That's correct.
So how can you not be concerned? If you're running for politics, you have to be concerned about history because you have to have some kind of precedent actually base your policy on. So you have to be concerned about history. So basically, that is not the truth.
Yeah, history is not going to prepare us for what's coming.
It always, yes, it does.
Yeah, okay, well, we have a disagreement then.
No, oh yes, it does. It basically, but most people don't even read it to understand what's gonna happen, because the policies that were already set, the precedents are already set, get used over and over again. Okay, most people don't understand. Have never. I could give you one book to go.
Has been a complete and total changer, and it's changing every day.
Huh?
I said technology has been, since the early 90s, has been a game changer, and it's changing every day.
Yeah, but the thing is, human beings don't change. They use the same patterns, different tools.
Well, that's true. Human beings don't change. You're absolutely correct. That's the reason why only 7% of all Americans live above middle class standing.
What do you call middle class, and who do you compare it to?
The middle class is the middle class. I mean, it's a number, whatever the IRS defines as a middle class. I don't know what.
Okay, basically, I'll just give you one example, right? Get you one about technology and wealth and how that works, right? And back in 1998, I was at Comdex. Guess what a flat screen TV cost?
Back
in the 50th flat screen TV.
What year is this?
1998.
1998, a flat screen TV would have probably cost around $5,000. I'm thinking.
No, actually, flat screen TV, the ones that we buy now, cost minimum cost like $30,000. What do they cost now?
Yeah, they're $300. Yeah, okay, I knew they were
in
expensive.
other words, you when you compare middle class, you're comparing it to the top and the bottom. You're not comparing to the lifestyle that you live. You live a wealthy lifestyle. Even the poorest person in America that has a smartphone, that's homeless, lives a wealthy lifestyle
compared to somebody outside the country.
Compared to somebody outside the country. Okay.
Right. All right, I got that. But what does that got to do with the context?
In other words, if you've been outside the country and how other people live, basically the comparison between even going across the border to Mexico, okay, there's a vast difference between the lifestyle that you live in America, even the poorest person, versus somebody that's middle class, supposedly middle class in Mexico. You live a wealthy lifestyle. And you live the wealthy lifestyle because of the might of the military and your corporations. Okay.
I've been down there for every November for the last 11 years. I've seen it first.
So you can see grinding poverty for the vast majority of those people live. That's how come they come across the border.
That's true all around the world. It's not just
all around. Exactly. So basically, that's what I say. Who do you?
Everywhere.
Most people, the middle class was created during the Industrial Revolution to bring the workers up so they wouldn't live in grinding poverty and they wouldn't have lifespans of less than 30 years, which has happened in Northern England. So they made that socialist bargain with their people. So basically, all the stuff that even a poor person that's on welfare lives a hell of a lot better than most people on the planet.
You mean in America?
Huh?
You mean in America?
In America, yeah, in America.
I agree with that.
So in other words, it's all relative. So
America doesn't have any poor people, comparatively speaking.
Comparatively speaking, so so the thing is, we talk about middle class. How do you define middle class?
Well, look. I'm gonna say it this way: people with ways and means live within the top 7% in the country.
Ways and means.
And there's nothing that's going to stop them from getting there.
Okay.
Nothing. Not
sure
racism. They're going to figure out a way around all of it.
Sure it is. There's always something that they know what stops them. It's if the vast majority of people refuse to participate in the society.
That's correct. That's a personal decision.
And so that's how come they have to spread out the wealth, because any kind of wealth, money, wealth, power exists within a system. And the system is supported by the bottom of the pyramid, not by the top.
Correct. I agree. So there is a pragmatic reason to establish a minimum standard of living in any country if you got the power to do it. There's a pragmatic reason. You don't even have to do it for moral reasons. Just do it for pragmatic reasons.
The power of most people at the top, which is possibly wealth and persuasion. All right, it's not force. All the force and all the power exists within the people, and if a system does not serve the vast majority of its people, it won't exist.
That's exactly right.
Even in China, is authoritarian as China is and oppressive as Chinese government can be, it only exists within the purview and the agreement of the people.
I agree with that too. They've made a lot of changes in the last 40 years to accommodating a rising demand from the people.
Exactly, which is what your government is for. So basically, your government has to serve the vast majority of people and not just the top 7%. The top 7% actually benefit from it.
Well,
but the thing is,
I don't.
it's not even the top 7%. It's actually the top 1%.
Government should only respond to the top 7%.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
I wasn't suggesting that.
Okay.
I wasn't suggesting that at all. I mean,
Okay.
I said only the top 7% of the country gets up and does what's necessary to acquire that standard of living. You can't force people to work hard, save their money, make good decisions. You can't force that on somebody.
So what if everybody did?
Well, if everybody did, I think it'd be a better place.
It would be equalized, but the systems don't work that way.
Well, it don't work.
Nowhere. There's no place that system works. Okay, there people want to live average lives for the vast majority of people.
Well, that's right. They do. I agree, but that doesn't mean that you ignore their basic needs. I mean, people should have access to quality health care no matter what their personal decisions are in terms of their lifestyle. They should have quality, good health care. They should have clean water. They should have clean, breathable air.
Mm-hmm.
They should have roads, and they should have quality schools. Why? Just because I decide to, as an adult, my child might decide that they want to do something different, and they should be educated and given the launching pad to do that.
Well, you could have a complete disparity of wealth like some countries, but guess what? Rich people have to roll around in tanks and bodyguards and have to live behind walls. Okay,
Well,
so it's better for wealthy people like living in this country because of the freedom of access and travel. They don't have to worry about all this kind of stuff because you do have that's like the vast majority of your upperly mobile countries, the first world countries, all have similar patterns.
Well, they've learned.
Yeah, well, yeah. If you don't want an uprising, you don't want revolution, you don't want people to go for your heads. Yeah, you do learn.
Yeah, they did. And people have done that throughout history. There's been uprisings all across the world based on people getting fed up with filth and lack of food, lack of clean water, bad air conditions. Watching their family members die too early. Yeah, you get fed up quick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, shout out to MOT for the super chat. Yeah, I'm in the car, so I don't have my real thing. But go ahead, Fabs.
I'm not advocating. I don't advocate these things. Never have, never will.
So basically, because Art knows me. I'm an amoral pragmatist. Okay, because
amoral pragmatist.
In other words, amoral without morals and pragmatic, and I really don't care. In other words, whatever gets the job done. I look at policy and what the goal is and how do you get the job done. I don't get into right or left or whatever it is because that's a moving goalpost.
I get I understand that. I get that. Yeah, you've come to an understanding that the system is broken and it doesn't matter who you blame.
It doesn't matter whether the system is broken or working. Okay, basically, it does. Does the system work? Does it not work? And so, basically, the people at the top that are actually coincide, because you look at Bush and Obama and Clinton, they all sit next to each other when it's a party. Okay. They're not enemies.
Yeah, and behind the scenes, they all get along.
Yeah, of course, they run the country.
That's not the way the game works. It's most of that stuff is for public theater. I'm very clear about that. I've figured that out a long time ago. But look, like I said, I'm not getting into defending any system. I'm not going to defend it. So, It is what it is.
As because I was talking to Dr. Johnson last night. I said, do I have to get dragged back into domestic politics?
Who's that?
Because
We're talking with
Dr. Tiersan, a friend of mine,
Oh,
because
okay.
he wanted me to run down what was the good bullet points and the bad bullet points about Donald Trump. And because most people talk about Donald Trump emotionally, and basically, for me, Donald Trump, but Donald Trump is basically a what I call a meh president. Okay,
What do you mean by that?
average. He's average. There's really nothing special about what he did or what he didn't do. I mean, he's a little bit more theater, a little bit more flash. He ran his mouth more, but as far as policy wise, he's
Well, I mean, most people that voted for Donald Trump didn't vote for him to be a good president.
No, it's emotional.
It was to trash the system. It was to destroy the system. That's why I voted for him. I voted for him to be a destroyer, and he's delivered everything that I wanted him to deliver. Everything.
What did he destroy? Really?
The Republican Party.
Oh,
he destroyed the far right hold on the Republican Party. Completely
really
destroyed it.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you say the far right hold?
Yeah, the far
Really?
right. The evangelicals, you could not get the Republican National Republican nomination before Trump without.
That is not the far right, sir.
Oh my God!
Because that's the conservative right, but that's not the far right. The far right was the one people that tried to kidnap the Michigan governor. That's the far right.
I know who. I know who. Oh God, not Antifa, but
The Michigan militia.
the alt right. I know who the alt right is.
Yeah, that's the far right.
Yeah, that's the far right. They and the alt right worked through the evangelical connection. They were connected, and the evangelicals turned their backs on the far right in Alabama with Senator Doug Jones. They elected Senator Doug Jones and basically, turned their backs on the alt-right. The alt-right just became too much for them. I don't know. I don't want to speak for them, but
I think you blowing the context out of it. That's not what happened in Alabama, but oh well.
I mean, basically, Trump embraced the far right.
Wait a minute. Wait. What do you mean that's not what happened?
He embraced the far right to get elected.
Yeah, he did. Who else was going to elect him? Yeah, he did. He absolutely.
But you said he destroyed the far right.
So
did I misheard you?
I said that he destroyed the far right's control over the Republican Party.
They didn't control the Republican Party.
Yes, they
never
did.
have. No, they didn't.
Okay, all right.
The Republican Party is very centrist. Okay, the Bushes are Fabian socialists. They are not far right.
Bro, but you could not get the Republican national nomination in the Republican Party without the blessings of the far right. I'm saying that there is going to be a revolution in the Republican Party, and either at the next national convention or the one after that, and it's going to be because Trump was elected. That's what I'm saying.
The revolution, the Tea Party.
There's going to be a brokered convention. There's going to be a brokered convention. There's going to be a brokered convention, which means that there's opportunity for any group to rise up and seize control and power over the party.
So who do you see rising up and seizing
I don't see anybody doing it because the process is still new. I don't see anybody.
The Republican Party has been run by centrists since Reagan.
Well, Farwell was not a centrist.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but Farwell, Jerry Farwell basically pretty much is a centrist.
No, how was he? Are you kidding me? Come on, how can he be a centrist? He was a staunch pro-life, right-leaning, anti-gay, anti-abortion conservative. Come on, man.
You had a lot of Democrats who were the same way.
Yeah, I agree. Blue coat Democrats. That's exactly right. A Republican cannot get elected without their assistance.
But the thing is that your Republican Party also under Bush and Nixon put in abortion and Planned Parenthood and feminism.
No, that's
Yes,
that. The
yes, it is. Go
the
look at what who
Republican Party was always opposed to Planned Parenthood.
go back and look at Prescott Bush in the 1950s.
Yeah, well, Prescott Bush, he was before the 1950s, and I understand that, but it was Margaret Sanger and her group.
Who do you think was a patron? One of Margaret Sanger's patrons.
That was Prescott Bush. I know that.
Prescott Bush. He was a
I know that,
Republican.
and so was Bill Gates's. Some of Bill Gates's people too. I know that.
Who put in Title 10?
I don't know who put in Title 10,
which is Planned Parenthood. You do know him. It's called Poppy Bush put in Title 10. Who put in Title 9?
Well, I know Title 9 happened when I was in college, so it was
No,
either.
it didn't.
Yeah,
Were you that old? How old are you?
I'm 60.
You're 60. I'm 61. I was not in college in 1972. Were you?
No, I wasn't. Title 1 came about in 1972, so that would have either been Nixon or would have been Ford.
Title 9.
That sounds like something that Jerry Ford would have done.
No, and that's 72. Gerald Ford. You know your history. Gerald Ford wasn't. Nixon got was it almost
73. It was in 73.
74, and basically, and then Gerald Ford finished out his term.
Right. Okay. Well, I knew it was either Nixon or Ford.
And that's why history is important.
Well, Title IX didn't really come of age until the 80s. That's the reason why I said when we were in college, and I was in college in the 80s.
There was a very good book called More Than Title IX. Title IX, they actually Title IX wasn't passed, but the policies they were trying to implement actually started in 1969. Yeah,
surprised me. I mean, that's when all of those policies came about, including affirmative action.
The first affirmative action bill was actually signed in, if you go back and look at it, it's actually signed under Eisenhower in the 1950s and 1952. Those are the first affirmative action bills. They have to be actually they're actually, the laws have to be passed, but the affirmative action is actually done underneath the executive through executive orders.
Well, none of them benefited us as a whole.
As a whole, okay. Explain to me how that is. How do you
only
figure?
Only people that really benefited from affirmative action were those who already had.
Okay, where'd you go to school?
Which level?
College.
I went to Cal Poly, San Luis Obispo.
Yes, it's affirmative action, sir.
Yeah, I benefit from affirmative action. I didn't say I didn't.
I know. Basically, remember the Bakke decision in 1977?
I remember Bakke out of Fresno.
Remember Bakke decision when they were trying to take it away in 1977? That was my freshman year.
Right. Yeah, I remember Bakke.
I'm a year older than you.
I also remember in 1982 or 83 when we had a Republican president. He controlled the Senate and he controlled the House of Representatives. The Republicans sent up a anti-affirmative action bill, and Ronald Reagan wouldn't sign it. I remember that as well.
Yeah, because most of the females, especially the Republican females that benefited from it, weren't going to let it get signed.
Well, I mean, I mean, here nor there. I think that we personally would have done. We did much better when we depended on ourselves and didn't depend on the government.
Okay, really? Well, how so?
Well, I mean, before, there used to be plenty in the 60s, 50s, and 60s. There used to be plenty of black small businesses. We supported them, and we supported them as a community. We bought from them, and we as a group, as and you can't blame them as a group as we developed more power, money. And the red line started to disappear.
We
moved out.
How did the red line start to disappear? It wasn't.
We moved out. Well, blacks are living in places today that at one point in history they weren't allowed to even buy in.
Yeah. So what? And so how did all of a sudden they get to buy that stuff?
Oh, I just said that we gained we acquired a higher degree of wealth. We exercised our political power, and individual initiative. There's a host of different reasons. There's no one reason.
That's why history is important, sir, because what you're saying doesn't line up with what actually happened, unless you have alternative history that I haven't read yet.
Oh, okay. Well, you tell me how
because if you go back to the Chicago Buyers Club, that's actually a whole documentary talk about the Chicago Buyers Club and how about redlining that would really still exist today, and how black people couldn't get loans and black people were taken advantage of by Jewish merchants who would actually cause a panic in white neighborhoods and basically have black people pay 4 or 5 times the amount for a house. Okay, and so but Johnson, through affirmative action, actually eliminated that kind of stuff. Okay, so we do benefit from it. We still do.
Yeah, so you guys hear what you want to say. I said we didn't benefit as a whole. I didn't say that some didn't benefit. A very small few did benefit from it, including myself.
In fact, that's how most of our parents and stuff like that bought houses in the 70s and the 80s. Okay.
Well, my parents bought their house in the 60s, and he bought it based because he owned his own business, which was very, very common in his generation. Many black men owned their own businesses, and in spite of all of the challenges they had, they still seemed to acquire a standard of living that oftentimes surpasses most standards of living today.
No, it doesn't. I can tell you that because we're the same age. You lived in Los Angeles, so did I. That's not true, sir.
Well, okay. Well,
it's not true.
Okay,
I can tell you that.
I'm not going to argue with you. I don't.
Same time, same place, and trust and believe.
I'm not going to argue with you.
Trust and believe. The education I got across town, the education I got across town in the white neighborhood was vastly different than the one in my little black school. Okay, vastly different. My neighborhood was vastly different. There's a vast difference in wealth. Okay?
I don't disagree with that either. What does that got to do with what I said?
That didn't get equalized until the 70s. Those are policies. Okay. I mean, you don't have policies? Those are policies. Those are policies that were passed. Yes.
Are those policies, or is that individuals making good, sound decisions?
Those are policies that were passed by the state.
All right, whatever. It doesn't matter. I don't. Like I said. I mean, I don't
It does matter.
It doesn't matter in my life.
It does matter.
It doesn't matter in my life. It doesn't matter in my life.
It does matter in your life because you took advantage of those policies, sir.
Oh yeah, I did take. Okay, all right.
It does matter. To say that it doesn't matter and you took advantage of them and you got your education and plus other things through those policies, mean it did matter in your life. That is not true, sir.
All right, for the third time, I agree. You're right. Okay, you guys hear whatever you want to hear.
You just agreed to it.
Selective hearing.
It's not selective. No, I hear very well, sir.
You hear very well. I'm good, bro.
All right. Okay, that's all I wanted to say. It's just okay. What I'm saying is, if I am incorrect, okay, then there's a certain standard of proof that needs to be brought to me that says that I am incorrect. And Art can tell you, DC can tell you that if I am incorrect, I will admit that I am incorrect. But the thing is that I don't. And since I'm an amoral pragmatist and a political agnostic, I depend on policy and proof. I follow policy. I don't follow personality. So where Donald Trump, a lot of people think Donald Trump is a devil, he's a racist, whatever it is. And I say Donald Trump is just more like any other president. In fact, he's average. So I don't care whether he's a Republican. I don't care how big of a blowhard he is or what he tweets or that kind of stuff. That doesn't matter to me. Because Donald Trump was a horrible president when he first started. I mean, horrible. But guess what Donald Trump did? He learned, he got better. So I give Donald Trump credit for getting better and actually passing policies that actually mean something. Okay? That actually means something because history matters. Okay? You wouldn't be in the crisis you are, financial crisis you were in now if Bill Clinton and the Democrats, along with the moderate Republicans, didn't get rid of the Glass-Steagall Act. You wouldn't have all this crisis that you have. You wouldn't be $200 or $300 trillion in debt. None of this would have happened. But the thing is, you think history doesn't matter, and basically all those old laws or those ways don't mean anything until you release that, pull that lever, the one that says do not pull, and find out and said, okay, it doesn't matter because that stuff is old, and find out, guess what? Should have left that lever in, because basically now you let all the demons out of Pandora's box because you don't understand history and how the systems work. I spent a lot of time, spent 30 years trying to figure out how systems actually work. So I don't use rhetoric, and I can tell you I don't use rhetoric. Does it work? How does it work? Why does it work? And what policy you would put it? Because if you don't have policy, you don't need a government. Government is actually irrelevant without policy. They knew that the Civil War was fought over policy. It wasn't fought over morals. It was fought over policy.
Well, if you don't have a political machine, policies are insignificant because you can't implement your policies.
Sure, you can.
How?
It's social. Basically, you have access to power. Most people. The thing is that what can you do with what you have? Okay, social media is a game changer because the gatekeepers aren't there anymore. So you can influence policy. You can't, because you can actually go directly to the people. The people have power.
Influencing policy and implementing policy are two different things. I didn't say you can't make policy. You can make policy. Policy is easy to make. Putting it to work and making it effective, that's a whole different thing. And making it effective is having a machine in place to implement. Implementation. Without
policy,
policies are insignificant. You can't even measure without a machine. You can't even measure your progress.
Sure, you can.
Okay.
It gets measured every day. It gets measured every day.
We have drastically different.
Yeah, I guess we do.
Yeah, which don't make you bad or me right or you wrong.
Only
you might be right.
Only if you're a businessman, or in a sports team, what makes you right or wrong, right? Is the results at the end. At the end of the day, what score is called the scoreboard. What happened?
It's results. I agree.
What happened?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question.
It wasn't a question. But at the end of the day, it's called a scoreboard.
Well, correct.
So you can measure results.
Well, you can. Yeah, you can. You can measure results. Absolutely right. But you know what? Every team has what? They have a machine. They have coaches. The coaches have a playbook. They have a way of tracking the time, managing the clock. So there's a system in place. There is a machine in place to put those numbers on the scoreboard. And I'm saying that and I'm talking specifically Black people, we don't have a machine. All we have is Black leaders who are I think extremely ineffective and pretty much now, they're basically nothing more than lobbyists for the wealthy Black people.
So why do people keep reelected? Because most of the Black people, most Black leaders, as we call them, either get elected either 2 to 4 years, right? How did they stay in office? Say like Maxine Waters. Okay, Maxine Waters been in politics. When politics for over 45 years. I know that because I first saw her daughter, who was in my homeroom, and actually showed me her first campaign material. Okay, so I've known about Maxine Waters since the beginning of her political career, because her daughter showed me her campaign materials in my homeroom.
Early in her career, she was actually very effective.
So exactly. So that's like she keeps getting reelected. And the same thing with white people on the other side, Republican, Democrats, same thing.
Right. I agree. So that's not my point. My point is
so they have to serve their constituents. It might not be good for everybody, but their job as Maxine Waters is to serve her constituents first.
Well, okay. All right. All I'm saying is that the way this system works, we're talking about game changing, and first of all, we need a two-party approach. That's my simple,
okay.
And until you get people on both sides in prominent positions, then you know you don't have a system. And you know, sitting around waiting on the Republican Party to invite you in, why would they do that? Power doesn't invite a change. That's just, to me, that's just ridiculous.
In other words, it's if the Republican Party can ignore you, and they do, then they do. So in other words, I don't join especially a white dominated party to change it, because the people that are black that have got inside it, what have they changed?
Nothing. No, there ain't enough to change nothing. There hasn't been a large enough movement to change anything.
And basically in the black Republicans or conservatives, the onus is on you to actually persuade people why they should. And basically, you haven't done a good enough job.
Well, you know what? There's some truth in that.
It's got to be. Okay, you're a businessman. If you ain't sold nobody, you ain't sold nobody.
It's thing about I can say the exact same thing about blacks that are in the Democratic Party. The onus is on them to hold their leadership accountable.
I would agree, but at least I always said about the difference between the Republicans and the Democrats get better crumbs, but at least there's crumbs.
Yeah,
Republicans don't offer you anything. Do you know why? Do you know why the black men are actually siding with Donald Trump after all these years, and the black women are upset? Is because guess what Donald Trump actually did? Actually spoke to him. I'll give you a reason. I'll give you a reason to vote for me, which is what a political party is supposed to do. They're supposed to give you a reason, or how can I serve you? Because they're representing you. And I agree. And I agree with I've chided black people about not holding their black president accountable and making him do more stuff for you. And we have to hold that L. I always said that. You had a black president for 8 years. What'd you make him do? Well, we didn't do nothing. You have to hold that L. It ain't his fault. FDR said the exact same thing when he started the New Deal. He said, I need the people of America to hold me accountable and get behind me and force me to make a change for you.
Yeah.
I mean,
remember, he was from the wealthy class.
He was from the wealthy class. He was a banker. And even Obama, even you could have done it with Obama, because Obama went to the bankers. I'm the only thing between you and the pitchforks, because the pitchforks is coming for you. Which is the same speech that FDR gave back in 1933 to his bankers. I'm the only thing between you and the pitchforks. That's how come he used it. And the thing is that black people had a moment. Okay, black men have a moment right now. Okay, because of the COVID thing, because of the Black Lives Matter thing, they have a moment right now because there's a lot. Because one thing that'll move a political party faster than anything else being inside it is political pressure, is unrest. Because they got to do something. They have to save their system. So they're willing to do a hell of a lot more in 6 to 9 months than they will in 30 years, because there's pressure, just like there was in the 60s, political pressure. And that comes from the outside, not the inside.
Well, I agree.
No machine can replicate massive political pressure on the outside. That moves things faster than anything else.
Yeah, but what happens? Yeah, I agree with that. But it also dissipates quickly afterwards. The machine holds it in place. The machine holds it in place and gives it a longer lifespan.
It basically the longer, what gives it a longer lifespan is what the French have kept the French politicians in place for a very long time. It's called fear.
Yeah, see, I don't agree with that.
Fear is a great motivator. If you have riots in the streets and you have people breaking up and breaking down your system, that's called fear.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
And that's a motivator. So all of a sudden, you couldn't stop the police from shooting black people. Donald Trump sure did it when his system was at stake. He sure did it. And them cops started going to jail left and getting prosecuted left and right. They were getting fired on the spot, not 2 years later.
Right.
Why? Because he was motivated to save his system.
Right.
It's called that's called
I agree
pressure.
with that. Yeah, that's pressure, and I agree with that theory. I just don't. What what gives that life after that pressure is gone.
It's called fear of reprisal. So there's
Yeah,
only certain
yeah,
amount. There's only certain amount. And why you think you still have welfare, Section 8, food stamps, and all this other kind of stuff? It's because if you don't feed these people, take care of these people, you're gonna get exactly what you got in COVID-19, and that they know that.
Only worse.
That's how come
Yeah.
they don't take away this stuff. They would love to take it away.
No, I think they're more pragmatic than that. I don't think they would take it away.
That is pragmatism, sir.
I agree. I think they're much more, and I said that probably an hour ago. That's a pragmatic reason to create a minimum standard of living. I'm totally in favor of it. You know, you're going to either feed them, give them good health care, or you're gonna spend more money fighting the diseases that they create. You're gonna spend more money responding to the unrest. It's easier to feed them, keep them healthy. I ain't got no problem with that.
In other words, even if you're a businessman, a billion-dollar corporation, right, trillion-dollar corporation, you could be Jeff Bezos, okay, you can have as much wisdom, have a good machine, good system. Guess what? Guess what happens when the American people don't have no money?
They tear your machine down.
No, you have no customers.
Tear your machine down. It's the same thing.
You don't have no customers.
End up with a broken machine either way.
Who do you sell to?
Correct. Yeah, there's no upside to
exactly
to destroying people and not giving people a developing a system so that people have the ways and means to improve upon their life.
It's called.
A certain percentage of them are going to do that. We already know that. I mean, history tells us that. You know, I mean, there's no reason in the world for any white person that's hardworking, reasonably educated. There's no reason for them to be living anywhere near or below the poverty line.
Until the system starts to shred and starts coming apart, which is already happened in most of the Midwest. There's nothing there for them.
Well, then they move.
And they move. Even if they move.
Well, I mean, they have to move. They have to retrain themselves. I mean, you know, the manufacturing facilities that once drove the Midwest, they're declining. They're moving. They're moving out of the country. They're moving overseas. They're moving out of the country. Mm-hmm. But if you go
moving, they're gone. The most of 80% of that stuff is already gone, if not 90.
Well, okay, yeah, okay. I'm saying the economy transformed itself 25, 30 years ago. It started in the 80s.
Okay.
You know, that's right. Okay. So what's the point?
I know you don't see the point, but it's okay. It's all right. Where's Art anyway?
Yeah, it is.
Huh?
Yeah, it is. It's all right.
I don't know. Road went smoothing today. Didn't have any long lines or anything.
Okay. Did it? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course. I'm sorry. Well, I'm not really sorry, but Auntie Maxine is not gonna forgive me. So, oh well.
Well, you know what?
I know
she's not gonna forgive.
Can't help herself.
I understand her frustration, but at the end of the day, she's in politics, and she knows the Constitution just like everybody else. Black men have a right to vote their conscience, and we're not automatons. And Maxine Waters because she chastises white people for the same thing. Okay, being automatons and following whatever line they follow. Right. So the thing is, you want black people, people of all American citizens to actually engage in a political process, no matter who they vote for. So to chastise black men for voting Republican, you know, we don't belong to you. Okay.
Yeah, but you know what? I think
you're our representative, not our leader.
Well, you know what? Look, nobody chastised black women in the 80s when they crowned Bill Clinton the first black president.
It was the 90s.
I meant to say 90s. I'm sorry. I meant to say 90s. Thank you for that clarification. You're right. It was in the 90s. In the 90s when they crowned him the first black president.
We did chastise him.
And he was Huh?
We do. They were chastised for doing that. But anyway.
Okay, well, I didn't hear it, but
I was too young to chastise anybody.
I heard it
I'm just
because
saying,
I was one of the ones doing the chastising, so I know.
Well, I certainly
was
was
still a
one of the
teenager
ones,
during that time, so I had
so I
had
just
no say so in the situation.
well,
Yeah,
I think it's time for black men to stand up and
yes.
and have a voice that's ours. I'm tired of hearing from black women about racism. I'm tired of hearing from black women about police brutality. I don't want to hear from them anymore. And not that I'm minimizing their point of view. I already got their point of view.
I don't listen to black women about police brutality because
it ain't affecting them.
Because it doesn't affect them. So and basically, I don't listen to them grab the mic about police brutality because it doesn't affect them. Right. So and basically, but the thing is that is our feminist socialization.
Yeah, it is, and it's unilateral. It's across.
It's unilateral. It's across the board, of course. In 1972, that's why when feminists went to the schools first. And what I forget what is his name. The one of the priests in Prussia said, "You give me the boy at 7, I give you the man." That's brainwashing. That's the Prussian school system that we live in, that we go to school in, and basically everybody's brainwashed just differently. Now, how do you unbrainwash people?
Well, I mean, look, expecting any system to run by any human beings to have anything close to perfection is just, that's the absence of wisdom.
No, it's not. We're not looking for perfection. Just order and some kind of semblance of it working. It doesn't have to be perfect. Just working.
Well, the system is working. You talk to the top 7%, they'll tell you it's working.
If you talk to the top 7%, if you really talk to the top 7%, well, not even top 7%, because if you talk to the top 7%, that starts. I do believe that starts at like $80,000. Okay,
$80,000, $90,000. Yeah,
that's the top 7%. So we had to talk. You had to go a little higher than that, man. In fact, a lot higher than that.
Well, I'd say top 7% is because the top, people within that top 7%, most of their life keep rising.
Not really.
They do. I don't,
man, dude.
You telling me that somebody in their mid-30s?
I was a regular dude, man, and I was earning in the top 10%. It's just not that big a deal. Okay.
No, it's not. That's my point.
So, and then you basically have a lot of very, you have mechanics and you have construction workers that earn that kind of money and they don't keep rising. They're workaday people. Okay, you have intelligentsia that earn less than that. The thing is, and they have the ability to rise. So we have to go a little higher than that.
Well, I've got a high school friend, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Never been to college. He barely finished high school.
Mm-hmm.
And he's an electrician. He makes easy $200,000 a year.
Yes.
And he has had years where he's made $350,000, $400,000.
Yeah. My plumber. They
make good money too. So
I want to say my plumber back in got to be 1995. He was making $1 million a year.
Right. Exactly.
Easy. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, but he's a workaday guy. Okay. When they have no idea. They have no idea how the system works. Okay.
And they don't care. They figured out something that they do. They do it well, and they make good money off of it.
Yeah. There's a lot of people that do that.
So that's the guy I'm talking about. It doesn't take a whole lot to become to be able to function in this making money. I say this all the time. Making money, particularly in Los Angeles, making money is easy. Making money legitimately is what's difficult.
Well, it depends.
It
depends on how much. It depends on your effort level. And
making money has always been easy for me my entire life, even in high school. In high school, I made $500 a week, and I had a $500 a week hustle in high school, and I didn't sell drugs.
Yeah, there's people that make In fact, you can go on YouTube right now. This Cassie made $5,000 a week hustling scrap,
or day. Yeah, I'm just saying. People.
So what I'm saying is, as far as about how the system works and who knows how the system works and knows how fucked up the system actually really is, are not the people that in top 7%. We talk about the upper 1% that really know.
it's such a small number. I mean, that doesn't represent the people in the top upper 1% don't really represent a large number of people. And getting into the upper 1% is not necessarily easy. It's not
multiply 1% by 330 million people. What do you come up with?
Oh,
33 million. It's a lot of people. 33 million. That's a lot of people.
A million people. I always get those percentages wrong.
Yeah.
You tell me what it is.
But you're right about 3 million people. 3 million people. That's a lot of people. In fact, you got 166 billionaires in California alone. So you got a lot of people. Okay.
Damn, I didn't know there was that many.
Huh? Yeah, you got 160. Yeah, you go look at the chart. 166 billion, 166 million billionaires in California alone.
Yeah, that's not a lot. No, that's not a large number.
Really?
You think 166 billionaires in a state of 40 million people is a large number? Really?
Okay. All right, dude.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, what could they do to affect the population of? I mean, I'm sure they could do a lot. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying. But let's just say they all 166 of them got into a room. What could they do to affect the lives of 30 million people? They ain't gonna have enough money at the end of it.
Okay.
All right.
No comment.
No comment.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. I mean, no comment.
If they got together basically in California and they really want to do, they could end homelessness within
absolutely.
a year.
Yeah,
within a
yes,
year.
they could. Yes, they could. But you're only talking about how many homeless people are in California? 200,000?
Yeah.
Not even. Is it 200,000?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah.
Yeah. And that's an effect. But the thing is, there's a lot of things. The money you just spent in March alone could have ended homelessness forever in the United States if they wanted to direct it that way.
Spent on the election cycle, you mean?
No. During COVID, during the stimulus. When basically they spent $6 trillion in March.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, it wouldn't have taken $6 trillion to end homelessness.
No, less than that.
$6 trillion could end homelessness
basically half of that could end homelessness
in the entire world. Probably, I agree.
Not the entire world, but yeah.
Okay, maybe I'm stretching it a little bit, but the point is that the money could have been better spent.
Yeah, well, it is what it is. Well, yeah, but the thing is, you have to understand why the system does what it does.
Well, the system, the system benefits off having somebody to exploit, especially
that's true.
Especially capitalism. I mean, that's just a fact. Nobody can deny that's true.
That's true.
The people at the top, in the middle, exploit those that are at the bottom or
and it's a circular system.
It's supposed to be anyway.
It is a circular system.
Well, okay.
Otherwise, anything that's not circular does not survive.
Well, I mean, some would say we're not surviving. You got those that thinks that we're on the
but here we don't go by what some think. It's either it is or it isn't.
Well, I definitely don't believe that the end days are here. I'm not a gloomy guy. I think
how you define end days?
Well, end days meaning like the fall of Rome. There's those that are predicting that United States is going to follow the way of Rome.
It will.
Statement before.
It will. But you know how long it took Rome to collapse, though?
Oh, I don't know that. How do you?
It took Rome. It took Rome about 200 years to finally collapse. Okay, over a long period. Actually, 300 years, or a period of 300 years for Rome to finally collapse and get invaded. And in fact, Rome actually moved west to Byzantium. But yeah, it took 300 years.
And what makes you think that we're going to move and that we're going to follow in their footsteps?
Well, depending on who you talk to and who.
I'm asking you.
Okay. Basically, it was already supposed to have happened. Basically, our managers of the powers that be had planned to actually do a Byzantium on the United States, because they have shipped guess where they ship most of the manufacturing technology to? China.
Yeah.
China.
Yep.
And basically that was their thing. Okay. Everything goes, they go, and basically the United States is left basically as a husk, and it slowly starts to erode and collapse. Okay, except for one thing, China said we're gonna keep it for ourselves, which is why all this stuff has ensued over the past 30 years. But that's just the rumor.
Well, okay.
Carol Quigley predicted the fall of the United States and the rise of China back in 1965, and they've been trying to prove Carol Quigley wrong. Yeah, tragedy. Have you ever read Tragedy and Hope?
I've heard of Tragedy and Hope. I've not.
Have you? It was in for somebody politically savvy. You should read Tragedy and Hope.
Mm-hmm.
Because that is the Bible that the United States basically is operating on. In fact, China's operating on it right now. The stuff that Quigley actually put into the evolution of civilizations and Tragedy and Hope, they're actually running on the same blueprint because guess what? It does work. So a lot of stuff that he talked about is in play. But the thing is, if you haven't read it or you don't know how to decipher it, then all the stuff that you see around you confuses you.
Well, I'm not confused.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm very much at peace.
Okay.
Very much so.
Okay.
Not confused, not searching for anything. I believe what I believe in, and you know, and that's and you know, and you know, I'm willing to consider the possibility that I might be wrong.
Okay.
But you know, I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not going to embrace something.
The results speak for themselves.
The results speak for themselves. That's exactly.
Well, these results supposed to be coming in about an hour or two.
Say what?
The results are supposed to be coming in about an hour.
Do you mean from the first 50 million people that voted already?
I think that what was the count? I think it was the mail-in count. What was it? Almost like half, like 80 million people.
Yeah, it's close to 100.
I think it was like 90 million people actually mailed
really
in.
high.
Yeah,
that'll
really high.
Can they release that information before the polls?
Some of them were. Here's what I've heard. Some of them are being counted, and like in the lower states, like Florida, Texas, Arizona. They've actually already counted, their mail-in ballots.
Mm-hmm.
But up in Michigan and places like Pennsylvania, they don't start counting till the day of.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to release any information until the last polls close. And that's in California at 8 o'clock, I believe. I don't think before California time, which is 5 o'clock or not 11 o'clock Eastern time. I don't think they will release any information.
Well, people cheat and people have sources.
Yeah, there's some
and people leak stuff. So
yeah, they do.
Have some information.
Yeah, well, you'll probably you may hear stuff like that on the dark web or through your podcast.
No, it's not the it makes sense. Think about it. It makes sense. When do people not cheat or give inside information?
When there ain't
ever in history.
Money. When it doesn't have any value to do it.
No, people do it just to do it.
Yeah,
we do it all the time. We do it all the time.
That's interesting.
Yeah, we do it all the time. I get inside information all the time. I don't pay for it. People do it all the time.
Yeah, I'm okay.
I do it all the time.
I got no information that would give me any kind of comfort level, even disputing what you're saying. I have to accept it.
Well, he said Trump's going to win a landslide. Well, we're about to see it in a few hours.
Yeah,
he's going to win in a landslide.
Yeah, that was his words, not mine.
Oh, okay.
I said
all right, you said. All right.
Said it.
Okay, it did. It well, basically, it proved me. I can't see it. I can't see it.
Like I said it.
I do think he has a lot more support than the media is reporting, though.
I said Trump is actually going to live and die on COVID-19. How his response and people's perception of his response during this crisis will either win him the election or he'll lose him the election, one way or the other. Basically, Biden and Harris are just placeholders. Okay, they're just placeholders in case Trump gets the thumbs down, because really they're not good candidates. But I said that from the beginning.
Question: do you think he'll attempt to be the 47th?
Who?
Trump.
He can't.
No.
Actually, he can.
Oh, you mean if he loses today?
Yeah.
Oh, and tries to run again. Oh,
yes.
No, I don't think so. I think he'll
I
be
don't
too
think so.
old.
Yeah, I don't. Well, I don't even think it's a matter of him being too old. I don't think he can get the nomination in 4 years.
I don't think so either, because the Republicans really do not like Trump.
No, they can't stand him.
Fair enough.
That's the reason.
And the whole party can't stand him.
That's
But
the
the thing is,
reason why I voted for him.
but that's the horse that they had to ride on.
Yeah, well, many of them didn't ride on him. Many of them jumped ship and supported Biden. Many of them did. My good friend Michael Steele did that,
Mm-hmm.
and he's a former chairman of the Republican or the RNC, who was treated horribly during his entire tenure as an RNC.
I asked that because there is precedence for it. Grover Cleveland.
Yeah. You know, so I don't believe that happens. I believe in 4 years, whether he wins or loses today. 4 to 8 years within the next 2 Republican national conventions. Man, it's going to be a major internal fight.
You know, if he does lose, I would like to see his
rivaling the fight in the Democratic Party at the 1968 Democratic Convention when the far left pulled the Democratic Party then to the center, and now it's continually since that moved further left.
There's two factors in 1968 with the Democratic Party. First of all is all the
murders.
Not the murders, all the riots and the disturbances, the anti-war and the civil rights riots and demonstrations, stuff like that.
Those 3 murders, Malcolm's murder, Dr. King's murder, and Bobby Kennedy's murder, don't you think that's all tied in together?
They were all tied in together, but also a result of what was going on at the time.
And then you also say that
we're saying the same thing.
And the second thing is that, guess what? Your sitting president refused to run.
Yeah.
That's probably the biggest reason that Nixon got in is one is because of what was going on. 2 is because your sitting president that could have run for his last term or his last full term refused to run.
You're talking about Johnson.
Yeah. Johnson said he would never live to see complete his full term, which is why he didn't run. And guess what? He didn't. And his doctors told him, I have so many years to live, and basically, actually so many months to live, and basically he was within a few weeks of when they said he would die.
Oh wow!
It wasn't like 72 or something. I have to look it up.
Yeah. I think it was right around the beginning of 72.
No. Wrong. It was 60. It was 67. Johnson was reelected in 64.
He died. He died. I'm talking about
when he died.
Oh, when he died. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, he was actually because he took, I think, the last 10 months of Kennedy's term.
Mm-hmm. Actually, I was off by a year. 73.
Was it 73? Okay.
Yeah, that's what it says. January 2nd, January 22nd, 1973.
Mm.
So he would have not. He would have not finished
years before I was born.
Mm-hmm.
He would have not finished that term because he would took office. He would have taken office in January of 69.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he would have died. He wouldn't have completely completed his term.
Right.
Yeah, but that's the reason he didn't run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he had cancer or something.
He was a chain smoker and he had high blood pressure and a host of other things.
So it was basically a typical American male, Southern male, particularly.
Yeah. So yeah, that was the 2 reasons that I think the Democrats lost. But you can't, it's revisionist history.
Wow, his wife lived a long time. She lived to almost be 100.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I don't remember him that much. I only remember him through movies and reading. I don't remember him the way I remember Nixon and and Ford and
I am not a crook.
and Jimmy Carter, President Reagan. Well, I met President Reagan and I worked for his daughter. I was when Maureen ran for Congress in 1992. I was her project coordinator.
Okay.
So during the early 90s, after President Reagan was out of office, I was in his company a lot, and went to Japan with his daughter. We were part of a delegation from the United States. We were the California delegation. It was myself, Maureen Reagan, Ambassador Esther Cooper Smith, Attorney General Ed Meese. Who else was on that trip? And Cyrus Vance was supposed to be on.
No, sorry,
But at the airport, as we were boarding a plane, he got a phone call from the White House, and he had to fly to Israel to negotiate the ceasefire.
Yeah.
In 90, what was that? 92 would have been 91, 92.
Wasn't Cyrus Vance part of Jimmy Carter's crew that actually negotiated the he wasn't? I thought he was. It's been a long time.
The Egypt thing?
Yeah.
No, he was a part of I think he was a part of Nixon's crew. He was some of Nixon's crew. Cyrus Vance is a well-known conservative Republican, not a Democrat.
Oh well, you know.
Well,
there's a lot of people that go back and forth.
Well, now there are. That's actually a trend in politics where presidents actually intentionally will put a person of the other party on their cabinet now. It's become I don't know if you call it a tradition or a thing. I don't know what you call it, but I think it's very wise. I think it shows wisdom. I mean, Abraham Lincoln. I mean, he surrounded himself with his rivals. He didn't put all of his friends around him. He surrounded himself with all of his rivals. Stanton and Chase. I mean, they couldn't stand each other and they couldn't stand him.
Yeah, but they were capable.
They were all capable. The same thing, That's exactly right. That's exactly what he said. I mean, almost verbatim. That was his philosophy. That's my philosophy. I've never, in my leadership roles, I've a person right now that can't stand the sound of my voice, at all. It was in my early days of leadership. He was always one of the first people I recruited.
Yeah, Cyrus R. Vance was an American lawyer and United States Secretary of State under President Jimmy Carter.
Oh,
that's what I thought. Yes, that's what I thought.
All right.
That's where I first heard the name.
Yeah. Okay. I thought he was under Nixon. I knew it was back in that day.
No, I know he negotiated the deal between one of the deals between Israel and Egypt.
So you're saying that Cyrus Vance was the one that got Sadat killed then? That deal got Sadat killed.
Possibly, but when I say that, I remember because where I remember Cyrus R. Vance was under Jimmy Carter.
Okay,
that's where I remember him from. So I said that's so. When you said that it was under Reagan, I said I don't remember.
I said Nixon. I knew it wasn't Reagan because Reagan was the 80s.
No,
I thought it was the early 60s. It was
no.
Yeah.
No.
I mean,
I forget who was secretary. Kissinger was Nixon's Secretary of State.
That's right. He sure was. Yeah, you're right. I don't know why I didn't know that. I should know that because many times I've met Henry Kissinger before.
And what I'm saying is that I mean, it's been so long, and you get so old you can't remember that far back. And I said, I thought Cyrus R. Vance because Jimmy Carter used to talk about him all the time.
Well, Jimmy Carter. Well, it's not just Jimmy Carter. It was Jimmy Carter who was the governor of Georgia, and Senator Church, who was also from Georgia. If you remember Senator Stan Church, he was the one that exposed the CIA and all of our spies internationally, got half of them killed. It should have been charged with treason. They didn't. They didn't charge him with treason because he was a sitting senator, that they threw him out of the Senate. Do you remember that?
Vaguely.
The Church Commission.
The Church Commission. I remember that. Yeah.
Church Commission is what it was called. His commission was called the Church Commission. And they exposed. They believed that the CIA was evil, and they were doing evil all around the world. And I'm sure there's probably some truth in that. But still, you don't expose your spies. Those, the spies, doing their job. I'm not in favor of that. I would have never supported that. But anyway, he did expose them, and half of them got killed. They never made it back. They got killed, just like I just started hearing about this. Somebody exposed the SEAL team that killed Saddam Hussein. Not Saddam Hussein. The guy that they killed in Pakistan. I don't know why his name is not coming to my mind.
You're talking about Osama bin Laden.
Yes, there you go. The SEAL team, and from what I'm hearing, that SEAL team has been tracked down by foreign adversaries and killed.
Most of them died in Afghanistan. I do believe their helicopter was actually shot down in Afghanistan. I think that's where the SEAL Team 6 actually got killed.
Well, they're saying,
and then there's rumors behind that about what happened. But yeah, that's the last I've really heard of them. I don't really follow them that much.
It just be urban legend then, because the United States government will never. You'll never hear the truth from the government about something like that.
You hear rumors, you hear, depending on how bad they want to talk.
But how can you believe those rumors? I don't heard so many rumors.
Yeah, well, the thing is, you can. The way I track it is, you hear the rumor, you see who the players are, and you sit back and watch because do they try to cover it up? Right. Do they try to push you away from it? And the people on the other side, do they try to expose it? So you can sit back and watch, and you can determine whether it's true or not. Eventually, Benghazi was a rumor.
Yeah, I don't know that Benghazi was a rumor. They actually had tapes. They just never released the tapes.
It did. Well, it's still in effect. That's like Susan Rice wasn't Vice President of Biden because of that. So it is what it is.
Well, I always thought that was an interesting choice. Why Biden's running mate? Why would you choose a person that comes out of a state that's already in your back pocket?
Well, you're an insider, man. you tell me the insiders I know they won't say why. Well, maybe they keeping it real close to the vest because I don't know why.
Well, I'll tell you what I think. I think it was a deal cut between Biden and Trump. And the deal is if Biden lets Trump choose his running mate and Trump wins, Trump gets off Biden's family and leaves them alone. Because he will not sick his Department of Justice on the Biden family. If Biden wins, the Department of Justice is not going to go after his family at all.
Well, my theory is why they picked Kamala Harris is because of a certain billionaire that has money that runs the Open Society.
And who's that billionaire you're talking about?
George Soros. I do believe that Kamala Harris is George Soros's girl, and I think he's donating to Biden's campaign.
Yeah,
in my opinion. But who knows? It'll come out eventually.
Well, yeah.
What's up, Art? You back?
I'm going to be leaving, and I'll be back probably within an hour.
All right, sounds good. Sorry about that.
But we'll see. But this election, this is probably one of the elections I felt less interested in because at the end of the day, at the end of it really doesn't matter because I think Biden is even more conservative than Trump is.
Oh, that might be true. I don't really. I'm frankly, I'm a Trump supporter. I voted for Trump.
Mm-hmm.
I have made investments, particularly in the last 3-4 years, based on the theory that I have, and thinking that in order for me to actually see a return on my investment, that Trump needed to win.
Okay, fair enough.
As of March of this year, because of the pandemic, I don't think it's going to matter who wins. My investments are going to pay off.
Okay,
fair enough. And I say that because, 2017, the United States became the number one oil producing country in the world. 2017, right around there. I don't remember exactly the year, but it was right around in there. So we are the number one producing oil company in the world. That means that we have no need to be buying oil from anyone. We should be selling oil, not buying oil.
We do sell oil.
Well, I know.
But COVID-19 means, guess what? Okay, there's no place to sell it right now.
Right. Well, but okay. So you now keep following me then, because you're saying things that raise questions in my mind. And my question in my mind is during 2018 and 19, why was the Treasury and why was the Trump going all around the world buying up all the world's excess oil? We didn't have nowhere to store it. The oil, even to this day, is sitting out in the middle of the Pacific in tankers.
Okay. Well, you should. Well, that should be fairly easy. Okay. Why would you buy them? Well, if you buy excess oil and you're storing it, you either one or two things. You either think there's going to be a shortage, or you're trying to keep it out of somebody else's hands.
Or are you trying to put it in somebody else's hands? Okay.
No,
your thinking is on. Wait. Let me finish my thinking now. All right. Because actually, trust me. Everything you're saying is literally the line of thinking that I followed to come to my conclusions and make my investments. So you're right on track. So then in 2000 and what was it? 2000, I don't know, 19, or it might have been 18 or 19. The IMF announces that they're forgiving the debts of 17 small countries. They ain't never done that before. Why would they do that? That's the rhetorical question that I set out to answer.
Well, what's your answer?
Well, I got to put one or two more things on the table before I give you my answer.
Okay, well, let's put them in bullet points. Okay.
Okay. All right. The bullet point is this: the United States Treasury under the Trump administration merged with the Fed.
Okay.
And that really was not something that caused me to pay attention. What caused me to pay attention is that President Trump's rivalries, Nancy Pelosi's and the other Democrats, weren't screaming about it. I mean, that appears to be a power grab. Why were they not accusing him of reckless and grabbing power? Did you ever come to a conclusion about that? My conclusion is that there is going to be a global reset. That oil is going to be. We're going to go back on the gold standard, or are we going to go back on an asset-based currency standard? It may not be gold. I'm saying gold because gold makes sense, but it could be gold and silver, or it could be any other precious metal that exists out there.
It's not actually gold. It's not actually silver. In fact, pretty much people already know what it is. It's just they've been telling you what it is, but most people don't want to actually admit to what it's actually going to be. Okay, to give you the first answer about why they were buying up excess assets and storing it rather than using it, right? It's not they want to keeping it to use later. They're trying to keep it out of somebody else's hands. Who's their rival?
Or put it in somebody else's hands.
Who is their rival?
The Chinese or the Russians, one or the other.
The Chinese are their rivals. If you're growing in manufacturing, what do you need to do that?
You need oil. You need power.
You need oil, and if you want to retard their progress, if they're your rivals, what do you deprive them of?
Oil. Okay, I'm following you. That is
the reason.
That's a feasible conclusion. I don't argue with that.
Which is the reason you fought the media war starting in 2001. But anyway, that's the rumor. I don't want a 202 call. So
that's not the rumor. That's not the conclusion that I came to. The conclusion
I know, but I know what I'm saying. Well, you already, I'm telling you what my conclusion is. Okay,
yeah, right.
So basically, your conclusion is not my conclusion. Basically, I've been following this, since 2001, and basically PNAC in one of several of their documents actually admitted that this is so. In fact, Trump admitted it, that this is so. This is not something conjecture. The next thing is the reason that the Fed and the Treasury has to consolidate is because what has the world been running on as a reserve currency for the last 80 years.
As a reserve currency?
Yes.
For the last 80 years, I don't know.
The dollar. It's a dollar system
Oh,
that they've
okay.
been running,
Well, right.
and
Well,
all things have to be settled in dollars. And
right.
guess who? And guess since 1971 has been making tons and tons and tons of money off that system. The United States.
Off the fiat system or off printing money?
And printing money, the fiat system, whatever you want to call it. The system, they have been extracting wealth for the last 50 years off this system because the system runs on dollars, and you have to change the whole system to actually get them off the dollar. And the only people powerful enough to actually get the whole world off the dollar is who?
Us,
Their rival.
the
No,
United
their
States.
rival. No, their rival, China. Why would why do the United States take people off their own system?
No, they're going to use the dollar to change the system. It's what I'm saying.
What?
The Cubans just last week, 3 weeks ago, the Cubans just readjusted their Cuban peso to dollar.
Because the world is still on what? A dollar system.
Yeah. So we're saying the same thing. Okay.
No, we're not saying the same thing. If you want to get off the dollar system, somebody else is going to have to take control and actually develop another system.
Yeah, but I'm not saying that we're going to get off the dollar system. I'm saying we're going to have a reset, a global currency reset based on the dollar.
It's not going to be based on the dollar.
Well, then what are you saying it's going to be based on?
It's going to be based on it's going to be UN based, Chinese based.
I don't see. That's where we disagree. I don't think.
Okay.
So.
Well, give me your reasoning. Give me to actually develop and be in charge of a reserve system. What are the 4 things that you need?
Well, you need people. Number one, you need a population. You need manufacturing.
Manufacturing is one.
Yeah.
What's the second one?
You need energy.
Not necessarily, but that's a factor. But that's not the thing that you need.
Okay, so what are the other 3 things then?
Okay, you need one you actually named is that you need the biggest manufacturing base, right?
Right.
You need to be the largest holder of gold.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, I agree with that.
You have to have the biggest positive balance of payments. Okay.
Right.
And the last but not least, you need a blue water navy to actually defend your currency and your customers, right?
Okay. Yeah, all that makes sense.
So those 4 things. Okay.
Right.
What does China have except for one?
Well, they got a navy.
They don't have the biggest blue water navy. Who has the biggest blue water navy?
Well, we do. We have the biggest.
We do. Okay.
Okay, the biggest. But they have a navy that can hold its own.
It's growing. We trust and believe. We've been following China. China is studying China exclusively since 1994.
Right.
So I know. Okay. I've seen them develop this stuff step by step.
I don't know what their gold reserves are though.
They have the largest reserves of gold in the world, which they try to alleviate that from with the Asian currency crisis, where China had to basically bail out most of Asia and the Russians, okay, with their gold. So they had to spend a lot of gold. But the thing is, since they have the largest manufacturing base and they were willing to make products so cheap, gold and currency actually come to them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so they had the biggest cache of gold, the biggest manufacturing base because they're manufactured the world. They have the biggest positive balance of payments. Everybody owes China money.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
The only thing they do not have is what?
The military force.
The blue water navy to defend it.
Yeah.
It's the last piece,
right.
which the Russians do help them with. But the thing is that is the last piece, and so they, in fact, it was. I was reading an article. I've heard of several economists that's saying that China is within the next 2 to 3 years trying to make the switch. But if you look up the the different things like the Asian, I think it's the Asian Interbank, the AIIB. I think that was the thing. They actually established that in 2009. There's several other things they established in 2009. I have to go back over my notes, but they've been preparing this since 2009. In fact, right after the mortgage crisis, the banking crisis in 2000, from 2007 to 2009, the Chinese basically, have had it. So they've been slowly but surely actually building up planks to actually replace the system. And what they're going to replace it with, in fact, you look up the digital yuan, digital yuan. Is it yuan or yuan? Art that they pronounce it. But the digital yuan, and possibly they're going, which is blockchain. And I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, they're going to have it run not by human beings, but by artificial intelligence. That will be my guess. And that will be the wave of the future. It won't be done by human bankers anymore, because human bankers cheat. And when they cheat, they crash the whole system. And the rest of the world is, since after the 2008 to 2007 to 2009 crisis, basically the rest of the world did not trust the United States and the dollar system anymore. So it's not about what we're doing; it's about what they're doing.
I don't know if you can hear me, but I can't hear you anymore.
You can't hear me anymore? You guys can hear me? Can you hear me, Art?
I hear you now.
Okay.
Came back in.
Yeah, but basically,
right now is struggling with this flood that the water break that has most of China flooded. Last
talking about the dam.
The last number I heard, it had like 400,000 people that were either dead or missing.
That's possible.
You don't hear nothing about it in the mainstream news because the Chinese are not good at allowing the news to get out. But
yeah, well, they have their reasons. The biggest impediment to China is basically the as far as that is One Belt, One Road. But the thing is, the Chinese don't. Well, the Chinese have a long-term view, and they said this back in 2005. Chinese, in fact, our military folks didn't expect China to try to assume power to 2035, but evidently that got moved up. So we'll see.
It's interesting. That's an interesting theory.
Yeah, well, check it. You don't have to believe me. Go ahead, go read the literature's there.
It makes every bit as much sense to me as my conclusions make to me. So
yeah, well, compare the two.
Well, I am comparing.
Compare the two. There's tons and tons of literature that
watching them as the Chinese transfer a large portion of their manufacturing base to Vietnam.
Okay, as just like anything else, you're trying to get people on your side.
Right.
It's number one. Number two,
you start to broaden your base.
So you broaden your base by developing the third, which Mao said he was going to do back in 1976 with the Three World Policy. So Mao declared China the leader of the third world back in 1976. So their thing is to develop the third world, which is they've done part of that by the BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, and China, and South Africa. Basically, those are the icons in the third world. And China, it's China's Mao's dream to actually develop the third world, and by developing the third world, because most of the population exists in the third world, gain power. That was Mao's dream back in '76.
I'm not a fan of Mao.
Why not?
I mean, first he was a communist, and two, he killed too many people. Mao, Hitler, Stalin, Lenin. I'm not a fan of none of those guys. I don't see that as something that's those are not admirable qualities in my world.
It's the cost of doing business. How many?
I know plenty of people that feel that way.
How many people that we don't even count how many people the Americans have killed is because it's not a good thing to keep track of.
Well, okay. Well, we didn't kill our own people. The people that we killed were, I mean, we talking about the militaries that we killed, or what are you talking about? I don't.
Yeah, the military we killed. Hell,
Well,
we
those
we
are-
we ain't go we don't go back to the Native Americans, but that's
Right.
another story.
Well, yeah. Well, that I don't think I don't hold that as admirable either. You know, Dude, I mean,
It's the cost of doing business.
man, okay. Well, the cost is too high. Cost is too high.
I told you, sir, I'm an amoral pragmatist.
Well, I know, but look, I mean, trust me, it's not the first time that I've heard this line of thinking, and it's probably employed far more than any other line of thinking.
If you're around Cyrus R. Vance, I guarantee you, Cyrus R. Vance is amoral pragmatist.
I would not know that. I would not know that.
I guarantee you he is, because anybody at that level is going to have to have to order some deaths. Okay, it is what it is. It's cost of doing business.
Doesn't make you that does not make you what do you call it?
An amoral pragmatist?
Yeah, it doesn't make you an amoral. It doesn't make you amoral, because I could walk into a room and I can make a decision to kill 100,000 people tomorrow if I believed that it meant protecting my family.
Okay.
And I would do it on moral terms. I'd do it morally. I would do it to protect my family.
100,000 people.
If I'm just coming up with a scenario to where how I could walk into that room personally, make that decision, and not consider myself to be amoral.
Yeah, well, yeah, okay.
If you are an army and you are threatening my countryside, and I have the ability to prevent you from attacking my people, I will fucking kill you. Yes, I will.
And that's to prevent. They haven't done anything to you yet.
Well, okay, they don't have to do nothing. I ain't gonna wait. Are they threatening me?
That's amoral pragmatism, sir.
Okay.
We do it all the time.
You know what? I don't care what you call it. I call it
drone strikes, and sometimes it's not even to protect protect your family, protect your interests.
Well,
it happens all the time.
Well, you protecting your interests, protecting your family.
Okay. Well,
to me, there's.
Well, you, sir, are on your way to amoral pragmatism. All it takes is one more step. You're already there. The abyss is in front of you. Just take one more step and see how they see it.
This is Mark.
Anyway, what's up, Art? What you doing in the background?
Yes,
I'm ready to jump off.
Yeah, I'm Ralph's not here. I am Ralph's caregiver.
Before DC comes in and rouse me. Oh yeah, US. Yeah, I know, Nicole. US good, China bad.
Okay, and when do you want to schedule it? Yeah, I can. I can. Yeah, I'm the one that's going to schedule it.
Okay, and we can hear you, Mark.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought
might want to mute yourself. Anyway, since I'm here, since Art is muted, I'm in. Mark is muted. Questions while I'm here? While you guys got me, any questions from the peanut gallery? Oh, he's too close to the edge. Yeah, he doesn't realize how close he is to being an amoral pragmatist, and a lot of people try to paint morals on doing things, and I got no problem with it. But basically, end justifies the means, which is an amoral pragmatist. And if you do it enough, then you know it's just the cost of doing business. And Lindy says yes. Oh, Church Commission exposed MK Ultra. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, Mockingbird. Yeah, but a lot of that stuff, MK Ultra and all that kind of stuff that they exposed were actually CIA was actually doing something they weren't supposed to do, which is do that on American soil. That's what they exposed, because they were doing something they weren't supposed to do. What do I think about Joe? I don't know much about Joe Collins running against Maxine Waters. I think Maxine Waters is basically running against herself. and Joe Collins is really not getting any traction. Maxine Waters is basically embedded, and until she decides that she's going to slip up and make a mistake or retire, which I do believe probably that's what's going to happen. She's actually going to get tired of running because Maxine's got to be at least 82, and so I hope that she doesn't die in office. But Joe Collins, I don't think Joe Collins has enough to actually defeat her, but we'll see because they've been trying to go after Maxine for years. And like I said, I'm not in her district, but I'm next to her district, and basically, for the most part, Joe Collins is unknown. So he doesn't have enough cachet to actually defeat it. But anything can happen. This is we live in interesting times now. So if she's going to get upset, now's the time. But really, I haven't seen really much of an opposition. I've seen his commercials, but I don't even know what the dude stands for.
Sorry about that, guys.
Hey. So like I said, I've seen commercials against Maxine. I've seen some literature, but for the most part, he doesn't have enough. Joe Collins doesn't have enough name recognition or cachet, in my estimation, to defeat somebody as embedded in as Maxine Waters. She's an icon in Los Angeles, so it'd be really difficult to actually unseat her unless you really got something going on.
Well, actually, if you know the district, and I do, she can't beat it, but you're correct, because what they did was when redrew the lines, they drew into Gardena, into Westchester, and Gardena is a very Asian community.
You're Borgian a little bit.
Republican community. So and where she is.
You're Borgian a lot. So I don't know if your reception is bad or what. But the thing is that if you're going to unseat an icon, whether Republican or Democrat, you got to really bring something. And go ahead.
No doubt about that. No doubt about that. I'm saying he could beat her. He could do it. It'll be, he'd have to appeal to Hispanics in the Watts area. Appeal to Asians in the Gardena area, which the Asians will be easier than the Hispanics, and the white Republicans in Westchester is hands down. They're going to vote for him anyway. You're talking about California, so even Westchester, even though it's a heavy Republican area, it's still probably more Democrats that's going to vote in that area than Republicans.
Even if he's a Republican and he's running against an icon, somebody's embedded already.
It's an uphill battle.
It's like roller skating uphill. It's tough.
It's an
and I don't think, I don't think he has enough.
We'll see.
Yeah, I just say my because if he really had that much juice, I'd have really heard of the dude. I've seen his ads, but other than his ads, I don't really know what the dude stands for. And I'm in Los Angeles, So, and basically, Maxine is an icon. If he really had something to actually go up against her, he would have made a bigger splash, in my opinion.
Right.
That's just my opinion.
Right.
And she's had better contenders than him in the past.
Who?
But the thing is one thing he does have going for it is that she is, is that old.
Yeah, but I don't think she's still very vibrant, and I don't think she comes across as being old. I don't think that's the message that you see her when she's so vibrant and so engaged that I don't think the general public has a perception of her being old at all. So I don't think age is.
She's been around a long time. Like I said, and her and my mother are about the same age. Yeah, because like I said, I went to school with her daughter. In fact, my daughter's in my homeroom.
Yeah, I used to golf with Sydney, her husband. We used to play golf. So I know them very well.
So like I said, it's gonna it would take a lot to beat her. I mean, a lot more than I've seen from Joe.
Yeah. Well, You know, we'll see. You know,
what's your running on?
He's primarily on his military background. That's primary.
That's it. I mean, really, what is his platform? You know, other than that, she's been around for a long time and she needs to go, because that's what I've heard. Is the reason for the most part. I think he's Borging.
Something happened.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he's Borging his reception. He probably don't have enough bars on his phone.
Yeah.
What's your thought, Art, on Auntie Maxine?
I wanted to throw out the baby with the bathwater, and plus that dude that's running against her. His father is a crook.
Oh, really?
His father has been sued by so many people based on Punch TV.
Oh, really?
That's his dad.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, so that's why you don't hear it. And he's a junior too, but he didn't put junior behind his name. Wink, wink.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
So I'm shocked that Maxine didn't use that one, but I don't think she thinks he's worthy enough to even.
Yeah, that's just
She probably didn't think she needed.
Yeah.
I mean, if she loses, it won't.
When she loses, it's going to be because she takes her opponent lightly.
If she loses, it
she
won't.
hardly ever campaigns.
If she loses, if she loses, it won't be because of him. Well, she really doesn't. She really doesn't need to campaign because she's constantly in the district, at her office and stuff like that. So she's always here.
They got centers named after her.
Yeah, she's always here. So basically, she didn't really campaign because she's here all the time. So she's interacting with her district all the time.
The Amish know about Maxine Waters, and they don't even participate in the process.
Yeah. Remember when those I don't know if they were alt-right or whoever these people were, when they came in. They came in talking about they gonna mess things up with her or whatever.
Yeah.
These brothers and sisters came out of nowhere. It's like you ain't touching her at all. So she got some protection.
Yeah.
In the community.
Yeah. Has she possibly lived past, gone past her expiration date? Possibly. The thing is that she's like Michael Jordan in Chicago. Okay.
Right. Yeah. No replacing him until he dies.
Yeah. Until they die. Yeah. Is what it is. I mean, but yeah, you see Republicans the same way.
Oh yeah.
So it is what it is. When they become icons, it's kind of like they serve and say what?
I said Strom Thurmond died, and he was still,
Yeah, he was in his 90s. Yeah.
He was in his 90s.
We found some black skeletons in his closet.
Say what?
We found some black skeletons in his closet.
Yeah.
No.
There's a lot of stuff.
Including
our boy Biden that's running as a Democrat. So.
Yeah, that old footage, man. I can't get past that.
Basically, if in my opinion, and I told me and DC disagree with this. I said if it wasn't for COVID-19, it wouldn't even be a question. It would be just another, go ahead and put him in the office and forget the election because he's not going to get beat. But the thing is, with COVID-19, okay, you have a crisis. How do you handle it? And people's opinion of it is that it's been iffy. So he's gonna live and die according to what he did with COVID-19. And I remember I was telling I think I was saying if he doesn't pass the that last stimulus, he's in trouble before the election, and it didn't get passed. So people are looking at it.
Yeah, that's exactly. The question is, who do they blame? Do they blame Trump or do they blame Pelosi?
You blame the man. Where does the buck stop?
Well, and it definitely stops at the White House. But people are pretty savvy now. They know the White House. He doesn't control it.
People ain't all that savvy. I wish they were. I wish they were.
Give them credit for.
I wish they were.
And the optics. Think about the optics because Nancy Pelosi. She put that whole. We got to include these people, and these people need help and all this love and glitter, and I need, I want to help people. And all of a sudden you got like, what's his name? The Turtle Man. I call him the Turtle. Mitch McConnell said, no, we can't, stop right there, blah, blah, blah. We got to really think about this. And, The can has been kicked down. So this is under Trump's watch.
It's one.
So it just makes them look bad.
Yeah.
Makes them look real bad.
It's gonna make it. Basically, he's gonna live and die on that. And basically, at a time when you got people getting put out of their homes and can't get food and all that kind of stuff. White people, we're not talking about just black people. White people in mid America, they have to get in their cars and go get in food lines.
Yeah, because it's going to be down to these hillbillies. You know, if they're going to put on their overalls and bring Betty down there with the scarf.
Yeah.
And hey, you know, I think that's the only way I think that he's going to.
He better hope that the polls are wrong.
Because these hillbillies, boy.
Because if the polls are right, then it was not going to be close.
Well, but, had him losing in 2016 too.
Yeah, but he was also because I was listening to Craig, and Craig's, you know, he was trained went to school for political science, and Craig says he was always within the margin of error.
Well, he's within the margin of error now.
Some states yes, most states no. And the momentum is not on his side from June on out, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. It's about 4 hours before the first meaningful results come in.
Yeah, we'll I think they're gonna. It's gonna take a little longer because they probably have to count all those mail-ins. So I think it's gonna take longer.
I think.
What show should you watch to really get an accurate or close to having some kind of accurate reporting or
I would say the most neutral probably would be C-SPAN. It's probably the most neutral.
C-SPAN, okay.
Mm-hmm. But the thing is normally if it's a big turnout, that doesn't bode well for Republicans. No, Republicans normally rely on a low turnout.
Yeah, because I was voting. The reason why my phone was out because I was trying to, I kept dipping out because my battery died, but I was in the middle of voting too.
Okay.
So it's kind of interesting how they have it set up now, where you don't need them little ballot things anymore. They got this big sheet of paper.
Yeah.
You slap it in the machine and hit the little computer buttons.
Yeah. I voted 2 weeks ago. I tracked my ballot all the way to the registrar's office.
Yeah, they're saying this might be a record turnout for an election. That's what they're saying.
Obama?
No, talking about a record period, because I think since COVID's happened and you had like 90 million mail-in ballots alone.
Yeah, I think you're right.
That's half the voting population right there.
So 200 million, or was it 200 million people that voted in 2000? I think it was 200 million people voted in 2000. And it was a very narrow victory decided by the Supreme Court. I think you might get as many as 300 million people voting this cycle.
Yeah, they're predicting a record turnout. That's what they're predicting. We'll see.
Yeah, and we will see. I still believe that Trump's going to win this. And I don't think it's going to be close. I don't think we're going to have to wait until tomorrow morning to find out who won.
Well, we'll see. I mean, anything can happen, and maybe Trump has one more life in that cat body of his.
Well, you know what? The man has throughout his entire life, he defied every odds. He has defied odd after odd. And I'm not even I'm not one of his. I'm not a real Trump fan. I voted for him, but I'm not a fan of the man. But he's had an interesting life.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, if you get a silver spoon and polish it, yeah, it does help.
Well, he 20. What was he? 27 years old when he inherited 300 million.
Yeah, that's not a bad start.
That's not a bad start.
I'm just wondering, what is his obsession with rappers?
Remember Studio was it 54 in Hollywood?
Go that far back?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, he said yeah. That's when Trump was actually wild. He was
In New York.
yeah, he's in New York, and he was a constant patron. It's Studio 54.
I wonder if he's a big Deborah Harry fan.
Is throughout that whole experience, from what I understand, he was well liked by people of color.
Yes, he was. Yeah,
And so how did all of a sudden he become a racist?
When he when he went after Obama as far as the birther thing. That started it. The other thing was the Central Park 5.
Yeah, Central Park 5.
The Central Park 5.
But there was as many black people that was sickened by what those guys did as was he.
Yeah, but that's how he got branded as a racist.
Because all right.
It's
okay for one of us. It's okay for one of us to say it, but it's not okay for you to say it.
Yeah, you can basically. But the thing is, you can be innocent. Okay, you can be perfectly innocent, but at the end of the day, you don't get rid of the brand.
Plus, he never retracted what he said, even after they were free.
Right.
That's the main issue.
Embracing Steve Bannon definitely didn't help him because Steve Bannon is a hardcore fucking true racist.
Not necessarily.
Oh, come on.
Bannon?
Will you consider him a Grizzly Adams racist then?
Man, I mean, I've heard him myself utter basically that direct racist white supremacist crap out of his mouth. I've heard it myself.
Mm-hmm.
And Steve Bannon definitely delivered the far right, alt-right to Trump.
To Trump, and you embraced it. So that's the other part where you got the tag.
Nobody else was going to elect him. So, nobody else was going.
Exactly. So basically, you had to wear it. You got to hold it L.
No, I get it.
But the question is, was that his choice, or did the establishment put him in there like George Soros did with BLM?
Yeah, he got 100 million ballots for early turnout.
Yeah, I don't think he's an anti-establishment candidate, not an establishment candidate.
Who's that? Trump?
Trump. He's definitely anti.
Yeah.
I mean, he may be a prominent figure. He certainly came out of prominence, but he was not well liked by the New York elite. He wasn't on the left or the right because of his arrogance, pompous nature, his personality. I mean, he got off to pissing people off. And he wasn't well liked at all. And the Republican elite can't stand him.
Yeah, that's true.
All of those things I say are to his credit.
Well, could be. At the end of the day, it's the policies that you put forth. So I don't look well. You be anti-establishment and stuff like that because a lot of stuff that the policies put in is like, okay, but it's right down the line. At the end of the day, you still have to do the job,
right?
And you actually boxed in by the environment that you're in, and so I don't care how mavericky you think that you are. If you're running this big ass machine and it runs a certain way, and if you can do one or two things, you can either run it well, or you can throw a monkey wrench in it. You do that, the whole thing collapses.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what the country does tomorrow. I think that when the country is in trouble, it has traditionally turned to Republicans to get them out of it. So we'll see.
Not really. I mean, basically, to go back to 2008, Obama wasn't a Republican.
Well, how were we in trouble in 2008?
You're kidding, right?
Oh, wow. Come on, Mark.
The trouble didn't start till 2009. Are you talking about the racial trouble? What are you talking about trouble?
It's called the worldwide banking crisis.
That started in 2009, didn't it?
It started in 2006. It got exposed in 2007. It got worse in 2008. In 2009, Huh?
It didn't hit me in my business until 2000.
It might not have hit your business, but you had to be aware of it, man.
Well, I was aware of it. But I don't remember in 2008 thinking that that we were in a crisis. During this election cycle, I don't remember a crisis being driving that. I said I don't remember it. I'm not saying that it didn't happen. I just don't remember it that way.
You're
Yeah,
kidding.
I don't.
It was the biggest thing on the planet, man. What do you mean you don't remember it?
They had to
How do
hire
you not remember it?
financial experts and stuff to get us out of that. I mean,
I seriously don't. I remember it in 2009, and the reason why I remember it in 2009 is because that's when I took my personal hit. 2009 to 2013. 2009, I was financially independent, and by 2013, I was.
I know, but you're politically savvy. You mean, okay?
Well,
okay.
I don't remember that. I remember 2000 very clearly. I remember the 2000 election very clearly. I just don't. I do not remember.
You remember your Treasury Secretary pleading. Remember the TARP that was actually passed in 2008.
I remember TARP. You do remember TARP. I remember the name TARP.
Where your Treasury Secretary had to get down on one knee and basically shut all the doors and said, "Look, you don't pass this shit, basically every bank in the world is gonna fail the next day."
Actually, I do remember that, and that was 2008.
It was 2008.
I do remember TARP. I do remember TARP. I just remember. I remember this.
It was just a blip in the road. Okay.
No, I wasn't no blip in the road. I remember from 2009 because in 2009 it wasn't a blip in the road. I mean, I literally lost my shirt between 2009 and 2013. 2009 I was financially independent, and by 2013 I was $300,000 in debt to the IRS.
Yeah, because 2009 was the time where he had to try to stop the bleeding. Remember
2009. I was bleeding.
Yeah, when Obama took off, he had to come up like cash for clunkers.
Cash for clunkers. He had troubled asses. He had to rescue the. Cash for clunkers is actually part of the rescue package that they actually did for the big three automakers, right? Because they were so far in debt and people didn't have no money, weren't buying cars and stuff like that. They were getting ready to go under, right? So they flew in on their jets and begged, and actually, because the bankers really didn't want the money, but they had to take the money. But the thing is, they flew in all three of them, the CEOs flew in their jets, got in front of Congress, and basically begged to be part of TARP.
Right.
And so he loaned the big three some money and actually initiated the cash for clunker programs. Actually, people destroy their cars so they can buy new ones, and actually keep the automakers afloat.
Yeah.
And he brought the automobile industry back to where
well, from the brink of death, which is something similar that like I said, I give Trump credit when he does something right, something similar that Trump is doing for the airlines, right? He's trying to keep them afloat, to keep them from completely going under. So there's some, like I say, when Trump does something well, I actually give him credit for it, which I actually agreed with him. A lot of stuff that Trump actually did under COVID, I actually agree with. There's other things I don't, but the thing is, there's a lot of things that I do agree with. I would have done the same thing in his shoes that he did. So there's a lot of stuff I actually agree with. But the thing is, you put in a tough situation, and basically how you manage this stuff is going to determine whether you continue to be president. Because at the end of the day, that's what you're there for. Okay, you can't cry about it, because if there's a crisis, you're the president. You have to handle it. And if you don't do it, just like if you get look at Doc Rivers. Okay, he was supposed to win with the Clippers.
Yeah,
and
he did.
And he's got swept. And guess what happened to him? Even though he's a good coach and a good manager, guess what happened to him?
He lost his job. Rightfully so. And then he got the job the very next day.
Yeah, you can do that, but the thing is, rightfully so. So, I have no angst against Trump, but then basically you're gonna rise and fall on what you do in this crisis.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Now it's all speculation, and look, I make investments based on my speculation. So, and now, honestly, a month ago I was concerned that if he lost, my investment would be lost. But now I don't really care because of COVID. I don't really care who wins.
Yeah, the response is going to be the same. I don't think the Democrats would have done much.
No matter who wins.
I don't think they would have done much different because their hands are tied. They could have. I knew they weren't going to let the stock market crash. Obama didn't do it when he was in. He didn't let it crash. So he they call him a socialist, but he's really not. He's a capitalist just like
Obama?
everybody else. Yeah.
I never listened to that. I didn't vote for Obama neither time, but I think that there was no person ever in the history of this country that represented his point of view better than him. I just don't share his point of view. But I did do this. My grandson is now 12 years old. My grandson was born in 2007, December of 2007. So for the first 8 years of my grandson's life, the most powerful person in the world was a well-dressed, well-spoken, highly educated black man.
Yeah.
Every time that Obama gave a speech on television, where was my grandson?
Right in front of the TV.
In front of the TV. I just turned the volume down.
Yeah. So what was his point of view and why you disagree with it?
Well, he's a big government. Number one thing I didn't support single payer.
Okay, why not?
Well, because I don't trust the government to manage the subsystem that bad. I don't trust the government to manage anything. I truly believe if the government can do it, you and me can do it better. I believe in the free market. I'd much rather see a system, and that doesn't mean that we should just do away with total regulations. That's not what I'm saying either. I want a affordable healthcare system that delivers to you and I and the average person good healthcare at an affordable price. I don't believe the way to do that is to turn it over to government. So I didn't support single payer at all.
Well, basically he didn't. Even though he pushed for it,
it didn't.
Really, it wasn't going to get passed anyway. It didn't get passed under Hillary Clinton.
No, it didn't.
But it works every place else. So what's different about America?
What do you? Wait a minute. It works to replace what?
Single player works every place else. Every other place that's progressive, they have single payer. So what's different about America? Hello? Is he there? Okay, maybe not. You there, Art? Can you hear me? Is it just me?
Are you there? Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I don't know. From the information I'm getting, it doesn't work well in Canada. It doesn't work well anywhere else where there. I mean, it might work. It might work well in places where they're. From what I'm hearing, Germany, it doesn't work well in Germany. It doesn't work well.
What are you hearing? Why doesn't it work well? You're borging out because if you follow the stats, the United States pays more per capita for health care with worse outcomes than any other country on the planet.
With worse outcomes?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
you pay more. You pay more for less than any other country on the planet. Is that working well?
You know what? It's working. It's working as well as it's working today. And can it be improved? Yes, it can. You're never going to get me to agree that a socialist or a non-market driven healthcare system is better. I'm never going to agree to that. And
you don't have to agree with it. The thing is,
I give Obama credit for getting because plenty of Republicans and Democrats prior to Obama had tried to get healthcare legislation passed, and it never passed. So he's to be given credit just for getting it passed.
If you basically, if you and this is and Nicole's Nicole's actually here in the cloud, right? And she works basically in the field at an advanced level. But basically, if it was actually a non-market driven system, basically, and you with all the automation that you have, the automation and the techniques that you have, basically, you literally could reduce healthcare prices by 80%. You cut it by 80%, take most of the profit out of it by 80%. You do that within a couple years, 80%, and get a better healthcare outcome.
See, that's the better healthcare outcome is the part I don't agree with you on, because you know what's going to happen is those men and women who are top of their class and they become doctors, they're going to figure out something to do, something else to do. They're gonna go become lawyers. They're gonna go do something. Entrepreneurs. They're gonna do something else to make the $1 million to $2 million that they're making as healthcare providers.
Where does the bulk of the money go to? That's charged for healthcare. It doesn't go to the doctors.
No, it goes to insurance companies.
Insurance companies. So why? So basically, single payer will eliminate what?
You're thinking it's going to eliminate insurance companies? No, it ain't going to eliminate insurance companies.
Why you need insurance? If it's single payer, why do you need an insurance company?
Well, because there's going to be probably more accidental deaths. Doctors are going to need insurance. Individuals are going to need insurance. Insurance companies are going to be involved in it one way or the other. They ain't never going to go away.
Why?
Under single payer, you may very well reduce the need for the insurance companies, but they're not going away.
What do you need an insurance company for under single payer? What's the reason for it?
Well, for like I just said, who's gonna pay for the mistakes that are made?
Who pays for them now?
The insurance companies pay for them.
Basically, the government can actually have a fund, and when you sign an agreement, the government can actually cap the amount of money you can actually get from a lawsuit for malpractice.
And you think that's a good idea?
Hospitals do it they do it now.
Well, they do it now, but they do it now. That cap would be way smaller under single payer.
Let me ask you this. Okay. Where does the money come from when a cop blows away
you and me?
Exactly. So how much money do they talk about? Millions of dollars, right?
Well,
Does the police department go out of business after they do that?
No, but cities struggle for a long time in order to recover from it.
In other words, you can do it. If you reduce the cost that much, basically there'll be plenty of money to pay for malpractice.
Yeah. Well, okay. I mean, that's your point of view, and I can't argue. But
basically, what's in the way of most procedures and automation is profit. The old dinosaurs.
Well, it's okay. Well, profit is a major factor, and certainly profit is the reason why the AMA has controlled the number of medical schools in the country, and because they've been able to control the number of doctors, they've been able to basically control the market.
I mean, most of the tests.
I'm not in favor of that either.
Most of the tests now done or not done by say you go in for a checkup, you go in for a screen, they take your blood, they take your sample. Guess who reads the samples?
PAs, anything but a doctor.
Nope. It's called artificial intelligence. They take a sample, they run a PCR, they hook it up to the machine reads it and spits it back out in 30 minutes. I know that because I had to take my father to lots of his tests. In fact, I was there one night because he couldn't breathe, and they took like 6 or 7 vials of blood. So I just asked. I said, okay, well, I said, so we'll probably get the test of what he had tomorrow morning. He said, no, about 30 minutes. I said, no human can do that in 30 minutes. Your AIs are already doing half the stuff anyway. In fact, your AIs are actually catching things that doctors actually miss, believe it or not. So basically, the doctor will do a scan, a doctor will do a test, he'll give a diagnosis, and then the couple of days later, like my father get called back in because the AI caught something that they didn't catch. It can be done. Thing is that profit is in the way right now. You could literally drop medical. You could literally drop medical costs 80%.
I trust the profit motive or the I want to do good motive.
No. Well, the thing is that
way more than I trust the human desire to do good.
The profit motive is where the profit motive has got you where you are now, which is on crisis mode all over the planet.
Absolutely.
Yes. Yeah. People, they don't talk about it. I don't talk about it because I got tired of talking about it. It's because
there's no doubt about that. The market has
well, number one, there's no such thing as a free market. That's number one. Everybody knows that. It never has been a free
not
market.
No pure free market. I agree. Yeah. No, I agree.
There's always been a regulated market, and some people get past, and some people don't. Okay, but it's never been there is no such thing as a free market. Okay, so we're gonna end that one right there. Okay, I wish there was. There is no free market.
Well, actually, I agree with you.
And basically, there's only capitalism is an extractive system, and there's only so much you can extract. What happens when you extract as much as you can?
Okay, all right. I okay.
And trust and believe. See if you can find out what happens to the $200 trillion. Well, that's just in the United States. With the $300 trillion that's still owed out there in these derivatives that are still alive from the last banking crisis in 2008, 2009. That's a good investigation. Because you're gonna disagree with me, but so I offer that you can go look it up for your own. Because, like I said, I stopped following this stuff. Basically, I tried to stop following this stuff after 2014 because I just got tired of it. Because I had been following this stuff since 2005 or 6. Started with the I think it was the LIBOR crisis in 2005, 2006. So this stuff has been around for a very long time, well before it actually came to a head in 2007, 2008, the LIBOR crisis, which you had another LIBOR crisis just recently. I think it was 2017, another one. So, and basically, what was it? What was the bank in Germany? I'm trying to remember now, that almost went bankrupt with its 50 trillion. Deutsche Bank.
Yeah.
Deutsche Bank. Yeah. Deutsche Bank has $50 trillion in derivatives that there's basically has encased like a radioactive sarcophagus to keep it from infecting the rest of the banking system. Had it gone down, well, we're not gonna talk about that. Something we're not gonna talk about. Or the other 4 major banks that have done similar things with similar amounts of money that are encased and not allowed to leak into parts of the economy that we ignore. We just ignore it. Okay, we know it's there. We're just going to ignore it. It's on top of this happened on top of it. Obama said we're going to actually reduce the public debt from. I think at the time Obama was talking about I think it was like $11 trillion or something like that. He said we're going to try to reduce it down by 2021 and basically get it down under management. And then the Republicans and Democrats started fighting because they didn't want to give up what they want to give up, which is the military and a few other things. And the Democrats didn't want to give up parts of their wealth, parts of the entitlements, or the welfare entitlements. So basically it got nixed. Okay, so there was no traction, even though you actually go back and look at it. Basically Obama's Council on Debt, which the Republican and Democrats actually led for like 2 years, and they gave the recommendations after 2 years, which nobody followed. And recently, Trump talked about it just before the crisis when he actually did his budget for this coming year, and basically he said that the proposed debt that was supposed to be eliminated by 2021. He said, well, you know what, we're gonna kick the can down the road a little further. Actually, gonna make it a good 14 years to 2035. So it's never going to get paid. That's just the public there. We ain't talking about, in other words, I don't want to turn this into the BGS fear porn hour. So I'm gonna leave it there. I'm gonna leave it there. Me, I get rolling, man, and it's like it just starts spilling out. So I'm just gonna leave it there.
Following that comes around because they know they're learning some things, But I told you,
Hey, you know what? One of my subs, they got one of those infamous calls. He said we have to talk offline because he said I got one of those calls. I said okay, and people don't believe me. So I try to rein it in and kind of keep it from going over the line, so I don't get one of those calls.
Never believed me, and I it used to bother me when I was younger. It doesn't bother me anymore.
What's that?
People not believing me.
Oh, people believe me. People believe me. They just get scared. In fact, and when I was working before I retired, people used to avoid asking questions because they didn't want to get scared.
And I was, every now and then, me and Brother Mark, we talk.
Mm-hmm.
He says the same exact thing.
Is it Mark from Anaheim?
No.
Oh.
This is Mark. This is the opposite of Mark from Anaheim.
Which brother Mark? This brother Mark?
Mark here, Brother Mark here. He
man,
the same exact stuff that we say here in the space, definitely about the gynocracy and all that other kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Because people listen to his politics, but like he says the same stuff we say.
Yeah, basically.
He has different politics than other people.
I studied under Craig Hewlett from 1995, I would say 95. I think it was 95 too. I had to stop being a contributor for Craig, and I think it was 2008 or so when my daughter had to go to college. So I couldn't afford to, give her money and all the little stuff I had on the side had to go. So
yeah. What college did your daughter go
to? She graduated from Northridge.
Oh, okay, cool. Nice.
Yeah, which is way lower than where she should have been, but it is what it is. Because the track that initially we had her on, she probably would have went to an Ivy League school, but she wanted to be a regular person. I said, well, she looks at me, I look at her, I said, don't look at me. And I said, that's where you wanted to go. You want to be a regular person, become a regular person.
How's she doing now?
She's all right. She's using her degree and she's doing all right.
Cool. That's all right. Well, she's happy is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, she's all right.
Yeah. There's a lot of us that don't have a good story like that to tell about our daughters.
My kids cannot complain about anything because they made their own decisions. Because I said, what do you want to be, and we'll make it happen. And at the end of the day, they said, okay, I don't want to work quite this hard to be that. And I said, okay, well that's on you. So you can't look at me. Like I was trying to get my son into the NBA, and he had teams. He had the I think they're G League teams now, but he had 5 G League teams looking at him. We're trying to get him to get into G League, get his skills up to par, so maybe he can make it into the league, at least play 2 or 3 years. But the thing is, I said, it takes practice. It takes hard work to get there. And he said, I'm good. So he's played internationally, but the thing is, he's never, now he's aged out. He can't, he still plays, but he's aged out. He's in his mid-30s.
Does he work in the sports world?
Not really. He likes to play. He likes to play, but he's not really interested in working. That kind of work. He does a regular blue collar job. But hey, that's what he wanted to do. So
DC is making an announcement about code breakers. DC, is that Eastern or Pacific? Because things don't really close until 8 o'clock Pacific, right?
Yes.
What it was 8 o'clock, no matter where you are. So
correct.
So if on the East Coast they close at 8, and that's when the early reporting starts coming in.
Breaking news! I can't wait to hear this.
Smooth. What's up?
What's up, BGS? What's up, Art?
What's it like in Atlanta, man? What up, man?
Oh my God, BGS, yo, man, look, I'm staying away from everybody, man.
But I ain't gonna lie, man. There's this tenderoni that fell in my trap willingly.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's a couple places there's 3 places in the country that's impossible not to get laid. There's
Where?
Houston, Atlanta, and the DMV. Impossible.
Yo, for Houston, Atlanta, you're right, BGS. Cause yeah, that is
those 3 places is impossible not to get laid.
Yep. Yeah.
If you're a black
I like how you say possible.
black man. Yeah. Basically, if you can't get laid in one of those 3 cities, there has to be something horribly wrong with you.
Yeah. Nah. That is true.
Because you were you in Houston to begin with?
Yeah. I moved from Houston to Atlanta,
Yeah. So man, about those 2 cities.
Oh yeah, BGS. I know. Motherfuckers was still trying to fuck with a nigga even though I was living in the fucking car, yo.
Yeah, I know.
It's crazy.
It's crazy.
Yeah. That was crazy.
Impossible. Those 3 places, impossible not to get laid.
Yep. That's true. And this young chick, she came after me. She's like 20, 21. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm here in my mid-30s and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, that's prime time for
she came for me. You know. So how y'all vote? How are y'all voting? I'm really wanting to hear.
Basically green and down ballot.
Yeah.
So I look at the I vote by names that I want to get behind. So it doesn't matter who they are. So that's why I vote. I look at the propositions. I look at who the people are, and I vote by. So I really don't look at party anymore because I've been an independent since like 1988. So
I left that part blank.
Oh wow!
I vote. My green is my protest vote. So if Obama was the only, I had not voted for a Republican or Democrat since '88. And Obama actually broke that streak 20 years later because he's black. I said, why you vote for him? Because he's black.
Because he's black. Yeah.
That's the only reason. Well, what do you think he's going to do? It don't matter. He's black. He's going to be. He's going to be like every other president, but he's black.
You did not vote for Obama because he was black. And I mean,
I did. Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
No, you did. If he would have been black and a child molester, you would have never voted for him. You voted for him because
I might have.
No, you wouldn't have.
I might have.
I don't believe that for one.
I might have.
If he was a rapist, you would have voted for him. You got a daughter. Come on.
Whoa. Slow down on the words, man.
Yeah. I might have. I don't know. I wasn't presented with that choice. But
you voted for him because he was capable. He was
I
well
voted
educated.
Wait a minute. I cast the vote, did I not?
I'm just,
I'm telling you, I voted for him because he was black.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, you're minimizing him by saying you did that.
I didn't. It doesn't matter whether I didn't say he wasn't capable, but I'm saying why I voted for him.
Yeah.
I hadn't voted for a Democrat since '88 or a Republican since '88 because '92 I couldn't stand Clinton or Bush.
Did you vote for McCain or Romney?
Did I vote for McCain or Romney?
Mark. I was asking Brother Mark.
Oh, I voted for McCain.
Okay.
So who you voted for now?
I voted for Trump.
All right.
You know what? The only Republican that I would have voted for if he had got the nomination was probably Ron Paul.
He would have never gotten the nomination.
I know. That's why I know. He's the only one that I would have voted for. This Republican.
Yeah.
I knew he wasn't going to get the nomination. I was hoping he was actually going to run independent, but he didn't. Because I'd have voted for him.
Yeah. If he did independent, he would have killed this.
If he had run independent and actually got Dennis Kucinich as his vice, he'd have killed it.
Well, shit, Dennis was. I was actually supporting Kucinich early in the process.
Yeah, Kucinich actually. He just says I'm a Republican.
Kucinich was where was he out of Minnesota or somewhere up northeast?
No, he's actually out of Ohio.
Ohio.
actually the mayor of Cleveland when he was younger.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I knew he was somewhere there. He was a good sounding voice. I was in favor initially of Ted Cruz too. I liked it.
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Man, I liked his bravado, man. I just liked his masculinity, man. In the midst of all of this,
Yeah, he's about as fake as a sixpence peso, man. Come on.
Wow, Ted Cruz.
Like a $4 bill.
Yeah, $4
Imagine that.
Ted Cruz. Come on, man.
That's what I supported early on.
Okay.
I didn't support Trump. I didn't support Trump during the primary.
I once I thought that the Bushes Jeb was actually gonna run harder than he did, but when he actually folded his tent, I said, okay. I said nobody's going to elect Hillary, so Trump is the man.
Well, Jed was wise to fold his tent because the country was tired of the Bushes.
Oh, well, maybe you could answer. So you think that's the reason he folded his tent?
Oh yeah, I think he folded his tent because he knew that America had enough of the name Bush.
Okay.
But then he wouldn't have ran in the first place,
That's
right?
the thing. Why did he run in the first place? That's
I can tell.
Most of the time they run in the first place. Even they run for position. They're running to get their name in to become to get considered for a cabinet position. That didn't even happen for him.
Yeah, because I always wanted a definitive answer on why Jeb Bush, who which Poppy said is the more capable brother, actually didn't run.
Yeah, because when they had that Republican debate, the candidates, they drug him under the mud, or they drug him in the mud based on what his brother did. And remember, and they talked about his dad. He said, "I'm tired of you talking about my father. He's a good man, the greatest man on the planet, blah blah." And my brother kept us safe. So I think they kept tying him. Definitely with George W.
Yeah, but you guys, I thought the Bushes had more huevos than that, man. I could tell you, Junior, W wouldn't have folded. He'd have kept running.
No way, I agree. W's mama told him not to run for governor, and he ran against.
So I don't understand why Jeb's never said anything why he didn't run. He just folded his tent, went away, and never said nothing. So
I don't have a definitive answer. You wanted my answer can't be definitive because I've never.
I know. I asked you, well, you have at least you have a better answer than I've gotten. So
yeah. I just think you guys remember when Michael Steele ran for chairman of the RNC?
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Okay, so the debate. The vote took place. I believe it was in South Carolina. I believe the meeting was the convention, the RNC meeting was in South Carolina, or it might have been in DC. But I do remember Michael running against Duncan, who was from South Carolina, and Michael's bulldog was my good friend Sean Steele from California. Sean Steele is the one that literally got Mike elected as RNC, and then he got elected on the 11th ballot. It was and I get called on this all the time, so let me clarify. He got elected on the first ballot of the 6th round, and there are 2 ballots per round. So I say the 11th ballot, and it's interesting because normally, you may have 1 round or 2 rounds. 3 rounds is almost unheard of. And Michael went into his 6th round, and I say that to say that Sean is the one that, and he's a much more of an insider than I am. He's the one that told me that's the reason why Jeb. And it could be, and he didn't say that Jeb told him that. He just he offered it as an opinion, and he could be doing the same thing I'm doing. It just but I think that he's he's an insider, and I think he has I trust his instincts is what I'm basically saying.
Yeah. Oh, it's a better answer. It's a better answer than I've gotten by most people. So I have, it is what it is. Because I said, why did he just fold his tent and not say nothing, just walk away? I said, okay.
I thought he was a I thought it was a shoo-in because of his son.
Yeah.
I mean that he married. I think he would have had more of a Latino following.
Yeah.
Yeah. And plus, he talked way more intelligent than his brother.
Well, down the road, but right behind his brother, nah. He may come back. He may have a shot. Because he's still young. What is he? I mean, he's not even. What is he in his early late 40s?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like, and he's already been a governor of a state.
You talking about Jeb?
Yeah.
No, Jeb's is in his 60s, man.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah, Jeb's in his 60s. Hell yeah.
Oh, like 40s?
40s? No, hell no.
Amazing.
That old. Yeah. So then we won't. It's unlikely that we'll see him again, even though Ronald Reagan got elected in his 80s. So,
I don't think. Well, Jeb never even thought about even putting his name out there. He just kind of like disappeared. So I don't know what was going on. That's why I was just curious.
Yeah.
I think it went to Trump smoke clear out before they start emerging again.
Yeah. Well, Trump has, Trump. I have to give Trump credit. I didn't think he would improve. He surprised me. He has gotten better. And because I said the over under on Trump was 2 years, and so I took the under. So he surprised me. So I have to give him credit.
Yeah, a lot of folks predicted that he would resign 2 years.
I thought he was going to get impeached after 2 years because the Republicans did not like him, and where he was trending. I said this dude's going to get impeached before he finishes office. But I have to give him credit. He got better. He did get better as a president, so which is something I hope.
Wait,
because,
BGS didn't he technically get impeached, but they're still like in trial or some shit like that?
No,
they never had the impeachment trial.
No, they did. He got impeached.
Did he get impeached?
Yes.
I thought the Senate refused to hold the trial.
No, they did. He was ultimately impeached, I believe. He just wasn't. No, he was impeached in the House. You don't get impeached.
Okay.
He got impeached in the House.
Okay.
And then the House sent it over to the Senate for removal, and the Senate refused to remove him.
Okay.
He got impeached in the House. He just, same as Bill Clinton. Clinton was impeached in the House, and he was not removed.
Yeah, but they had I think they had the impeachment trial, didn't they?
They had,
for Bill Clinton.
Well, they had the same thing for Trump.
Well, the House and the Hill were Democrats, and they passed. If the House passed that removal thing to the Hill, then basically he's a goner. If that was the case.
Oh yeah, if the Democrats would have controlled this United States Senate, Trump would have been impeached. He would have been impeached and removed.
Wow, I never thought of that. Okay.
There's never been a United States president that was impeached. I mean,
removed.
Okay. Removed. I think it was Jackson. Was it Jackson or Johnson? Johnson. I think it was President Johnson back in the 1800s. Not Johnson from Texas. I'd have to Google that. It's either Johnson or Jackson that was impeached in the 1800s, but he was also not removed.
Mm-hmm.
And it comes down to a partisan vote. I mean, if you're a Republican and you get impeached and the Republicans own the Senate, you're not going to be removed. If you're a Democrat,
the Hill is going to be flipped.
Huh?
I think the Hill is going to be flipped.
What do you mean?
From Republican to Democrat.
No, right now, I think there's a chance. I think there's a chance that Trump wins this and he takes over the House. He already has the Senate.
Well, I think what depends on the polls. If you can trust the polls, it looks like it's going to be. It looks like there's a good chance that the Senate is going to be flipped. So you're going to have a dominated Democratic House and Senate. That's when I looked at it last. But you can't tell until everything's so close. You can't tell.
Right. Well, I think what's going to happen is and this is just, I don't have no crystal ball, and I certainly don't have the kind of national machine that would allow me to give you any kind of empirical information based on some elaborate matrix of analysis.
That would be the code breakers because they rub shoulders with these people, so they have a lot of inside information. So.
And they've been wrong at least 60% of the time. So
BGS. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, and what I'm saying that I said I don't really follow domestic politics that closely. So when it affects like something broader, then I kind of look at it. But for the most part, the inner workings of domestic politics, I kind of stopped doing that a while back. So
why?
Huh?
Why?
Because when we have this is a global civilization, right? And so and basically what the rest of the world does set up the environment for what the United States government and the president will do. And so it's easier to follow that and say, okay, this is what's happening here in the rest of the world, right? And how is the United States going to handle it? Because it's going to come back on our shores, whether it's trade with China, whether it's the fourth industrial revolution, whether it's a banking crisis, that kind of stuff. So basically, I see where it starts, how big it is, and how the president's going to handle it, because it's going to impact the domestic economy and the domestic politics anyway. So that's why I started looking at it. So what happens here, if it's big enough, then it'll go the opposite way. It actually not only affect here, but also every place else. So I don't follow all the little intricacies of personality and that kind of stuff that people actually will vote on. I don't really follow that. So I have enough to follow as it is without trying to get into the inside baseball of domestic politics, because I don't even look. I used to look at C-SPAN like every day, every morning, watch C-SPAN's morning show, and actually see what the arguments were on the Hill, and also in Congress, see what they were arguing about, the bills that were proposed, the back and forth wranglings and that kind of stuff. I used to watch that faithfully, but I don't do that anymore. So. Because you can't follow all this stuff.
And most brothers' consensus, I've been listening, they prefer Trump to be in office, but they prefer the Democrats to run the House and the Senate.
Yeah, I think the Democrats actually have, in my opinion, it's just my opinion, two unlikable candidates. And that's why I didn't think if you had asked me, man, in January, was Trump even in March, whether Trump was not Trump, but Biden and Harris had a shot, I said they'll have a snowball chance in hell. That was my opinion. But after June, after the riots and people protesting and the COVID stuff, I said, okay, he's in trouble. And it depends on how he's going to handle it. And I think if had he passed the last stimulus before the elections, I think I would have leaned toward Trump actually being reelected. Since he didn't, I have my doubts, and so I have to agree with the polls. It doesn't look like he's going to make it, but we'll see. Anything can happen.
Well, I think
either way, I don't care.
I think the Democrats intentionally did not pass the stimulus because they knew that it would help them.
Okay. Because actually I follow like three economists, like Rasmus, who follows this kind of stuff, and the Fed and the bankers and stuff like that's his specialty. Wolf is a Marxist economist. I follow him, and I follow another one, a couple others, but and I follow basically a right wing financial guy, which is Richard Martin. And they go back and forth, and basically Rasmus, that's his thing. He basically what really killed the bill wasn't really McConnell. It was actually the Tea Party Republicans were led by Rand Paul. That they said that they wanted to offer like when Pelosi actually went way over, said 3.2 trillion, right? And basically, the Rand Paulites, basically Republicans, Tea Party Republicans, didn't want it to go above 1.2. So Pelosi came down a trillion, and the Democrats, the proposal was supposed to come up a trillion, meet in the middle, which is 2.2. But McConnell said they weren't going to go over weren't going over 1.8 and didn't look like they would get 1.8. So basically, even McConnell says you're not going to get a deal before, I think he said before like March or something like that. That's what McConnell said. So the Republicans, I'm not saying that the Democrats didn't have a hand in it, but the Republicans didn't help it either. So, and basically, Trump wanted to get the deal done even at 2.2, but the Tea Party Republicans in the Senate weren't going to allow it to pass. So here's what it is. So it's dead. You may not get another. You may not get another one. In my heart of hearts, I don't. If the unless you turn over the Senate, you're not going to get another one. I think that's it. In my
Damn.
opinion.
So the Tea Party Republicans pretty much fucked this whole deal up.
Well, the thing is they are the real fiscal conservatives, and they're the hardcore conservatives. And basically, you got the first one. They spent a hell of a lot of money with that first stimulus bill, a hell of a lot of money. The banking sector, the stock market. I think they spent like $2 or so trillion in the CARES. It was the CARES Act, and that when that actually evaporated in July, they tried to get. Well, actually, Nancy Pelosi tried to get another one started in May, so it could get done in June. It actually be ready when the first one expired, and it went nowhere. So it's been stuck since May, and it didn't get done. So they've had over 5 or 6 months to get it done. It didn't get done because Republicans aren't going to move. So, or negotiate, because it passed in the House, it just didn't pass in the Senate. The Senate has to. That's where they because we have to actually meet in the middle of as far as negotiating.
The stimulus didn't pass in the House. It didn't get out of the House either.
I thought that's the 3.2 didn't get out of the House.
No,
I thought it got out of the House.
No,
I had to look at it again.
If it would have gotten out of the House, I'm sure the president would have twisted the arm of the Republican Senate to get it passed. And the only reason why he couldn't twist arms is because there wasn't nothing there to twist. It was no way that a second. There's no way, even with the Tea Party Republicans, it's no way that a sitting Republican president doesn't twist the arms of his Republican Senate to get that passed. It's no way that does not happen. No way. It doesn't because it works against them. It not getting passed does not work in favor of Graham out of the Carolinas. It doesn't work in favor of none of them that have Republicans that have very, very heated, contentious races. You know how much money that they're spending against Senator Graham to get him ousted? They spent hundreds of millions of dollars. It's no way that Lindsey Graham allows that bill to sit in the United States Senate without passing it. The only way it doesn't pass is because of the Congress, the House of Representatives never sent them a bill. It has to pass first in the House of Representatives, has to be sent to the Senate, and then sent up from the Senate to the president to sign. And it didn't get out of the House. It would have been signed, and Trump would have made sure that it had been signed. And the Tea Party Republicans, they're significant voice, but they wouldn't have been they would have not been significant enough to overrule the White House. There's no way they would have been able to do that. No, and I think the Democrats are gonna, they're spending all that money trying to defeat Graham. I don't see him getting defeated.
If he's an icon, probably not.
Yeah, he's an icon. He's definitely an icon. He's an icon. He's well respected in the state. He's done good work for his state. He's a straight shooter. He's a Southern boy.
Yeah. So basically, if you serve your base, it's hard to get you out of there.
It's hard to get you out of there. Exactly. I don't care how much money they spend. Same reason why Maxine Waters probably is not going to be defeated tonight. It's the same thing, and so I just think it's a very, very interesting time. I'm looking forward, like I keep saying over and over again, I'm looking forward to the next to 2024, either 2024 or 2028. It's going to be the time to be on the floor as a delegate, engaged in the Republican Party.
Yeah, I would say 2024. Yeah,
You
you're right.
could be right. You could be right.
Yeah.
You know, only reason why I don't say 2024 is because I just don't think there's going to be enough time for there to 4 years is not enough time to build a national movement.
Yeah. Well, thing basically, automation is going to come so quickly that it is you basically in crisis right now, and that's not going to end.
It's not
so. It's not going to end. But this is just the beginning. COVID is just the just Black Swan that got the party going. Automation was actually going to accelerate. So you're going to have a whole lot of people out of work and a whole lot of problems. Basically, people are going to have to be on the floor. There'll be plenty of opportunities for everybody.
So after the three little pigs ran from the straw house and the house made of wood, what's going to be their brick house when automation comes about?
Well, depend. You know, let's say this is where it becomes a projection. Depending on what the world, what happens with the world currency crisis, what China does, what's going to happen with this debt. Eventually, that's going to come due, and when it comes due, or you have a crisis, you're probably going to have, and they already talked about it with the Great Reset. You're probably going to have a global jubilee, elimination of all debts, and then
a debt jubilee, like you said last year.
Yeah, well, I've been saying it for a while, but yeah, debt jubilee, worldwide debt jubilee, and then to actually keep people alive and well, worldwide UBI until things get rebuilt. That's what I'm looking at.
With that. I agree, and in that, in order to have that jubilee, they have to go to an asset-based currency because there's no deficit spending on an asset-based.
It's going to be digital.
Yeah,
so.
It's definitely going to be digital. Definitely going to be digital. Most of these, Bitcoins and these, what do they call them? Bitcoin and that whole market. Some of them are going to survive, but most of them are going to go away. Most of them are going. The question is, which one survives and which ones don't go away? Which is the exact reason why I did not invest in the currencies.
Basically, if you're going to do, I said if you're going to, you got to treat it just like any other currency. Basically, it's there to be traded. It's not to be held. So you can't hold it. The thing is, it's there to be traded. So if you know how to trade it, then you can have it work for you. If you had, like I said, if you had to trade it, like say like Bitcoin, when China locked down for 2 months and went down to like 3,500, if you had bought it closer to the bottom, like around $3,800, I think it's at 13 now or something like that, you'd made some money. You'd actually tripled your money, over more than tripled your money.
Too volatile. I'm done with that kind of investment. I have invested in currencies, and I'm holding my currencies, and I've been saying, I'm banking on a global reset.
Okay.
As soon as it happens, I don't even need. I bought my currencies based on the idea that all I need is a 10-cent on the dollar reset.
We'll see. Well, it was as good as any plan, because nobody really knows.
Right. Yeah. Well, it's
good as any.
Risk involved with everything.
Oh, well, basically, it's such a projection. Even the people at the top don't really know.
No.
There. So you
except for
you're getting even the people at the top do not know because your guess is as good as theirs.
Well, I don't have to guess that the Cuban government reset their peso based on the dollar to dollar. They did that 3 weeks ago. It actually happened.
Oh, yeah, but they could have done it, but the thing is, there's a reason that they did it, and it's not necessarily about a global reset. So there's lots of reasons why they would do it. It could have been.
Why would
they could have come off. They could have come off of sanctions. There's a whole lot of reasons that they could have done it. Because I didn't read it, but the thing is, you got to look at why they did it,
right?
And not just they did it.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of, say, if your currency's failing or your currency's snowed under, and you need to get back to stability, you will adopt, say, the one of the standard currencies like the euro, the dollar. You really can't do the yuan because the China doesn't allow it, but you have to pick one of those. So they probably that's probably why they went to the dollar, more likely.
The Iraqi government announced they announced about a month ago that they were having discussions about revaluing their currency. They promised us that last Saturday they were going to have a meeting. They had a meeting. Something took place, but whatever took place, they never reported it. It has not been reported.
Yeah, well, that would make sense. Yeah, when they do currencies like that, man, normally when you revalue, you actually dump your own currency. That means you got to adopt something that's more stable. You don't just dump your currency for something that's less stable.
Right.
So you have to get one of the global reserve currencies. Really, there's only 3, but the thing is that it's either the euro or the dollar. And really, at this particular time, it really doesn't make a difference which one you adopt. And China, the people, a lot of
euro doesn't anymore.
Huh?
The euro does not exist anymore.
The euro currency since when?
Well, I mean, what's back in the Brits pulled out of the euro.
What's back in the dollar?
Well, right now, international labor market is nothing. It's a fiat dollar. There's nothing back.
It's a fiat. Well, there is something back in it, but it's
just faith. People have faith in the United States government.
No, it's called steel and lead. But
what do you mean by steel and lead?
It's called your military is actually backing the dollar. Well, that's part of the reason. The other reason is that we have to you have to find replace it with something, but there's nothing to replace it with quite yet. So that's the other reason.
All right. Well, I actually have a problem with it.
Yeah. Anyway,
BGS, were you saying that the euro backs the dollar?
No. Europe the Europe is its own reserve currency. They interchange, but the Europe is the other reserve currency. But basically, it's the faith and credit of the European Union that backs the euro. Which is the secondary reserve currency. And the yuan within a year or two will be the third, because they're actually gonna, when it goes digital, they're actually gonna release it as a global currency, which they haven't yet. For their own reasons, which makes sense to me.
So what is Mark Anthony talking about when he said
I don't know,
because it doesn't exist?
Because if he said the euro doesn't exist, I said, well, okay. Normally I would have heard that one, because all my subs would have screamed at me, what's going on, because the euro is no longer a reserve currency. Now, if Brexit actually goes through and then there's certain other things happen, then it might not be. But for right now, it's still solid.
Brexit already went through. The Brits are out.
No, they're not.
The Brits.
No, they're not. Still in. They're negotiating. They're not completely out yet. It hasn't happened. The divorce is not final. It's because COVID kind of slowed things down. They're not.
I mean, it's all final. I mean, they voted. They voted in the UK. They voted in the UK to
Brexit.
Remove.
Yeah, I know, but it's not. But they're still tied to the European Union right now. They have the divorce is not final.
Okay, it's not final, but the divorce is in the court system being.
And you could still reconcile, just like any other divorce.
Okay, all right.
You can call it off, so it's not final yet.
Yeah, okay. I hear what you're saying. I just don't see that happening. I bet that it wouldn't happen. So I mean, my investments basically is in favor of it not happening. The Brits staying in the euro don't help me.
The reason the Brits were going to leave the European Union in the first place, because they thought it was going to crumble, but basically it didn't crumble and it's still there. So their reason for leaving is basically invalid, which is why they could have been left, right? But the thing is, how come they're delaying the process? They could have left within 2 years. In fact, the European Union was saying let's move this along so you can go ahead and cut this off. We should go on because you're actually dragging us down, and basically other countries will actually start getting nervous if you're not out. So Britain has been dragging the process for like 4 years. They've just been dragging it. How come they're not out?
I don't know.
Because they really don't want to be out. They're trying to wait to the last second before they jump off the train. Before it goes over the cliff.
I know this. They definitely want to shed themselves of Greece. They do not want to. They do not want to continue to carry that country.
Yeah, perhaps. I think it's a little bit more complex, and I think I would think, and this is, I'm not gonna get a 202 call, but I would suggest that you. I would suggest that
202 from the FBI headquarters.
Wherever the DMV the calls come from, right?
Right.
I would suggest that this is my theory, and you can take it for what it is and research it on your own. Talk amongst yourselves, right? The euro depends on a three-legged stool: UK, France, and Germany. Right?
I agree.
Basically, we think that the UK is the weak sister, but it's probably not. Guess who the weak sister is? It's France, right? What does France's economy basically depend on, for the most part? Depends on the 14 African colonies that it gets a lot of its, I think it's like a third of its wealth from. The CFA, which is money, taxes, special rates for goods and raw materials, all kinds of stuff that France gets from its 14 African colonies, right? France has a very extensive, because of this, welfare system, health, time off, care for mothers, all kinds of stuff that they do for their people, right? Because they can afford to. Okay, what happens if those countries decide they want to get off the certified the colonial franc and start their own currency? What happens to France?
They plummet.
Huh? They go broke. Yeah. And if they go broke, what happens to what happens to the EU?
It falls apart.
Falls apart, which is why, in my opinion, which is why Europe was actually looking at, not Europe, but UK was actually looking to actually get out. It's just my opinion.
Well, yeah, I think
but I like DC said, I could be incorrect. But I say, but look at it and see if it holds up, because that's my theory.
I think that makes sense. I mean, it's pretty much down the same lines of what I was saying.
Okay.
I mean, and you put Greece on top of the scenario you just said, and it fits.
Oh, Greece is just the tip of the iceberg. Okay, they don't call them the pigs for nothing. The pigs been in trouble for a long time, man. Portugal, Spain, Italy, in Greece.
Yeah,
they've been in trouble for a very long time.
Yeah, you can look at the two things that I look at to determine, to make assessments. The first thing I look at is the birth rate, and then the second thing is the death rate. That pretty much tells you, who's going to be around at 20 years from now to buy toilet paper and toothpaste.
Now, what hell? The white demographics in the United States fertility rate is 1.3.
Yeah,
but they're not the only ones.
Yeah, no, they're not. There's only one group. Well, there's only two group of women in the world with a positive birth rate. That's Latinas and Afghanis. Those are the only two.
In the world?
In the world.
The continent of Africa's fertility rate is 5, man. Come on. The lowest fertility rate on the continent basically is South Africa, and they're at 2.8. So come on, man. Africa is way more fertile.
2.8 is not a positive rate.
What
positive rate is 3. I think it's 3.7.
No. even is 2.11. Anything above that is a positive rate.
That's not the standard that I've been using.
Yeah, well, go back and look at it again.
My standard is the standard I've been using is much higher than that.
And one thing, it might be much higher, but the thing is, I'm going by demographics. I'm going by what they say the standard is about what basically stasis is 2.11. Anything above that is a positive rate. So if you're above 2.11, it's positive. Not much, but it's positive because that will actually replenish the people. But that because you're replicating one for man, one for the woman, and basically one for the people that actually might not survive, accidentally die. That's what the 1 is.
Queen of Science is weighing in.
Mm-hmm. Oh, she's in the chat.
Yeah, she's in the chat. She's talking about, she's commenting on a 2.8
mm-hmm.
greater than 1.3.
It's greater than 1.3. What I'm saying is, when her place in a father plus the 1 is in case of accidental death or basically they're 2.11, and basically the lowest fertility rate in Africa, I think, is South Africa. I think I just looked at it. I think it's 2.83 or something like that, and everybody else is well above that, including Nigeria, which is like 5.86, and Niger, which is like 6, and something like that, and you got Angola and I think Kenya is like 3, almost 4. So basically, most of sub-Saharan Africa is well above the fertility rate, stasis.
They sounds like they're even above the 3.7 that Mark was talking about.
Yeah, but the thing is, basically the most of Europe would love to have a 3.7. That would be fantastic, which is I think when you had a baby boom, I think you had I think the fertility rate was like 3.9 or something like that. 3.8, 3.9. Well, that was a boom, which is almost double the average fertility rate, or the stasis point.
Yeah.
Or replacement rate. That's what they call it, replacement rate. So stasis is replacement rate, and most countries try to keep the fertility rate right at the replacement rate, which is 2.11, which is the gold standard for most post-industrial countries. 2.11.
Yeah.
Oh.
Knowledge is power.
Knowledge is power. Yeah. Basically, it's you look at so much of this stuff, man, it starts to kind of blend together. In fact, I was just doing this about the single mother rate, so we had to go back and look at all this kind of stuff. Why certain countries allow single motherhood and some don't, and the ones that don't, if they're post-industrial, their birth fertility rate starts to really slip. I mean, really low, like Greece and South Korea and Japan, where it's actually slipped to the point like it's almost 1, and in South Korea, it's actually below. I think they're 0.88.
And what did you cite as a reason for that happening?
There's a theory. Okay, there's a theory that they're working, is that and basically this is demographics actually study this at a certain point after post-industrialism, where you get so much comfort. You don't need children anymore. Women just stop having children, or they just have 1. They don't actually have the 2.1 actually have at a replacement level. You have a lot of women that aren't having kids because 1, they don't want to be bothered, and 2, kids aren't necessary in their life, so they just stop. And which is what's happening in Korea right now. Is South Korea right now? Women aren't having kids. They're not getting married. They're staying single. They're not having a family, and the replacement rate is just going to in a toilet. It took 60 years. It took the United States like almost 200 to get to this level. It took them 60, and that's because you industrialize.
Korea and Hong Kong expansion and
Yeah.
dynamic.
Yeah, if you industrialize it, every place you can actually look at it. Pre-industrial, industrializing, and stasis, which is post-industrial, and then the aftermath, which is when you start to die out. In fact, we actually went over that with the Mao's Utopia, because he was trying to prove that the demographic, the shape that they were seeing wasn't valid. So actually tried to do it with mice. Said, okay, mice don't have a human culture. They're not trained. They just do what they do. And actually started the Mao's Utopia. In fact, his experiments lined up exactly with the 4 demographic shapes. Exactly, which is why they were, and I think he tried it like 25 times. That experiment 25 times to see with different kinds of rodents, and it all turned out the same. So, so that's why we're actually thinking about working on stuff like are we in a behavioral sync where men and women aren't getting together? Because we look at men and women dating, they're not really getting together dating. We're talking about male and female incels. We're not even having sex with each other. Could this be a behavioral sync, just like what's going on in Japan, where men and women aren't getting together? They're not even dating. Some of them don't even go outside. So it could be something that's innate in all biology, but we don't know. We just have to look and see.
Yeah, I think definitely over the last 25, 30 years, the roles of society, industrialized society definitely changed. And it
this is so far. This is what it was, the Associated Press. But that's really early. Oh, this is early voting.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's substantial.
What
We'll
is
see. Well, thing is, the one to, like Craig says, the one to watch is Florida.
what is it?
Pennsylvania. Dang.
But they say Florida's leaning toward
Florida.
Republican, right?
Florida is 86% reporting in. Trump is ahead of Biden in Florida.
Okay.
400 votes.
He's got a shot.
400 votes ain't shit.
Yeah.
Don't you,
No, yeah, but he's got a shot though. He's got to stay within contention.
Let's see, Texas.
Mm-hmm. Oh, is Texas blue? Leaning blue? Get the fuck out of here!
Yeah, Texas.
Yeah, so far.
Texas.
Get the fuck out of here, man. Texas is supposed to be safe for him.
Man,
We'll see.
Texas. A lot of Californians moved to Texas. Man, they're taking all that liberal shit from California to Texas.
Trump cannot win without Texas, man. If
Nope,
Texas and
cannot.
Florida goes, it's over.
It's over. I agree. He
Yeah,
cannot
it's over.
win without Texas. He loses Texas, he's done.
Yeah, but it's close. It's close. It's a tie.
He can't lose. He can't even lose Ohio.
Ohio, Biden is ahead in Ohio, but that's only 44% reporting.
Okay, it's still early.
It's still.
Well, basically, if he can get Florida, he needs Florida definitely. He needs Texas definitely. He also needs Georgia. Georgia probably, but he needs Pennsylvania.
He needs New York too.
No, he's not going to Biden. Trump's not going to get New York.
You don't think so?
Hell no.
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 Too blue.
Too blue. It's like him getting California. That's not going to happen.
No, he ain't getting California. Definitely not getting California.
But the thing is, I think Texas is close. But the thing is that it being that close, man, it wasn't supposed to be that close in Texas. It's supposed to be a solidly red. But we'll see.
Well, Texas, like I said, man, a lot of people have moved to Texas from
Man, if he don't get, man, if he lost Texas, man, when was the last time a Republican lost Texas?
I don't remember a Republican ever was in Texas in my lifetime.
It says that Biden got 38%, but it has Trump at 59%. But it says
Virginia. Okay, now Virginia was supposed to be safe for Biden and Virginia. If Virginia's red, Trump's leading in Virginia.
But
Okay, that's
Texas
interesting.
leaned back over to red again. So
Okay, it's gonna be close. Oh, like Craig, the tech guy says, a tilt. It's not a lean, but it's a tilt. That's close, man, in Texas.
Let's see. Any others? Let's see. Ohio still leaning towards Biden.
Yeah, but Biden needs Virginia. Why is Virginia blue if Biden if Trump's ahead in Virginia?
I don't get it. I don't understand that.
We'll see. It's probably just early. Yeah.
Yeah, because even the voting count is 520,000.
Yeah.
Whereas Trump is almost 800,000. Oh, it went back blue again. Texas.
What Texas?
Texas went back blue again.
Okay. Yeah, it's gonna be fascinating. Yeah.
Can't find, but this stuff is changing like live as we.
Oh, Texas. Yeah. Because you know the mail-in ballots are being counted. So.
Wow, everything else is still kind of on the grayish end. So I mean, I'm quite sure all the West Coast is gonna be a while.
Yeah, because they're not. The polls haven't closed.
Central.
Mm-hmm.
So what I guess everybody's looking at these areas. I don't know what's the order with Arkansas and Louisiana.
USC playing UCLA.
I don't know.
And New York too. They don't have nothing in.
It's early. It's early.
Yes. This is deep, man. This is deep. But I don't think anybody gonna be doing any purging or anything. Keep talking about.
No, man, they're hungry, man.
They gotta come to Compton. Okay?
They probably out in thinking there's gonna be something going on. They're in the stores trying to stock up. So the shelves are gonna be empty, man. I heard people are rushing to the stores.
Yeah, they gotta come to Compton if they want us to purge. It's, if they real about that. They always mess with innocent bystanders.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna bounce.
Yeah. So Code Breakers is having a live.
Are they live now?
Yeah, they've been on for about 20-something minutes now. And you have
I'm looking at them. I don't see them live.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm looking at them. I'm on their page. I don't see them live.
Uh-oh.
Unless they're doing it in the background, they haven't turned it on.
You're probably waiting on me. Nah, I ain't that important.
No, you ain't that. Yeah, he might be. He might be.
Politics.
he might be.
Yeah, I might even do a what do you call it, election after party.
Man, your wife is gonna kill you, man.
Oh man, yeah. I keep showing her the Cash App, so she's like, oh. So that's like the cross to Dracula. Like, look. All right.
Oh, that's hilarious.
That's why I get that cooperation.
She's still a woman, huh?
Yeah, it's something because this is a job.
Yeah, end of the day, huh?
Yeah, it's a job. So hey, as long as we bring them checks in and whatever, cooperate.
That little AdSense don't hurt, huh?
Yeah, the AdSense too. Wow, so we get it monthly now.
You're supposed to get it on the 21st.
Yeah, I was looking at that. I was like, monthly?
Yeah, it's supposed to come every month. Yeah, it's supposed to settle up every month on the 21st.
Okay, I gotta get my ad game together because sometimes they be trying to ding me with the limited ad, and I'm like,
oh yeah, we just have to keep making them review it, and eventually they'll stop. They'll get tired of it.
Can they keep trying to keep me on the yellow on a couple? They kept the female panel on the yellow.
Really? Why?
I have no idea. So after carefully reviewing it, this is going to be a limited ad video. Okay. That was like one of my cleanest videos ever.
Yeah, I don't. Because you had you might have like Nyota on there.
Nyota.
Yeah. And she's anti BLM, so that might have been the reason.
Oh, we probably tarnished BLM.
That's probably why. Yeah.
Yeah, she's gonna be coming more often. We got some stuff planned. That's gonna be fun.
Yeah. Oh, you building up that trust, huh?
Oh yeah. I'm supposed to be helping her on her stuff.
Okay.
So we got some stuff going because she got a lot on that Garza chick.
Oh yeah. They know them intimately, and she doesn't have any kind words.
Oh yeah, she said she wouldn't hold nothing back. And she made her promise.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
there's a three, right? So the three is what? Prophet of Thought, Black Brain Trust, and Code Breakers. Those are ones that are
Yeah,
doing
you
stuff
got
now.
you got the I think you got Valdez rolling now. What is Valdez saying? Election, yeah, he's covering it right now. So Green Gorilla, he's on right now. Let's see.
Like,
Oh,
if you talk to Mark enough, I guarantee you, VGS, Mark
huh?
sound like Green Gorilla. If you talk to him, oh my God.
I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. You know what? It's less about him and more about me. People have to get comfortable with me.
Green Gorilla is our fraternity brother too.
Oh, is he? Okay, yeah. People just have to get comfortable with me. It's
Well, I didn't
so
have no
I
comfortable
huh?
with you. I had no trouble getting comfortable with you.
Yeah, I want. Yeah, I'm saying most people have to get comfortable with me.
I consider you to be very reasonable. Not one time
Yeah.
in the entire time that we've been discussing, having a conversation, you haven't insulted me once.
Believe it or not, I think what's been going on, I think you're catching some of the stuff that some of these other
From
guys,
other people, from other guys, yeah.
these other guys. That's why I was trying to tell you, Mark. A lot of these guys that be here claiming the right and conservative, it's a joke.
Mm-hmm.
It's a joke, and they've been really spewing and pushing things, and it's like I'm saying to myself, I know a lot of Republican brothers that do not talk like this.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I don't have any problem with people that are conservative that actually know why they're conservative. Most guys just all of a sudden just label themselves and say, well, okay, why are you conservative? And they can't answer it. And say, do you know really what conservatives actually stand for? And they can't answer that either. But Mark's been that way for a while, so and he's actually done campaigns, so he knows what he's talking about. So I don't have no problem with it.
That's why I brought him. That's exactly why I brought him, because I was like, man, I invited Afro Synergy, but he didn't respond. So,
well, I don't mind having debates and passionate debates. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
When you start to start insulting me and telling me I don't understand, I don't know what I'm talking about. Especially to a 35-year-old kid, you ain't I forgot more shit than you've learned. Yeah. And I don't even mean that to be insulting. That's just a fact of life.
Yeah.
My point of view is based on my experience.
Yeah.
My experience. I have never. I'm 60 years old. I've never been able to depend on black people for anything, and that's just a fact. That's just a fact. And I can give you stage by stage, from junior high school, college. Entrepreneur. I've always been an independent thinker. I've never been into group thinking, and I've never been a follower. Never. Just those things I just said right there is enough for black people to dislike me. Because we do not value individuality. We don't even. Why is it that the smartest amongst us get teased as children? Because they like to read. That's all it takes for a 12-year-old kid to get teased and belittled in our culture is to simply be seen in public reading a book. That's all it takes. And I'm saying I reject all that shit. I'm not trying to belittle you. I ain't trying to tell you nothing. What I'm saying is I don't want to be in your company.
Yeah.
Period. I ain't asking you to follow me. I'm saying I'm not gonna follow you.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's just these guys, and I consider myself respectful to them as well, but I try to pull as much intelligence out of them as possible if they're going to claim a party, and a lot of the times when they give you answers, it's a lot of, they say a little bit of the stuff that you say, but they put too much more emotion behind it rather than. Like you had substance behind the things you were saying. You had, bullet points and stuff like that. These guys is more like just because I say so.
I'm not emotionally tied to any of this at all. Because like I said, I've been behind that wall. I know that it's not about being a Republican. I know it's not about being a Democrat. I've been in that room. I've sat down with when you go to the Republican National Convention, right? There's a speaker's podium right behind that podium, that same door that every speaker enters and exits from. On the other side of that are all the deal makers from the Democrat Party, and they out there in the back cutting deals. And the same thing with the Democratic Party. Behind that wall, all the Republicans are out there. You look at the floor, you see these people are constantly moving up and down the floor. They're called whips. The whips are talking to the governors. The governor is passing on a word to the whip. The first whip goes to the second whip, to the third whip, and says somebody finally goes into the alley and cuts the deal, and they run it back. That's how the system works. That's the line of communications. I'm not just saying this because I'm dreaming it up. I've been that whip. I've been that whip. I've been, I've never been in the alley cutting the final deal, but I've run up and down the aisles. I've been sent by the governor to across the floor to another delegation to go, take the temperature of this or do this, do that. I mean, I've done all of that, so I know how the system works. I know how it works. And I've been, I'm at the Republican senatorial inner circle. Every freaking meeting, there's at least one or two prominent Democrats there.
Yeah. So.
And as a and then you want to take issue, not you two, but some of black folks want to take issue because I have a problem because the Black Congressional Caucus will not allow black Republicans to join. I'm like, you guys, this is just ridiculous. And you want to tell me that racism is the number one problem? I ain't buying that bullshit. I'm not saying racism doesn't exist. It does. And trust me, I'm the personality that it targets.
So there's no Republican members in the CBC?
There is. White, though. They're white. There are no black Republicans in the CBC. There's
Really?
one or two white Republicans that are in the CBC, and they couldn't, by congressional rule, they could not deny them. They couldn't deny them membership because they represented a black district. They were elected in black districts. J.C. Watts, when he was a Republican congressman, they denied him membership.
Wow, I did not know that.
Denied him membership, and they denied him membership. And my guess is, I give it another. Well, if Trump wins tonight, my guess is within a year, within his second term, the CBC will no longer be receiving public funding. They're a public funded caucus.
Wow.
They're currently publicly funded. And I mean, I think of them. I call them the lobbyist group for wealthy black people. That's what I call them.
Wow. So it's been a pleasure, man. You put an all-nighter on us today.
Well, I haven't just been sitting. I mean, I've been, I just got through cooking dinner. For my grandson. I was cooking dinner. I was multitasking. So that's the reason why my camera's off. I'm moving around, and so it's when I'm on my iPhone, so it's been easy for me to just stay on. Oh, I didn't know the other brother dropped off.
Yeah, because I think he's going to be guesting other panels because he's one of my biggest supporters. They helped me to grow my channel.
Yeah, well, I don't want to come back on with those other cats, man. I'm not interested in that kind of fight.
Yeah, man. This has been great, man. Oh, matter of fact, this is what this brother Green Gorilla. He's a brother. I'm quite sure Joe Torre probably knows him in real life, but he's a brother from St. Louis named Green Gorilla. He's going right now. I think that's where everybody's going between him and the brother Man of Tomorrow. Those are your two right now that's covering. That's been pretty much in our spaces.
Yeah, but I thought you said they were conservatives, man. They didn't sound like no conservatives to me.
Oh no, I didn't say anybody. I didn't say anything about any conservatives coming on. I was saying that the conservatives that come around, I don't think they represent the conservatives I know well. So yeah. These brothers are pretty much a lot of brothers that are on the panel are pretty much center brothers.
They didn't seem centered at all to me. They seemed left. They seemed like they was on the left.
Yeah,
they were completely on the left. I mean, then all three of them was attacking me. You know me, I ain't going for no. I ain't fuck that. I'll fight back. Shit, fuck you, motherfuckers. I don't give a fuck what you think anyway.
If you heard, I wish a few of the guys that say that they were Republicans showed up so you could see, because it's I'm telling you, the whole ideal is more like it's, instead of just giving you bullet points on the reason why I say what I say like you do, they more than just say like, just because I say so, now what? It's a lot of that. So I think that, a lot of that was coming out where,
Well, sometimes when you get pushed into a corner like that, man, that's that's pretty much where I went. I'm like, fuck you. I don't really give a fuck what you think anyway. I ain't trying to convince your ass. Fuck you. I mean, that's pretty much what I said a couple of times.
Yeah, that's why it was pretty much, taken on the chin, because, we men. So, I mean, I really appreciate that these conversations,
Yeah, but I don't see no value in them, man. I mean, the brother that just got off, man, me and him, the conversations that he and I had, there was some value in that. But information man and the other brother that was on with information man that came on, not Codebreaker, but what was the other guy's name?
There was Mike V, Information Man, MOT.
What's MOT? What does it stand for?
Man of Tomorrow.
Yeah, Man of Tomorrow. Him and information. That was not useful, man. I mean, basically, they're telling me that the Republicans are we're the only problem black people got. I mean, so I don't need to. If you're that far gone, I don't even need to talk to you, man. I don't want to. I mean, if you're so happy with the Democratic Party, then cool, be happy. Why are you even?
They got a lot to say about the Democratic Party too.
Well, I didn't hear it.
They just don't like when people don't do the full criticism on both sides. That was their only issue.
Well, I've done. Like I said, you ain't gonna put me in a position where I'm defending the Republican Party. I'm one of the loudest critics in the Republican Party.
I appreciate when you said that.
So
because that's what I mean. People, like I said, people gave us this impression that they're just a spokesperson for a party and putting that above the people that you are, a part of.
Right.
The people that you came from.
Yeah, I mean,
So that put a bad taste in his brother's mouth.
Yeah, I just don't get them being all angry at Diamond and Pearl and all the rest of these folks for getting paid. Well, you mad because they figured out something you couldn't figure out?
Yeah, that's why I was testing to find out did you feel the same way with them BLM chicks.
Well, I do. I mean, I got no problem with them, man. Like, they making their money. Okay, I don't agree with them. I don't agree with nothing they're doing, but I like the fact that they getting paid.
Yeah, I hear you.
I like the fact that they're getting paid. I mean, now unfortunately they are lesbians and whatnot. So, but maybe they they have sisters and brothers, they have nephews and nieces. So maybe some of that money will go to help their nephews and their nieces.
Yeah, their gay nephews and their lesbian nieces. Yeah, I'm just messing with you, but
I'm just saying, man. Right at the end of the day, man, I ain't got no problem with nobody getting paid. No one. I'm never gonna have a problem with that, man. It's at the center of my whole thought process is profit. So how can I like profit in one form and not like it in another form?
Yeah, I always had a problem with people working with the powers that be agenda against your own people.
Well, who are you? I didn't want to ask this question, but I'm gonna ask it of you. Who are your people?
Oh, my people are black people.
Are they? So not really. So you telling me, criminal black people are your people?
No, you picked that. I didn't.
I know it. I'm just saying. I'm trying to get you to. I don't think that black people are your people, man. I think decent people are your people, bro.
I mean, but the thing is, let's flip it back. When you said criminal, well, the thing is, well, what about the decent black people?
Decent black people are my people. But I want decent white people to be on my side too. That's my point.
I mean, the part that Information Man really made very. I mean, I'm 100% behind him. Everybody else have that. Everybody else don't have that issue. Chinese only look out for Chinese. Korean only look out for Korean, and Korean look out for criminal Koreans and good Koreans. Their whole thing is Korean. We're the only ones. I think we're the only ones that feel that we got to look out for everybody but us.
No, I don't feel that way. I don't feel that we have to look out for everybody but us. I feel the way I feel because I ain't never been able to trust us. I have never been able to depend on us.
Yeah, because that's the issue. Also, is that I'm glad you went on from the criminal part or whatever. It's like, okay, well, I know there's others that are pretty much holding it down that I can work with that looks like me and you. So therefore, we have large groups of those people that either need help or that can help. So when we have that in place, then so be it. You already know how it is in the frat. You got people that pretty much hold it down while you have other people that kind of, tarnish the name. Mm-hmm. So, I can't. My whole thing is just not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. There's some people that really suck and don't really represent us well. That you have to push them aside and work with the people that'll make you go further along.
And that's what I did in my life. And in my life, that's exactly what I've done in my life. And I have not, I have no black people. I don't depend on black folks, man. I get from black people exactly what I got from Information Man Show and the other brother. That's what I get primarily from them. And that's the reason why I primarily no longer want to have those conversations.
Yeah, I think it's the wording and the misunderstanding, because I can read what you're saying, but I think just the way it comes out, it just makes it look like I don't like my people. That's what when you hear like from a distance, it's like, man, this dude hates his own people.
You talking about me?
Yeah, I mean when you hear it, that's the way it comes off.
Well, that's just them. I think that's just them in their matriarchal thinking. That's just them. That's just them. All they got is emotions.
Yeah.
All they got is emotions. Shit. And let's say that I don't like black people. So fucking what?
Yeah.
So what? If I'm that shallow and that stupid, then so what? Why would it bother you?
Yeah.
And the only reason why it bothers you is because you all in your own emotions.
The only way that it would bother me if people took that visceral to try to ruin your own people. But if you like your own people and you go about your business, that's all good. But when it comes to where you're ruining lives and you,
I don't know any black person that does that,
bruh.
I know it happens. I'm just saying I don't know anyone that does that. I don't.
We talking about the dope dealers.
A
whole bunch of different people.
Right. Okay. Okay. Right. Well, okay. You know what? But dope dealers are held up in high regard in the black
community. Coons. I always said that cooning is black on black crime. You're looking at a form of treason,
right,
amongst your people.
Right.
I think that's the stuff that I'm like, man. Like I said, you got people that just don't like black folks. They're probably ashamed to be around them. They see a whole bunch of different things going on, and I don't associate the Negro. But when a brother's trying to, get a job or whatever, and then you go your extra mile to say, that you're gonna make sure this dude don't get the job because you don't want to be around black people. Come on, man. That's not cool.
Right.
That would be my issue with the self-hater.
Well, you know what? I got no issues with none of them. I try to stay away from people that are self-haters. I'm good with live and let live. I don't care what you think. I don't care what you believe in. I don't care about your sexual choices. Just respect, just respect where I am.
Yeah.
Just respect where I am. And if you can't do that, then fuck you then. Go fuck yourself.
But you were I was thinking, I was like, Mark is kind of like, laid back now. Because back then, I thought you would have oof.
I've told you, man. I'm letting go of all that shit, man. I'm literally on the doorsteps of being extremely financially independent, and I feel it. I know I'm close, and I ain't interested in all that bullshit, man.
Yeah, you were very laid back, bro. Because I was like, man, they don't know the march back then.
The shit that they're talking about don't mean shit. You know, I'm not defending the. You know, I am not going to defend the Republican Party.
Right. See, that's something they're not used to
I'm not
hearing.
going to praise the Democrat Party. You know, I mean, you know, these cats, man, they just, bro, I ain't got time for that shit, man.
It was more on a war tactic to where
We can't hear
they were
you,
trying to.
Rashid. And this is another one of our contributors, Rashid.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, basically what they were doing was trying to push the whole envelope to where if you wasn't on their agenda and you couldn't come with any kind of points that they can kind of, pin you to a wall, pretty much you were a Republican for nothing. That's most of these guys in this space, we've been hearing so far lately became Republicans on the strength of, some YouTuber telling them this or what they think Trump is going to do for them. Like I told him, I said, at the end of the day, my whole thing was I was going to vote for Trump because my stand is with Kamala, what she's doing, I don't approve of. And the base of it, I see a lot of guys are voting for Trump that is going to actually shake the election. So when it come down to it, a lot of people who's voting for Trump, and far as the black men that are voting for Trump, is going to hold the Democrats to a standard to where if they see so many of the like when the numbers come out and they see how many guys in numbers that are black voted for Trump, even though if the Democrats do win, if Biden do win, they're going to take that in account on that next election. And they're going to have a situation to where they're going to say, are we going to actually take these guys serious this time? Because next time we might lose or what? And see that
Well,
that's
and,
that.
yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say I think you're absolutely correct, and I think that if the Republican Party does not jump on this opportunity and literally nationally reach out deep into the corners of black men and cultivate opportunities and get black men into the pipeline of the Republican Party, then the Republican Party is just a bunch of fucking idiots.
Yeah, because my thing, like I told,
I'm going to tell them that.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
And I'm going to tell them that, which I like I said, I've been a Republican since 1985, and I'm one of the party's biggest critics. You know, and ignoring the black community, I've said it for 20 years, has been one of the biggest mistakes the Republican Party has ever made.
Yeah, that's what Shirley says too.
Yeah, but Shirley is, Shirley is out there, bro. I mean, I don't want to criticize Shirley, but sometimes I can't take Shirley, bro.
She don't come around here anymore, so she didn't even answer my call. So I said, okay, I guess I'm done. I mean, she's
right. Yeah, Shirley's. Most black women like Shirley are interesting, man. I mean, she's got 3 kids. Her husband was white. He's not. I think she divorced him now. I think they might still be married, but they're estranged. And I just think they're interesting personalities, man.
Yeah, and when it comes like my biggest thing is all these guys who was switching, like the other guy, when he was talking about he was going to be a Republican, it was along the lines of emotion. He's getting fed up with the women being Democrats, and since this whole thing in this space to where the women are supposed to run the man and treat the man a certain way, that's why they're going Republican to stand up. And I'm like, stand up to what? Like, just because I voted for Trump, that don't mean I'm a Republican.
Yeah. She ain't gonna submit after you become Republican. She gonna be the same person.
Exactly. That's why I'm like understanding what these guys do. Well, we're gonna fight for change. What change? Like, first of all, it starts in our community. You have to put your foot down and kind of, the biggest thing with me when the guys talk about child support, I tell them, what are you doing? And the first thing they say is, I'm just a guy on YouTube. No, if you have an issue with child support, why don't you be the forerunner to get some money, put your money where your mouth is? A lot of guys sit here and talk the talk, but they don't walk the walk. I would sit here get petitions signed to deal with something about this child support. I would go down there. I would have flyers. I would have T-shirts. I would just buy them and give them away for free. Because if you're that serious about paying so much in child support, why don't you put your money where your mouth is? None of these guys are not going to do anything because they're scared of the big bad wolf. In the end, they talk all this noise and they just scared of the big bad wolf. And oh, Rashid, you don't know what you're going through because you don't have child. Yes, because I made the right decision. I'm not gonna say my wife is always gonna be there. We might don't stay together forever, but the point of it is I made it to where me and my wife we discuss these things. If something ever happens, she knows I'm gonna be there for my kids. And if she goes the other way, so what? I'm gonna have to pay child support and I'm gonna be there for my kids. A lot of these guys are crying, and like I look at this space. Me and Kane talked about this. A lot of these guys in this space come on here and argue about child support and what they have to do. Half of these guys probably don't even damn pay child support, but they're sitting on here arguing with the guys that do pay child support like it matters. Half of these guys on here arguing about women and stuff like this because it matters to them only because most of these guys don't even have women. Most of these guys are scared to talk to women, but when it comes down to it, they go through these issues. And like I tell people, a lot of these guys are piggybacking off each other emotions. You have an issue, I have an issue. We're in the brotherhood. We're one together, and I don't like that. Like I tell them, they push narratives to where these young guys are coming on here, listening and learning. Because just because most guys say, "Well, I'm not nobody's daddy, I'm not nobody's this," but these young kids are on here listening, and they're coming back and asking these questions. They're trying to figure out what are these guys talking about the manosphere and what's going on because a lot of these guys are going through issues, and once they figure out what's going on, they're hurt by it, and they come on here for some kind of clarity. Yes, most of the manosphere talks are all therapy for these younger guys, but in the end, when you're dealing with the politics, you're pushing these people in the wrong direction. For what reason? Only for your self gain. Most of these guys who screaming Republican state the facts, not the emotions. State the facts.
Well, the message that the brother was saying earlier was if you're going to be in the Republican Party or even the Democratic Party, you better make sure you come in with some substance and be in there for the right reasons, not just because you feel some kind of emotion or some kind of connectivity to it, because it's just not a good look for men. You know, we don't, because when you start defending, the reason why most people get emotional because they don't have much to really go on but just energy rather than just bullet points. So, but I ain't gonna hold up, too long because we got Green Gorilla. I'm gonna check him out. Go give him. I haven't been in this chat for a while. Never get a chance to catch his lives anymore because he be going on like odd times. So this time I can catch a live and give him some support.
I just go on to YouTube and type in Green Gorilla. It'll take me to his stream.
Yeah, Green Gorilla, and it has
click the link.
The icon has a Dave Chappelle with white makeup on, so that's what he's going into right now.
Oh, okay.
So gotta watch. When you listen to him, you like, damn, he sound like me. I'm telling you, Bart.
I'm gonna listen. I'll listen in, but if I just want to listen in. I don't think I want to. I don't feel like fighting no more today.
You don't have an open panel like that, so you're not going up there with it.
Oh, okay, all right, got it.
People just listen because he's a college professor like I am. So.
Oh, I got you. Well, it's I heard several encouraging things today. More encouraging, even though me and the other two guys got into that little spat, but the one thing I did hear from both of them is that young black men understand that if anything is going to change, it's going to be us that change it. We can't be waiting on somebody else to do it. And so, that message alone was really worth the day.
Trust me, we've been through a lot worse. So, the stuff that you're talking about we consider that civilized compared to the other stuff before.
Yeah, well, you know what, bro? I'll tell you right now, at my age, man, I'm no longer. I don't desire to have those kind of battles, man.
Yeah, that probably most likely that would probably be the last one because you kind of new to the space. I think people, when we had this long, people are going to be listening to the playback. They figure it out. It's It was just more of these political things that people set behind it. It's almost like it's almost, you know how it is when you go around non-black folks and they're like, "What's happening, man? Or what's going on? What's happening?" You're like, "Man, I don't talk like that."
Right.
That's exactly how it was. They come, you getting approached by somebody that they met before, and it's like, bro, that's somebody else. That's not all black people.
Well, I just think it's a misnomer, man. I mean, like I said, I'm 60 years old. I've never been able to depend on black people, man. Never. I never.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, I feel that way with art. Like the art business, so to speak. I mean, I get trinkets here and there, $50 here, 20. But as far as making a living, hell no, I'm not. I can't do it. I'll be broke, man.
So the idea of somebody asking me to stop depending on the people that has helped me build my career and has provided me with information that allows me to make good, sound decisions about cutting edge things. I'm really not hearing them, man. I'm sorry, and I'm damn sure not going to apologize for bringing my ass up out of Watts, educating myself in college, and moving on.
Well, I don't think
I ain't going to apologize for that to nobody, And as far as who I help, ain't none of your damn business who I help. I help whoever the fuck I want to help. It's my money, what I want to do with it, and I'm not, me. I ain't trying to get credit.
And shout out to I had a couple of what's his name? Jeez. Shout out to Jedi Focus for the Cash App and Brother Meech, Mr. Meech for the Super Chat. So I appreciate everybody's support.
What's the Cash
App? 9-minute live.
Cleve, what's the Cash App?
Cash App is when people send you a donation based on the material and the content that you're putting out. So
how do you do that? Is there? I don't see no. Is there?
I mean, are you looking at us from YouTube?
I'm looking at the bottom of my thing. I see Mike, Cam, Mike, Chat, and Leave. I don't see no Cash App.
The Cash App is it's pinned up on the top of the YouTube thing, but
he's not understanding art.
Yeah, if he's in the YouTube,
the Cash App is actually an app. You don't know the Cash App
is
is actually an app.
Like,
yeah, it's not on YouTube. That's what he's confused about that. When he said that, I understood what it was.
Oh, okay, so I go in Cash App and what do I do? How do I send you money?
Yeah, you just click on it and then I think most people already have their bank account hooked to the cash. You got to set up your account with Cash App first.
Okay.
And like tell them like PayPal. You know how PayPal works?
Yeah, I got it. I understand. Yeah. I'm just wondering, how do I find you? After I get my Cash App, I just look for your name?
Yeah, Art New Style TV.
Got it.
You have to dollar sign first.
Dollar sign first, Art New Style TV. And it'll pop up with I use a picture of Prince that I drew.
That is Prince?
Yeah, that's Prince with his little eyes, the big old eyes.
I got a 25-year-old ego, but my eyes are 60.
If you screenshot this screen, you'll be able to save that. And when you go to the Cash App, just pull back up the screenshot, and you'll be able to find this Cash App through that.
Oh, gotcha.
That'd be easier for you.
Yeah, I know.
All right.
And I can enlarge it. Yeah, I see art. What is that?
New Style.
No, so.
New Style. Yeah.
Oh,
New Style TV.
Oh, yeah. New Style TV. Got it. That's Prince. It looks like James Brown to me.
Are you looking at?
Yeah, that one look like James Brown. That's James Brown.
That's James.
The icon up in the top.
Huh?
With the dollar sign.
I don't see no dollar sign.
No, he's talking about your picture on here now.
Oh, you mean for the YouTube channel? Yeah, that's James Brown.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, all right. Yeah, okay. But on your Cash App, it's Prince. Okay.
Prince. Gotcha. You can tell it's Prince. I think I drew that with I was lighting up a piece of wood and drawing it with that. It's drawn with ashes. I drew that with ashes.
Gotcha. Rashid, what state are you from?
Georgia.
Oh, where in Georgia?
Decatur, Georgia.
Oh, you in Decatur? Okay, cool.
Decatur, where it's greater, man. That's the name down here. Decatur, where it's greater.
I come down to Riverdale and Fayetteville, Douglasville,
Okay, so you on the south and the west side of Atlanta, on
Yeah,
the outskirts.
I got family in the hood. I don't know where it's in the hood over by God.
Yeah, our headquarters on Snapfinger Road.
Yeah, I know what Snapfinger. Yeah, our headquarters on Snapfinger, but I haven't. Last few times I've been in Atlanta, I didn't even go by the headquarters, man. I don't, because I really don't even think frat, bro. I'm so removed from that now. When I get down to Atlanta, I think family, and I think D. Scott, who is a frat.
Dale, you mean Dale Scott?
Yeah, Dale.
He's out there in Atlanta.
Yeah, him and his wife just moved to Atlanta. They bought a house in Douglasville.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, they just bought a house in Douglasville, and then the girl that I let get away that I should have married, she lives in Fayetteville.
Oh, okay.
Occasionally, we get together and hang out, go to dinner, meet her and her son. I try and visit her when I get down there, and then like I said, I got my mother was a baby of 13, and they were all from Georgia. They all they ended up in Atlanta. In fact, my grandfather's backyard ended where Morehouse's football field began back in the, I don't know, like in the 40s, maybe 40s, 30s, 40s.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think they moved into the city like in the 1920s. They were farmers before that.
Okay.
Yeah, they were out in the farm. They were out in the farm. I think they moved into Atlanta in the 1920s, late 20s, early 30s. Because my mother was born in 31, and she was born in Atlanta.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and my aunt graduated from Washington with Dr. King.
Wow.
My mom was friends with Gladys Knight, because they all grew up in the same neighborhood.
Damn.
Gladys Knight and my mom were childhood friends.
Legacy.
All right.
Well, not really, because they don't know me. I don't know none of them. My mom died. My mom died when I was 2.5, and so when she died, all those connections were lost.
Yeah.
So we got Chaos Reign about to give us his last words. Go ahead, fam.
Hey, we about to shut down.
One second. Hey, this was a very lengthy stream. I thought you were gonna say till after midnight or possibly 2:00 in the morning to find the verdict. Art, why are you cutting the stream so soon? You're almost 10 hours in.
I got some things to do, man. I thought I was gonna cut it shorter, but brothers got to come in and share and things and stuff like that. So I like to give that.
I hope the brother comes back on another future broadcast on your channel. I like to pick his brain a little bit, but that'll be for another time. Because he knows very well in the investment world, particularly stocks, maybe more. Who knows?
Oh, this is one of the brothers I really look up to. People don't understand how big of an honor that he would be up here. So he took a lot on the chin. Trust me, he said he's not being modest, but in the 90s, I seen him in action, man. So you guys got a treat. He held back. Trust me.
All right. Well, that's my final words. So I'm not going to get in the stream.
Actually, I wouldn't even say I held back. I've just grown out of that need to have that kind of debate and fight. Because I'm not trying to convince nobody to follow me. Back in the day, I was still searching for what I believed in.
Man, you did more than searching.
Like I said, I don't need credit. You've seen what I've done.
Yes, sir. I got some of the stuff here for the whole district and everything. I got the stuff at the history book. You in the history books? I got it.
Yeah, and and the thing about it is, like I said, I don't want credit. I'm okay if I get credit, but I don't need it. That's not, I take pride out of knowing all the things that I did. I know, we're talking about the youth leadership. That program alone started in my brain. And now, where is it? Now it's spreading all around the country and across the world.
I'm gonna talk
I don't need to get credit that I started it. I know I started it. I get satisfaction out of just simply knowing that I did it. And frankly, I don't want credit because I don't really want nobody to come ask me to do no more work.
I heard that, man.
You know, I put it in my work. I'm ready now. Just to, like I said, I'm ready. I'm ready to cash in these investments, get my grandson through junior high school and high school, crack my golf clubs out and golf 2 or 3 times a week, travel, and just enjoy what life I have left to live.
Yeah, I'm gonna start highlighting the different fraternities and sororities as far as their community work
Yeah,
because I was looking for stuff online and stuff like that. It's hard. I don't think that. I mean, you see things kind of like typewritten and whatever, but I don't think they got too many enough footage out there. So I'm going to start having some guys come up and the ladies too with the sororities and let us know what kind of scholarship programs you have and all these different things. I need to start putting that out because we talk about it, but we got to show the people.
yeah. Well, it's good. It's a good thing, and you know, it certainly is. And you know, once I do have plans that if in fact, you know, things go as I'm planning them to go, I am going to spend a considerable amount of my money forcing the Divine Nine, the ones who's have the average age of 60, to give their organizations back to college age kids. Man, the fraternity and sorority system was designed to be an incubator for developing young leadership, not all these 60 and 70-year-old fools that are traveling around. And you know, I'm just not with that, man.
I understand that. So
I'm
I'm gonna shut it down.
strictly down for the undergraduate, brother. Always been. I'm an undergrad at heart. I mean, you know, I'm always be an undergrad at heart. I'm always going to be on the side of the youth, even when they're wrong. Shit, I mean, they're young. You know, shit, how many mistakes did we make when we were young?
Yeah, that's true, man. I remember them wrong days.
So I'm gonna always be on the side of the youth, bro.
Yeah, me too, man. That's why I have a little criticism on hip hop.
Man,
You know, people like
hip hop.
Jay-Z.
I think hip hop. I think the hip hop movement one of the greatest movements in this country, bro.
Like right now, you got a bunch of old heads still trying to, you know, they're not letting the go to waves.
Yeah, I get
Go
you.
ahead.
I get what you're saying. No, I understand what you're saying. Well, look, man, I'm gonna go. I know you're ready to get out of here, man. And I actually, even though I cooked dinner while we was talking, I didn't eat dinner, so I need to go in there and get me a bite to eat because 5:30 is gonna roll around real quick in the morning.
Well, do your thing, man, and maybe, like I think you mentioned it, maybe I may have a panel on like after the election, what's next for Black men. That might be more of a more intimate and more meaningful.
Well, if you do, shoot me a text.
Yeah, I think we might go into that like after the smoke has cleared. You know, what is a game plan that Black men can really tack on to?
You're talking about what, like 9, 10 o'clock tonight?
No, like maybe next week.
Oh, I got you.
Gotta wait for the smoke to clear because I think tonight is. I don't think they're gonna really be settled tonight on who's gonna be winning.
We'll see. We'll see what happens, man.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a seesaw, up and down, up and down, up and down. So
You could be right.
Because I mean, when they put that judge in there, I think they saw something coming. That's my issue right there. I think they see that it's going to be close, and she may be the deciding vote on which way, whatever issue that they may need some support on.
That's not going to the Supreme Court. I don't think it's going to go to the Supreme Court. I think particularly if Texas goes to Biden, it's over. It's over.
Oh, I didn't even check and see.
Yeah, if Texas goes to Biden, it's over. You know, it's no way you lose a national election winning California and Texas.
Yeah, right now Texas is blue. Texas is still blue, and it's still neck and neck though.
What do you mean neck and neck?
49.6 versus 49.1. But it's leaning more towards blue because they got it went down to 5. Okay, 5 versus 2. But it's only 57% reporting in right now.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's early, bro. Just wait and see. it ain't gonna really matter what happens, man. Because tomorrow we're gonna get up and we're gonna face the day.
Yeah, this time I wouldn't be like I said. It wouldn't even change anything for me after this election, but whoever, regardless who wins.
Right.
So again, you guys out there, Green Gorilla is going to be Green Gorilla's on right now. I think Black Brain Trust is going to be doing something. Of course, Code Breakers, Prophet of Thought, perhaps Information Man. MOT is on right now too, y'all. So go and support those people and give your feedback and put things in the chat.
All right, bro.
So thank everybody for coming through. Thank you, Brother Mark, for sharing your expertise and giving another perspective, besides the stuff that we're used to hearing from the right. So I'm glad you came in and set the record straight on some of the things that we should know.
All right, man.
So I appreciate it and enjoy your dinner.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right.
Later.
Peace out. Okay, you guys. So other than that, you guys take care. This time has only been a 9-hour live stream, and we down to 11 people. So that's a sign. Brother gotta go. All right, you guys. Y'all take care and be safe out there. Peace.